Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 851. Yu Xinan and the others are the same. When I saw this, Zhang Feng secretly sighed and said, "Actually, this thing is very simple. My former honored teacher told me about something called basketball." This thing. Wait, what did you say? Basketball. What is that thing? This. Zhang Feng, I have a headache. How should I tell these people what basketball is? Finally, I thought about it and said, I'm really not good at explaining this thing to you now, but you believe me, this autumn hunting, I'm from Qing'an University. You will definitely win, that's it. How about it? Several people looked at each other. In the end, Ouyang made the final conclusion. We don't care what you want to do, but after 5 days, we must check it, otherwise we will always have no bottom. Zhang Feng said briefly. Okay, 5 days later, the youngster will invite you to go down the mountain to watch the football match. But now, youngster has a difficult problem. I hope some honored teachers can help me! Exclamation mark. See that the biggest problem is solved. Yu Xinan laughed and scolded, I know that your youngster has nothing to do with Sanbao Hall. After all, is it because these three eavesdropping on your students? Zhang Feng nodded, and then said with a deep disgust, there are only 3 types of students who are the most painful in their lives. The first type is dedicated to the roots of the wall, and the other is the kind of people who deliberately discuss right and wrong behind their backs. And they are the kind of people who are lazy people. So I have just set up 13 academic mottos, and Dudabbing will bring them to honored teachers to review and modify later. As for these individuals, the students think it is better to expel them down the mountain! Exclamation mark. Ouyang slightly frowned. Isn't it not good to do this? Now that the reputation of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning has just been hit, it will damage the reputation of the academy at this time. No. Zhang Feng decisively shook his head. Such a black sheep should wake up the world. My White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is free for people to go to school, but it does not mean that my academy who accepts it. Therefore, in this matter, the students think that at the moment, it is better to be sent out. See Zhang Feng's rhetoric. It's hard for a few people to say anything. In the end, old scholar asked with some worry, what is the purpose of doing this? You can't fly into a rage out of humiliation to drive people down the mountain? Hearing this, Yu Xinan and the others could not help but look towards Zhang Feng. Last night, don't think about it. You all know what Zhang Feng is doing in the house. It's all people who come by, so why don't you know? But these hapless guys just installed them at this time, and even if they ran into them, they also read out Zhang Feng's poems. This is the most important thing. Otherwise, if they were placed in the past, this at that time, it caused a sensation. The youngster's grinning mouth grinned behind his ears. Where can fly into a rage out of humiliation like this? No, I have been thinking about this for a long time. Zhang Feng shook his head. At present, the construction of the academy is basically about to be completed. And when things are few, these people have more ideas, so there are more people who are thinking about it. So it's time to reorganize it. The atmosphere is gone. Otherwise I really think that I don't have any rules at White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, so what will I do in the future? Yu Xinan said with appreciation. You finally remembered the business. I thought you would have to wait a while to remember what you were doing. Zhang Feng hearing this stiffened. Isn't this didn't expect before? So busy. Busy? Ouyang smiled. I think you are not doing your job properly. And don't think that the old man doesn't know. You have selected some people. This is the most important thing. You leave the thousands of students on the mountain alone. You just took those dozen or so little brat. If nothing happens, then it's weird. Students know that the consequences are serious. To be honest, it's too late, unless you treat all the same people. Isn't it the purpose of your school to treat all the same people? Why? Now you know how to treat them differently. Where did Zhang Feng know that this is Ouyang sarcasm? Yourself? He did say this before. But when does this happen? Simply, Zhang Feng recounted what he just said to Li Chenqian and the others, especially the key to why they are treated so differently. The reason why youngsters are treated differently is mainly because there are too many monks on the mountain. There are thousands of students, and there are only 4 of you at present. Even if you add me, it's not enough. So what? Yu Xinan nodded asked. Zhang Feng continued. So my idea is to first select some excellent people from these people, and conduct first step training, and then let these people drive the next group of people. Then the next group of people are bringing new people, and going back and forth. The old students can also review the old and know the new, and honored teacher and the others can also relax. Otherwise the academy will not be able to operate normally in the future. This is Zhang Feng's further improvement of the division system in Great Tang, also called batch system. Academy. The academy is easy to open, but among these people, it is inevitable that there are some who have the foundation. If this were put together, would this teach them to read, or teach them something? Neither party is willing. So in the end Zhang Feng could only think of such a coup. And after Chenan University was opened, Zhang Feng once said such 6 concepts. But later because of the opening of a science and technology institute, so let this matter go. As soon as I said it, old scholar suddenly realized, yes, Feng Xi's theory was at the beginning of the opening of Chenan University. I said, Brother Boshi, think about it. I used to say, cannot help you. Shinan and the others slightly frowned. Are you talking about that? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 852. Old scholar nodded said, yes, it's the class division system I told you before, but later this youngster basically ignored Chenan University. Plus Brother Ji also resigned from the Crown Prince Young Master and came to Chenan University. He didn't mention it. If Feng Xi didn't say it, I really forgot it. Hearing this, it took a long time for Yu Xinan and the others to remember what the old scholar wrote to them. After several people frowned and thought for a long time again, Yu Xinan said with a smile, old partners, this youngster dislikes eating and not working on the mountain. Zhang Feng hearing this heart startled. Innocent. This is a big mistake. Honored teacher was joking. Even if it is called the youngster to serve you for a lifetime, it is an honor for the youngster. Come on, we are joking. Chu Siliang looked at Zhang Feng with a smile, and said, however, your youngster really intends to raise us as pigs. We provide delicious delicious food every day. If we don't do anything, wouldn't we make others laugh? Okay, you will leave the things on the mountain to us. As for the following things, book printing and other things, you don't need to worry about it. If you need you will naturally go back to find you. You can fix Ku Shao's affairs for the time being. Zhang Feng hearing this is deeply sighed in relief. Students know. Then, now that everything is clear, youngster, send a jar of white wine. Let's discuss this matter carefully. There is no liquor. Zhang Feng waved his hands again and again. You still want to lie to me and wait? If it wasn't for your brother's presence yesterday, you youngster, are you planning to eat alone? Zhang Feng shouted wronged, but to no avail. In the end, I had to clench the teeth, nodded and said, that, okay. The youngster will leave first. While speaking, Zhang Feng just left panting with rage. Wait for Zhang Feng to leave. Chu Siliang held up his belly and said, I said this youngster is hidden. Don't you believe it? Ha ha ha, this youngster chicken thief. Old scholar opened his mouth, and finally did not know what to say. After a few people laughed for a while, Yu Xinan said with a solemn expression, Masters, now you all know the situation on the mountain, and the mountain this time is not reliable. But it is if you are a good hand. We will have to rely on a few of us for the time being. I think, should we find those youngsters first, and formally start teaching from tomorrow? It's okay to teach, but how to teach this course is the key. Now that the new academy building is not ready, we don't want to teach in the open air. Seeing this, a few people couldn't help but put it away. She lost the smile on her face and her face was solemn. If it doesn't work, we really need to teach in the field, otherwise there is nothing to do on this mountain. This person will do things when he is free. Once he does things, the mountain will be chaotic. If you mess up, things will come out. Ouyang's brows tightly knit continued. However, If you teach in the field, it is also possible. After all, Confucius used to teach outside often. If you don't have any comments, the old man will send someone to spread the message now. Tomorrow morning, the official start. Wait first. Chu Siliang waved his hand and said, teaching is teaching. However, where to teach and how to teach, this has to be decided first. Brother Huai, don't just sit down. You can talk about the teaching philosophy of Cheonan University. Let's discuss how to go down the mountain. Report on the situation. Hearing this, old scholar raised his eyelids. Feng Tsai gave you everything on this mountain, and naturally I have no right to speak. Yu Shinan hearing this he said with a smile, look, Brother Ziwa is making injustices for the youngster. After all, Brother Ziwa, we are just joking with that youngster, that's all. Are you serious? Really? Let's stop talking about this, let's talk about this first. What do you think? The matter of teaching is very important. Once there is a problem, if that is the case, that is a big problem. In this case, although the teaching does not pay attention to bailing and incense, the minimum ceremony is still needed, but at this time everything in the academy has not been set up, and it is useless to say more. This is the biggest problem. Although old scholar is dissatisfied with the actions of a few people, he also knows the importance of this matter, and he can't help but ponder for a while, then slowly said, I watched the waterfall just now, but it was a good place. The meaning of the jujube tree is good, and the gurgling water is quite poetic. In ancient times, there were Confucian and Mencius trees to teach the teachings, and now you have the 4 great Confucian jujube trees to teach courses, which will surely leave eternal stories. Yu Shinan and the others looked a little tangled at this time. In their inherent thinking, don't all the lectures need to be in a tidy room? Now, which subject is this class taught? Sun Simiao, who has been talking forever, said lightly at this time, in fact, you all pay too much attention to things that look impressive but is worthless. Old farmers working in the fields teach skills to young children. This is also teaching. Pao Ding was chopping firewood and water in the house. It was also teaching skills, old ox farming, and the calves following. In fact, it was also teaching. Why should we care about appearance? Hearing this, Yu Shinan and the others could not help but heart shivered with cold. Sun Simiao woke them up instantly. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty and nodded. Brother Sun said it is extremely, it's because I waited too much for Xuhua's things. Let's go, old partners. Since I waited for Great Confucian to become a Great Confucian, we have been away for a long time. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 853. After Jiang Feng threw all Mount Q's affairs to Yu Shinan and the others, he looked around and saw Mazi holding a bloody blood not far away. The big pots were washed by the river, but a group of children were in the lower reaches of Mazu, vying for what Mazi had lost. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng remembered a major event. Mazu. Jiang Feng called out from a distance. In an instant, Mazi hurriedly dropped the basin and ran over. Honored teacher, are you looking for me? Jiang Feng nodded, pointed to the direction of the pig farm and said, go, let's talk while walking. Now, how about fanning the pigs? As soon as I asked about this, Mazu showed an extremely excited expression on his face. Honored teacher hasn't raised it for some time. The pig farm is here. Before, I, Lao Gao, and Zheng Butcher screened a few very active breeding pigs, and then bred them successfully. At present, most of the remaining pigs are almost fanned out. What's the situation? I'm asking about the death rate and survival rate. Jiang Feng nodded asked. As soon as I asked about this, I was even more excited that week. This matter, I want to report to the honored teacher when I go to class next time. At present, the mortality rate is basically average from the beginning. 100 died and 30 died, but now, there are less than 10, and since they were deleted, these pigs are not as active as they were before. They eat and sleep every day, but are fatter than those pigs. Even Lao Gao tried a litter of pigs that dared to be full-term half a month ago, and found that these pigs had been fed for half a month after knowing and feeding with the feed configured by Elder Sunday. It skyrocketed to about 90 catties. This really excites Mazu. Mazu was really reluctant to let him fan the pig before. He would not start if he watched Zhang Feng teach the academic course privately every 3 days. Where can students raise pigs? Moreover, his students have been ridiculed by those students on the mountain, and he smells like pig shit. However, slowly, Mazu also discovered the magic of Zhang Feng and the joy of raising pigs. Daily record the growth of pigs, eating and sleeping, which is not to be counted. When weighing daily, that is what excites him the most. As long as he sees a pig loses weight, he will chabuse if and didn't want to think about why the pig would lose weight. And if you see a pig gaining weight at an average of about 1 pound every day, how can this not give him a sense of accomplishment? The most important thing is that the pigs eaten by the store food factories on the mountain and down the mountain are all from him, which also gives him an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. While listening to Mazu's rants, Zhang Feng couldn't help but glanced at this guy in confusion. This guy is really born with the appearance of a pig-raising great family. It seems that this made him raise pigs. It's the right person. Mazu, I ask you one thing, and you answer truthfully. Zhang Feng interrupted the constant chattering, just like Mazu who offered treasures. This pig, you're only slapped the tooth pig, or fan with the sow? Mazu hearing this, she was a little puzzled. This so needs to give birth to babies. Butcher Zheng on the mountain is not allowed to fan, and Lao Gao also said, no need it. Who said that? Zhang Feng asked back, then pointed to the gate of the pig farm, and the two immediately entered the second floor of Mazu room. Without waiting for the two to sit down, Zheng Chufu took his son and Lao Gao with his blood-stained hands on the second floor. Feng Tsai, why don't you say anything when you are here? Anyway, let's clean up this place. Look at this mess. Zheng Butcher is in a hurry. He cleaned up the room, and kicked Zheng Xiu and said, don't go and make tea for your Feng Tsai brother. No, I just stopped by here to take a look. By the way, Xiu, I guess the academy will be officially teaching classes tomorrow. When the time comes, you go too. Don't always deal with pigs. Zheng Butcher is hearing this. Tremblingly asked, Feng Tsai, you said Xiu can also go? Didn't I say that before? To make Xiu the first shopkeeper of Great Tang, I said to do arrived, but if you let him here all day long, it's your fault. So where can you be successful? Zheng Butcher hearing this ecstasy, a kick on Zheng Xiu's ass and shouted, I'm not going to give you Feng Zi brother, no, I'm called honored teacher. Buckle. Hearing this, Zheng Xiu he knelt down with a puff. Zhang Feng was speechless for a while. Get up, I said, academy is not allowed to kneel, this is the last time. But Butcher Zheng, I told you last time, let you go Yamashi to help. Why are you going up the mountain again? Zheng Butcher hearing this, pointed to the densely packed pigs on the mountainside outside and said, isn't it that you can't put these pigs? Let this smelly youngster and Mazu. I'm always worried when the two go to release the pigs. Besides, I don't worry about being here alone. The Butcher Zheng, who has been with the pigs for a lifetime, although the food factory is very suitable. But where there are a lot of butchers, where there are more, he doesn't have one more, and where there is a lot less, but the mountains are different. Everything is inseparable from him here. Pigs, cattle, sheep, and those chickens and ducks, which one does not need him to handle. If this is handed over to an outsider, he is really worried. Zhang Feng stared into the eyes of Butcher Zheng, and saw that he wanted to stay on the mountain from the bottom of his heart, so he took out a feed formula from his chest and said, then, since you like to be with pigs and cattle so much when dealing with sheep, I'll give you an important thing now. While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to a piece of paper in his hand. This is the formula list for the feed. You only need to configure it according to the proportions. It's good. Now, leave the matter here to Lao Gao, and I will arrange someone to handle it later. You go to Chainan and quickly open a feed factory with your best ability. As for the others, when the time comes, you go find Li Qian and let him take care of it for you. Then, I heard that pigs in other prefectures are already eating according to our way, but it's not the best way to eat them all the time. You will do the same. Do you want to go to the various state capitals of Great Tang? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 854. Zheng Butcher hearing this, his eyes turned red with the sound of brushing. My breathing became a little short. Feng Tsai, you ... Why do you do this? These things are your future. Just take them. They are all in the neighborhood of Tongyue Street. You are rich. But can you forget me? There is a saying called when a man attains the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven. Now they all have things done, and you are still here. I'm a little worried. Besides, I'm really worried about the piggy matter, so I have to leave it to you. Old Zheng, don't refuse. If you refuse, the Zhejia's family can pay it back. There is a big family jealous. Old Gao said with a smile. Zheng Butcher hearing this, he took the piece of paper from Jiang Feng's hand in one hand, as a treasure. Looking at the old man, laughed. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, okay, you can tell your family about this now. It seems that your family takes care of the chickens and ducks, but they continue to take care of the chickens and ducks on the mountain. When the time comes after you keep your heels under the mountain and take them down, I won't help you to support your family anymore. Zheng Butcher hearing this, took a deep breath, and finally smacked his lips deeply. He bowed, grabbed Zheng Xiao's ears and left. After he left, Jiang Feng looked at Lao Gao with a smile and asked, I had given him all the good things. Lao Gao, what do you want to say? Lao Gao shrugged and pointed to Jiang Feng's ears and said, don't break this stuff for me. There is still meat and wine, otherwise I will have to take a fan and go to your room to sit all night. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's crotches immediately cool. Hee, you are really joking, Gao, how can this lose you? While speaking, Jiang Feng hurriedly took out a wooden box from his arms and stuffed it into Lao Gao's hand, and then said, the things on this mountain are important. After these pigs are fanned out, what do you think? Lao Gao, what can I think? There are a few nice little court eunuchs under my hand who want to follow me. If you have a way, tell old Li and let him give it to me from the palace. Bring it out and stay by my side. It's bitter in the palace. Is it useful to find old Li? Jiang Feng is very suspicious, but it's still nodded. I will tell Li Qian later on this matter. With the connections old Li is now acquainted with, a few little court eunuchs should be fine. Gao Lao hearing this, nodded satisfied. When things are over here, don't worry. The old man won't go anywhere. If you want to keep me, I will stay on the mountain to take care of the pig farm. As for those under my hand, they are going to follow old Zheng. You know, except for this mountain, there are no fans in other places, so this is an industry, a craft that can fill their stomachs. Don't you have any comments? What can Jiang Feng say? In this era, whoever is willing to enter the palace as court eunuch if there is a way. It's all the poor at home that can't get rid of the pot, so they will sell their sons and daughters. Old Gao Nen is here, and he also thinks of the little court eunuch in the palace, which undoubtedly does not touch Jiang Feng. You can rest assured, this matter, you can discuss with Zheng Butcher, and Jiang Feng will not touch the profit of this matter. How can this work? Old Gao was unhappy. But Jiang Feng insisted on insisting. This kind of money is untouchable. After that, Jiang Feng said, Lao Gao, I ask you, how many sows are carrying piglets on the mountain? I mean, select good breeds of sows. Lao Gao stretched out a slap even though he thought about it. 50 pigs. Okay. These 50 pigs, I hope you can keep them in captivity, and then select a batch of these pigs again good breeds. Pigs after 3 generations will have no smelt on their bodies, and at that time, if they were still fed according to the feed, they would be able to grow to 200 kilograms of fat pigs in March. Lao Gao wonders if there is a problem with his ears. 3 months, 200 catties. Now, if the situation on the mountain is normal, it can reach 200 catties in half a year. This is already regarded as an auspicious sign descended from the heaven. These 3 months. What's that? Instead of waiting for Lao Gao to speak, Jiang Feng continued. I mean, All the piglets that are found down on the mountain are all sold outside. All pigs of this new breed will be launched. In this way, feed and pork are the market, and the importance of pork will be opened. Zhang Feng's words instantly let Lao Gao heart startled. It's not that he has never thought about this matter, but he hasn't thought about it yet. How to do it? The pork sales of Chang'an City are becoming more and more perfect. This pork has been accepted. These are all recipes made with Zhang Feng's magical herbs. But now, Zhang Feng wants to make this all public. Ma Zu was stunned at this moment. From when Zhang Feng asked Zhang Tufu to get feed, he guessed that Zhang Feng might have made a big move. But at this time Zhang Feng's words still shocked him. Lao Go said with some worry, if we do this, these pigs have nothing to do with us. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. Why, don't you always want me to make quite dear Academy of Classical Learning really get down the pig farm? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 855. In fact, there is no need for the pig farm on the mountain to go on at this time. The main reason why it is still kept now, the biggest reason, is to cultivate excellent breeds. And these hundreds of thousands of pigs, all Chang'an people are all watching to come up the mountain. If he just keeps going without giving an explanation, where will he put Zhang Feng's face? This is the most important. But the most important thing is this autumn hunting that made Zhang Feng make up his mind. Autumn hunting is usually held at the professional Imperial Family Forest Farm in the Qingling Mountains. However, due to the locust plague this year, there has been nothing in the forest garden for a long time. Zhang Feng is certain that this autumn hunting, most likely, will be held in Yushan in the blue sky near Mount Q. And Yushan, Yulai Mount Q is relatively close. When the time comes, just invite these people to the food factory on the mountain. No matter if he belongs to the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Rights, if he can resist Lao Tzu's craftsmanship, I will lose. At this time, after drinking and eating, these pork and pigs will still be a problem. That's what Zhang Feng most important wants to do. Whose money is the best? The Emperor's money. Who has the Emperor's money? In addition to this cooperative, His Imperial Majesty has already earned a pot full of plutonium. If he doesn't take the opportunity to make a fortune, I am really sorry for the cooperative that Zhang Feng handed out. Thinking about this, Zhang Feng smiled unconsciously. Cough cough. Ma Zu laughed when he saw Lao Gao looking at Zhang Feng, and Ma Zu wanted to laugh too, but he didn't dare. I had to remind Zhang Feng to stop quickly. Zhang Feng only realized his lost self-control at this time. He touched his nose and said, sorry is lost. Let's get back to the subject. Lao Gao, the breeding farm on the mountain will definitely be closed in the future, but I will establish an experimental base here to breed new breeds of pigs, etc. Therefore, if you are interested, please give me a seat. Experimental base? Lao Gao asked a little bit incomprehensibly, is it the same thing as the new breed of pig? Zhang Feng nodded, shook his head again, not exactly. In addition to pigs, when the time comes, I will also let people introduce some plants from foreign domain, such as new types of corn, and other things. Corn, also it is Xiaomi, the rice of this era. Basically, it is called corn. And this thing, it tastes. But these things are still early, but drawing a dubbing to keep people is the truth. As for Lao Gao, in such a complicated place in the palace, he can mix it down. This is in interpersonal communication and management. There is no problem with the above. Leave this to him, Zhang Feng rest assured. But this is not the point. The point is that Zhang Feng wants to keep Ma Zu in this experimental base at this time. I was very careful that week. It is very suitable for this. I couldn't help but Zhang Feng looked towards Ma Zu and said, Ma Zu, what do you plan to do in the future? The pig will definitely not let you keep it. You have also seen it. Do you think about what to do next? This Ma Zu didn't have to think about it, and said, Imperial examination, you can enter the Imperial Court as an official. He is very ambitious, but you think that learning things really only has to be an official? Is it okay to be an official? At this time, Ma Zu was really asked. In his cognition, as well as in the cognition of most people, entering the dynasty as an official and imperial examination high school are all important things that change their destiny. There is nothing better than this for their ascending to the skies with a single leap. Zhang Feng pressed hard step by step. Are you sure this is what you want? Zhang Feng's question really stopped Ma Zu. A person's life must have a goal. But if everyone wants to be an imperial civil service examination graduate in high school and become an official in the imperial court, think about how many people there are in this world. High school? Some people are still struggling for this ideal when they are poor and old. They even forget that they live in a hayloft and eat. So, for high school matters, although I am confident that you will be an imperial civil service examination graduate in high school after 3 years, what do you want to do after high school? Looking at Divine Doctor Sun, he did not enter the court as an official. Look at his achievements at this time. Even His Imperial Majesty has to stand up to welcome him when he sees him. Did he choose to enter the court as an official? No. And high school imperial civil service examination graduate, this is just a hope for you now. When the hope is reached, what do you want to do? At this moment, Ziling ran in his heart, hurriedly bowed and said, I hope honored teacher can give me some guidance. Lao Gao looked at Zhang Feng and narrowed his eyes. At this time, Zhang Feng, what he said, is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Is this the attraction of His Imperial Majesty and Crown Prince and the others? Zhang Feng continued, sit down. After Ma Zu sat down, Zhang Feng said, people always need a goal. At this time in high school imperial civil service examination graduate is your current goal, but before you reach this goal, what do you do? After reaching this goal, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Ma Zu thought for a while and said, before the imperial examination 3 years later, students should obey the arrangement of honored teacher. What the honored teacher asks students to do, the students should accept the decree. Zhang Feng slightly frowned. I ask your own thoughts, don't you Zhao Ben read it. Hearing this, Ma Zu was about to get up in a hurry, but Zhang Feng pressed it down. Honored teacher, in fact, I think it's pretty good now. The students like this thing very much. I just heard that honored teacher said that they want to build an experimental base here, and the students want to stay in the experimental base. Pihao Chijun and the others currently have things to do. Chen Sheniu also have things to do, and even the paper mill also has students doing it. If the students are out here, I really don't know what to do. The most important thing is that students like this way of life. They observed the growth of pigs every day, and the students are already enjoying it. Lao Gao was a little shocked when he heard it. Is this place so good? The smell of pig dung is all over my body. Where is it? Is this something a serious person should do? But Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he was hearing this. It seems that he really didn't read Ma Zu wrong. This time since the history records, after raising horses, there is really a quirk. Okay, very good. Zhang Feng patted Ma Zu on the shoulder and said, actually I plan to build a scientific research institute on the mountain. Dynamics, air resistance, atmospheric pressure, etc., as well as the mathematical problems of multiplication and division are all prepared for the future Scientific Research Institute. And here, naturally is also part of the Scientific Research Institute, just now on the road. I think your youngster is suitable for botany and zoology. Now it seems that you are really suitable. Don't worry, from today on, I will put my words here. As long as you work hard enough, I will definitely be able to. I will cultivate you in 3 years. When the time comes, even if I don't have the face of Zhang Feng, I will let Elder Sun teach you the identification of plants and the characteristics of growth. When the time comes, after you are elected in high school, I will have more important things for you. Ma Zu. While speaking, Zhang Feng said with a solemn expression, you are willing to be beyond elder a person like Sun? Ma Zu didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly bowed to the serious, Students are willing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 856. Mazu is very excited. I finally waited for the early days. Mazu was very poor when he was young. I can't even eat enough. The reason why I want to participate in the imperial examinations to reach a higher level is nothing more than obsession. But the words of Jiang Feng just now seemed to open the door to another world for Mazu, making Mazu's eyes shine instantly. What about after high school? After fulfilling his wish, what does he want to do? He really didn't think about it. At this time, Jiang Feng awakened the person in his dream with a word, and Mazu couldn't help but feel an urge to cry. Before, Jiang Feng taught them aerodynamics and other things they couldn't understand. Although Mazu listened very carefully, he was still calculating in his heart. This thing seemed profound, but it was completely different from what he needed. But now, Jiang Feng's words, especially which research institute, let Mazu see the light. Don't expect to surpass the achievements of Divine Dr. Sun in the future. As long as the general achievements of Divine Dr. Sun can be achieved, what if it is not a scientific examination? Jiang Feng also presented Mazu's bow, and then slowly said, let's go. Now that it's settled, I'm also interested today, take you to a long experience. Don't always live in the world you think you think. Mazu, hearing this, once again, stood behind Jiang Feng, looked steadily forward. The goal is finally achieved and Jiang Feng will not stay anymore. After all, the smell of pig manure here is not a little bit big, it is a bit pungent and spicy. Lao Gao, the youngster will come to see you another day. Youngster will leave first. Lao Gao also got up and said, the little old man eats deliciously here. Get it, no need to worry about it. Just go and work on yours. Out of the pig farm. Jiang Feng refreshed instantly. Some people have already been talking about the pig farm. In the beginning, it was also to feed the people on the mountain. Now, with the consumption of food processing plants, the pigs on the mountain will always be consumed one day. What happened at that time? Jiang Feng didn't even think about this question. Throw it all out. In the future, someone will talk about the 300,000 pigs. Not only is it a bit disadvantageous during the autumn hunting, but it will also lose face in the future Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting. What is a pig? No matter in which era, this thing is synonymous with inferiority. That's why Jiang Feng was anxious to finish the matter of the pig farm before the autumn hunting. Moreover, the most important thing is that it is the most important thing to keep Mazu flickering here. No one else can do this except Mazu. The main reason is that Mazu is not careful. Jiang Feng carried his hands on his back and hummed a song. Mazu was like a henchman, hung tightly behind Jiang Feng. In this way, the two followed the mountain stream and came to the forge. The forging workshop at this time, because I know Jiang Feng's tricks, it has basically changed its appearance greatly. Under Jiang Feng's strong request, the guards here have long been chased away, and all the shackles on these people have been thrown into the furnace. Even the forge, which was only more than 100 square meters before, was excavated by these people and used wood to extend more than half of it on the edge of the cliff, and more than half of it expanded. Earth-smelting furnaces were also built along the mountain wall, and some people even used bamboos to lead the mountain streams to the forge. In this scene, Jiang Feng can't wait to let Chen Sheniu and a few lazy people come to see it. People in western regions can think of things that they have personally told countless times. This kind of sharp water conservancy method, they will learn it for everyone. This is simply the arrival of the two made the forgers of western regions scream. It seems to be reporting, and it seems to be vigilant. After all, what Jiang Feng said before really made them both worried and excited. They hadn't seen Jiang Feng for a few days. At this time, everyone was also a little worried. Mokodo and Alkinon hurriedly drilled out of the cave upon hearing the news. Except for the two eyes. They were all black and black, like a drill. It's like a coal kiln. After seeing Jiang Feng and Mazu, but not seeing Nuchindu and the others behind Jiang Feng, the two of them sighed in relief deeply, and turned around to roar with Galu. After a few throats, everyone gradually became quiet. The two ran towards Jiang Feng. The noble Lord Dean came to inspect. He, no, just come and have a look. You are busy with you, don't care 1 inch. After Jiang Feng waved to the people in the distance, he pointed to the rocks outside the forging workshop and sat down and said, "What are you two doing? Why are you looking like this?" After walking in, Jiang Feng saw that these two people's faces were curvy like the hair of a golden lion king. They were burnt yellow long ago, and some were even burnt by sparks. The potholes. Hearing this, the two looked at each other, and Alkinon said, "It's because of the smelting thing that Lord Dean said that there were several setbacks. The fire was 3 times, and the fire was turned off 5 times. In the end, the two of us dug a hole in the mountain wall. We are going to try in the cave to see if the formidable power of the fire can be upgraded to a higher level. Otherwise, the fire at this time, the kind of steel you mentioned, even the iron essence can't be smelted. Can't condense the high temperature." Jiang Feng, hearing this, eyebrows slightly frowned. This can't be done. In later generations, he often watched the live broadcasts of the great outdoors. Aren't those great people smelt like this? Unfortunately, Jiang Feng seemed to have thought of something, and waved his hand. "Walk around. Let's check your stove first." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 857. When the two saw this, they got up hurriedly and hurriedly walked to the forge to meet Jiang Feng. At the beginning of July at this time, although the smell is not as hot as before, the temperature of the forge is extremely high. From a distance, it seems that there are only 10 strange forging furnaces in the forge. It was red, but as soon as he walked in, with the heat wave of one after another, Jiang Feng discovered that the forging furnaces that old Li and the others had brought had already been demolished by these people. Almost nothing was left. On the original mountain wall, a Tozhang smelting furnace appeared. At this time, several western regions wearing only loincloths were desperately putting charcoal into it. Alkinon and Jiang Feng walked around these people and entered the natural cave that was only 10 feet deep before. Everyone looked at Jiang Feng. Although they didn't mean to be vigilant, they didn't pay any attention, as if Jiang Feng was a transparent person, and Jiang Feng didn't care about it. As Alkinon entered inside the cave that was expanded again, as soon as he entered the cave, there was a heat wave that almost made Jiang Feng almost fainted. The point is that in this heat wave, there is also a cumin flavor unique to the people of western regions. Jiang Feng resisted this strange smell and frowned slightly as he watched a furnace leaning on the cliff side of the cave, which was pulled out by hand on the mountain wall. This furnace uses binaural ventilation and exhaust, but in this closed environment, fire can't concentrate at all. Lord Dean, be careful. The molten iron smelted in this furnace will be ready soon. Please stay a little behind and wait for me to release the molten iron. While speaking, Alton, Afternon and Mokado talked about something for a while. They picked up a small hammer, and an iron rod, and fiercely knocked them fiercely in a place under the furnace that touched the mud. As the hammer fell, the place was filled with a little red light. Mokadodi shouted, "The Dean is careful. Open the stove." Glang! With Alkinon's hammer down, drops of scarlet water flowed outward along the cracks hit by the iron sticks. As soon as the red molten iron touched the ground, bursts of kai sound erupted instantly. And Mokodo also hurriedly picked up a hoe and dug a ravine in the ground to guide the molten iron out. Although the furnace looks big, but there is very little molten iron. In no time, the molten iron flowed out of Shandong province, and the molten iron stopped dripping in the furnace. Until then, Alkinon commanded the crowd to bring a bucket of water and pour it on the molten iron. Around the land, in an instant, one after another, pitch-black smoke mixed with the smell of iron pins, filled the entire smelter, and Jiang Feng finally couldn't stand it. I hurriedly ran away from the forging workshop, clutching his nose and mouth. Mazu was even more stunned. This is the first time he has come to this forging workshop. He also knows that the expensive iron and bronze wares he knows in the normal are all made in this way. In a moment, the smoke and dust dissipated under the influence of the wind in the valley. and Alkinan also called Jiang Feng in the forge. As soon as he entered the forging workshop, Alkinan handed a piece of iron that had just been smelted to Jiang Feng. Dean, this temperature is still not enough. The kind of steel you mentioned. Jiang Feng is also slightly frowned. He took out the delicate scimitar from his waist, and it gently shaved it on the palm-sized iron block with the back of the knife. It was instantly restored in the iron ashes. A trace was left on the iron with a little red. No, this is still iron. Which step is wrong? Jiang Feng could not help but abandon the video of guarding the great people in his mind, searching for the physics knowledge learned in high school and university in the depths of his memory, as well as the method of forging steel. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng slowly figured out the reason. Looking at the charcoal in the corner, Jiang Feng asked, "You have been using this stuff before?" Alkinan nodded. "Is there anything else? Can something replace this?" Jiang Feng, hearing this, seemed to have discovered the problem, and then turned around and asked, "Mazu, do you know that the thing Great Tang uses for forging is this charcoal?" Mazu didn't know what Jiang Feng wanted to express, but he was still nodded. "Yes, it's charcoal. Go call me Li Qian. I have something to find him." Jiang Feng is frowned. After Mazu accepts the decree hurriedly away, Jiang Feng squatted beside a strange smelting furnace on the edge of the cliff, carefully watching a Western region's craftsman's forging. When the charcoal in the stove burns to a certain extent, he will clip a few pieces of new charcoal again, and then take out some of the ashes under the stove. With this reciprocation, never stop. Jiang Feng pointed to the man and asked, "You are all smelted like this?" "Yes." Alkinan and Mokoa, two more people, are nodded. After that, Mokodo said, "I visited Great Tang before, and it didn't seem to be called Tang at that time. Although the forging method of Great Tang is different from mine, it still uses the same forging method. There is no difference." Hearing this, Jiang Feng finally found the crux of the problem. Indifferently said, "Are you sure Great Tang's smelting is also the same way?" "Yes." Jiang Feng was a bit speechless. No wonder they can't forge steel. If they can make steel in this way, then hell. In this era, coal should have existed for a long time. Why don't you use that thing? Let the temperature of the flame always maintain a balance point. Smelting such a simple thing, why is it so difficult in this era? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 858 Coal. As currently known by Jiang Feng, in addition to electricity, the best combustion supporting material that can maintain a constant temperature, except for natural gas and gas. This thing, now give it to him. Jiang Feng dare not get it. That thing is deadly. Jiang Feng didn't say anything. While waiting for Li Qian closely, he is also thinking of more ways to smelt steel. There is another way, which is hammering and smelting, but there is simply not enough time. Old Li promised his sword, and it hasn't been delivered yet, and no one can see it. Needless to say, this old youngster is probably flying right now. Within a month, if Jiang Feng can't make this thing, then Emperor Yang of Su's portable sword, he doesn't even think about it, even if it comes when the time comes. Old Li, he is also sorry. This steel is something that must be needed at this time, especially fire gun. After getting the Taoist Immortal Cream, Jiang Feng eagerly wanted to make this thing for self-protection, not for anything else, just to make it safer to go out in the future. The ghost knows how many eyes are staring at him under Mount Q. In a moment, Li Chengqian came to the forging workshop out of breath. As soon as he entered the forging workshop, he couldn't stop holding his handkerchief to wipe his sweat. While wiping sweat, he pulled Jiang Feng to run out. "Feng Tsai, walk around. Let's find a cool place. This place is also hot, right?" A group of 5 people came out of the forge. Instantly the whole body feels comfortable and inexplicable. At this time, Li Chengqian asked, "What are you looking for me to do?" "Did the steel come out?" Jiang Feng shook his head, but instead asked, "I ask you, have you heard of coal?" Li Chengqian looked at Jiang Feng in surprise, nodded. "Then it will be easy. Now you find someone to get me 10 carts of coal. I have an urgent need." Li Chengqian was a little confused. "Feng Tsai, do you know what that thing is for?" "Burning fire, What can you do? Jiang Feng took Li Chengqian's handkerchief and wiped it without trouble the black sweat on the forehead. Li Chengqian was a little bit heartbroken, but he couldn't care about it. Li Chengqian naturally knows this coal, but only some people in the palace and some high-ranking officials can afford this. And at this time, where can I get it? The weather is so hot. Who is going to dig coal for him? The most important thing is that this thing is not called coal now, but coal. Li Chengqian also guessed something during the conversation with Ma Zu on the road. Feng Tsai, do you know that this thing is not something anyone can afford? Jiang Feng hearing this, full of question marks. Fuck, isn't it just a rotten coal? Can't you afford it? Li Chengqian is a bit big, and points to Ma Zu. You tell him, I'm a little panicked. Ma Zu is also a little confused, but Li Chengqian has spoken, and he can only whispered, honored teacher, this thing, except for the imperial palace, and the prince and minister, the kings can use it. Really few people are qualified to use it, and the price of this coal. How many cars? Jiang Feng just remembered that this is Great Tang is not for later generations. For later generations, a bag of anthracite is only 70 yuan. But many people still can't afford it. Ma Zu stretched out 2 fingers and compared it to a scissor hand. 2,000 per car. So expensive? Jiang Feng was also a little surprised. Li Qian, how much money is still on the accounts? Can I buy 10 cars? Li Chengqian hearing this sighed and looked at Jiang Feng like an idiot. He said 2,000 sticks and 1 stone. And in this kind of weather, unless it is winter, at this time, there are no merchants to sell this thing. The most important thing is that this thing is now basically it is in the hands of Wang clan of Tai Yuan. Even if His Imperial Majesty wants it, he has to send out documents in advance. 5 surnames 7 clans. Jiang Feng hearing this eyelids twitched. This is really difficult. The Guanlong 8 masters control merchants' way, and the 5 surnames 7 clans controls all the mineral veins and grain industries in Great Tang. This matter is clearly recorded in history. With a little hint, Jiang Feng instantly understood. However, this steel matter has already progressed to this point. Isn't it a set of jokes if you are picking up at this time? Moreover, this charcoal is really bad. It's okay to smelt glass and other things with molten iron. What if you want to make steel? Then you must get coal. Jiang Feng couldn't help but have some headaches. He really didn't know that Great Tang's coal mines were controlled so strictly. Jiang Feng asked unwillingly, apart from Great Tang, Tibet and Tuhan have coal mines? Yes, but the situation in Tibet now. Then let the people in your family find a way to get me something. Anyway, I put the words here, there is no coal, let alone fire guns, even if it's nothing that cannot be broken. I can't get the spear. Li Chengqian was surprised. Ma Zu, Alkinan and Mokodo were also shocked at this time. Nothing that cannot be broken spear? What is this? And this firecracker, what is it? Could it be that these 2 things that have never stopped, are the things the dean said that day? There was a trace of flame burning in their eyes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 859. Jiang Feng is silent. There was a long silence. I also thought about it for a long time. If this coal matter is not resolved, don't say anything else. Even everything in the future will be really difficult to deal with. Jiang Feng looked at Li Chengqian and asked again, is there any way to get me a batch now? You can do it. But this thing. Jiang Feng didn't want to listen to his explanation either, smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, do you want to give you a fire gun to make you prestige once? Exclamation mark. Yes. Why doesn't Li Chengqian think? This is crazy. It may not be easy to get from others, but if Jiang Feng sends it out, it's a different matter. Then go get me 10 carts of coal. If you can get it to me before tonight, then treat me as if I owe you a favor. How about it? Li Chengqian is going crazy at this time. What Jiang Feng said is nodded at this time. Afterwards, Jiang Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, then you are not hurrying? I can't get it before night, let alone fire guns. I won't even give you a fire-burning stick. Come on, I will go now. Li Chengqian happily left. If you want 10 cars, there is really no chain and government treasury. But if you have one car, you can find a little bit if you just search it. I think even if the Father Emperor knows it, it won't blame. Wait for Li Chengqian to leave. Jiang Feng called Alkinan over again and said, actually, there is another way to do what I said. Alkinan, hearing this, eyes lit up for an instant, hurried forward. Dare to ask the Dean, this method is indigenous steel making. Indigenous method? Is it an unspread secret of Great Tang? Unfortunately, more than 30 artisans in western regions stopped working in an instant and got together. Jiang Feng pointed to the forging platform on the side, and then selected two relatively strong people from the crowd, and then took a tongs and took out a burning red piece from the anger, the size of a fist. Throwing the iron on the forging table, he said, after what? Beat it to the size of an egg and thin as a leaf before coming to me. When Li Qian arrives at night, you can use coal instead of charcoal, but first burn the coal to red. After replacing it, the flame temperature can increase as much as possible. How much to increase? Do not let the temperature of the fire rise and fall suddenly. After finishing talking, Jiang Feng no longer paid attention to a few people. Now, Alkinan is stunned. Looking at forging the burning red iron on the stage is a bit embarrassing. Can this thing be beaten to the point? But Jiang Feng has said it all. They can't do it. And Alkinan himself is a lunatic. After hearing about Jiang Feng's forging method, he couldn't help but be eager to have a try. However, this fire, it is the one that attracts Alkinan the most. At this time, as soon as Jiang Feng left, Mokodo and the others couldn't help but ask, Older Non, you think this youngster said it was a flame temperature problem? Do you think it's right? Also, does this forging method really work? Alkinan slapped his lips. In fact, there are doubts in his heart. Okay, I don't know if it will succeed. But this youngster's forging method, if we can really grasp it, we can get rid of slavery, and we can also make our reputation known in Great Tang. Isn't this not attractive to you, Mokodo? Didn't you always want to come to Great Tang? Here comes, if we can really make what Jiang Feng youngster said, and he is willing to teach us ... we can really become the citizens of Great Tang ... On the other side, in fact, Jiang Feng was originally lazy, looking for Mokodo to make basketball, but now it seems, you have to do it yourself. Looking up, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that he really couldn't find a quiet place. After thinking about it, he called for a sliding pole squatting at the gate of the mountain and waiting for life, pointed at the foot of the mountain, and the two hurried down the mountain. Rubber thing Jiang Feng has been preparing. However, the last time it was made after bicycle, Chen Sheniu basically gave this thing to Chen Sheniu and they were dealing with it, but there was still a rubber in his little tavern, and now, the little tavern seems to be his last piece of pure land. At 2 minutes, Jiang Feng and Mazu returned to Little Tavern again. Looking at the mottled Paradise Tavern at the door, Jiang Feng was a little bit unspeakable. Mazu is the first time come to Little Tavern. However, I've heard of Little Tavern's legendary for a long time. At this time, Jiang Feng looked solemn and didn't dare to speak out. As Jiang Feng entered the Little Tavern, naturally, it was on the wall of tavern. That poem like a ghost picture talisman is the most attractive place. Mazu squatted on the ground to study the poem. Jiang Feng ignored him, went straight to the backyard and brought out his own that set of smelting equipment, set up the stove and lit a charcoal fire, and then pulled out a black lacquered iron pot from the firewood in the corner of the courtyard. The iron pot is a normal pot, but the bottom layer of the pot is packed with dust and mud, which is what Jiang Feng needs at this time. Rubber. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 860. In Jiang Feng's Little Tavern, a wisp of blue smoke slowly rose. The remaining people in Tongyue Street who are walking down the street have also noticed. All of a sudden, the news about Jiang Feng's return was spread. Feng Tsai is back. Jiang Feng is back to tavern. You don't want your nephew from a distant cousin go to Feng Tsi's academy? Feng Tsai is back. What? What did you say? Jiang Feng, the youngster is back. Walk. Go and have a look. On the other side, in Hengtong Bank, Qian Tong is fiddled with the abacus beads, calculating the account. The smile on his face has not stopped at all. Some time ago, When he learned that he was aggressively preparing to go up the mountain to catch the unfilial son back, Qian Wanli directly smashed a pile of white paper on his face. It was a stunned one. The thought of calling him back is gone. When Qian Tong knew that Zhang Feng handed over the paper-making workshop to Qian Wanli, Qian Tong almost returned to the west. After that, Qian Wanli will take the errand of Chainan to deliver the paper every 3 to 5 times, and go home. Every time he goes home, although Qian Wanli will only leave a piece of paper, this piece of paper is the kind of paper that has not been cut. At this time, Qian Tong is happy. 2 days after the 300,000 pigs went up the mountain, the incident of braised pork and white paper broke out in Chainan at the same time. But following closely from behind, the white paper seemed to disappear. I can't find it in Chainan. Then the price of this kind of white paper soared all the way in Chainan city. Even on the black market, a slapped piece of white paper was sold to the situation where the white money went upwards. In a coincidence, I don't know who learned that Qian Tong's son is the manager of the paper mill, so I can't help but pester him. Qian Tong is also a great man. I immediately took out the large sheet of white paper. Ask the price of 5,000 guan, the higher the price will get. Afterwards, in his horrified gaze, this piece of white paper, for the last 17,000 pieces, was collected by a third-rank officer of the Ministry of Works. Although Qian Wanli will still come back every time after that, but the paper with him is getting less and less. Moreover, many of them are waste papers mentioned by Qian Wanli. What really made Qian Tong angry is that this stupid son actually asked him to issue a receipt, and then happily took dozens of money and went back and said what is the public account. But it doesn't matter. Hengtong Bank has nothing to do with it, which is enough for Qian Tong to make one's mark. By the way, his bank's business has also improved a lot. This all makes him unable to hold his smile every day. Lord, something has happened. Something has happened. While Qian Tong happily fiddled with the abacus beads while thinking about happiness, a sharp one made him the sound of wanting to beat someone suddenly rang. Qian Tong grabbed the abacus angrily, and asked, "Is your mother dead? Or is your father alive?" The Lord said, "When I settle the accounts, no one is allowed to disturb. Your mind was it eaten by a dog?" The young man hearing this was extremely aggrieved. Stammering said, "Lord, didn't you let us all stare at Paradise Tavern?" Qian Tong was surprised when he thought of this little boy when I came in and shouted. I hurriedly asked, "You said it. What happened to Paradise Tavern?" Noble son Jiang seems to be back. There are a lot of people around Tavern. Walk around, prepare a sedan chair for the old man, and go to Tong Yui Street. Qian Tong was hearing this with joy. He is a businessman, and everything is in line with his interests. At this time, his son is so highly regarded in White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Not only does he do things in the paper mill during the day, he will give it back to her at night. To teach private lessons, you must know that there are at least 2,000 students on this mountain. 1. But this Dean Jiang, noble Lord Jiang, actually respects his Qian Wanli so much. Qian Tong couldn't help but hold on tightly. One of the wooden boxes sits on the sedan chair. According to his son, Zhang Feng doesn't lack anything. I don't like anything. But there is only one thing. That is to collect all kinds of priceless and unique rare treasure. This makes him want to visit Zhang Feng and talk about white paper and the stewed meat business, but he has no way of doing things. At this time, I know that Zhang Feng is in Little Tavern. Can Qian Tong sit there? Along the way, even the bearers let go of their feet and ran, but Qian Tong still felt that the speed was still slow. And on the other side, when Yuqi, who has been doing nothing, was in a daze in the waterside pavilion in Yuki's mansion, she accidentally heard a group of soldiers talking in private. It is also related to Zhang Feng. Yuqi could not help but hurriedly asked, "Two little brothers, may I ask which noble son Jiang on Mount Qi were talking about just now?" Can be in Yuqi. The people who served as soldiers in the palace were all Yuqi Gong's loyalists. As for the rumors of Yuqi, how many people do you know? Holding his head, I didn't dare to look at Yuqi. Back to the girl, Someone in the mansion just heard that noble son Jiang is back to tavern. Yachia is hearing this, the sad color on his face, sweep away is empty, hurriedly carrying the skirt, about to run out of the door. When several soldiers saw this turn pale with fright, they hurriedly blocked Yachia and said, "Girl, Patriarch has orders. Your patriarch is my elder brother doesn't let me go up the mountain. But it doesn't mean that Tang Cheng'an City is not allowed." Several soldiers hearing this, instantly layers of cold sweat were oozing on the forehead. "Girl, we are also following orders, but hope you guys get out of the way. His Imperial Majesty has acquiesced in drinking the retired emperor. Which green onion do you count? Dare to stop again, believing or not, Tang. Find my cousin and say you bullied me." A few people couldn't help but panic. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 861. In the small tavern, the smell of rubber on the smelting furnace. Xun's Jiang Feng coughs endlessly. Finally, after weighing my own weight, I had to give up. Go out and turn right and find old Huang, a cowhide made of cowhide. After throwing him 3 pennies, the cowhide and toothless mouth can't wait to swallow Jiang Feng. After promising to take care of rice and wine, Cowhide happily ran away from childhood tavern with a pot of smelly and dark things in the eyes of everyone's envy. For the people at the door. Now Jiang Feng is too lazy to take care of it. But it doesn't matter. Jiang Feng's actions immediately caused the women in the crowd to burst out with exclamations that are exclusively for brain damage. "See you a lot." Jiang Feng is naturally too lazy to bother about it. He won't be like an idiot day by day, happily to everyone. Right? Walking back to Little Tavern, Jiang Feng was too lazy to lie on the couch covered with sheepskin blankets and fell in love with his eyes. However, the tsk sound from Ma Zhao's mouth from time to time made Jiang Feng open his eyes again, and glanced at Ma Zhu, who was eager to get into the wall. Jiang Feng then asked, "Ma Zhu, wow, you come here." "Honored teacher, you rest yours. I will look at them before I just listen to Iron Ox." And boasting from Tong Yui Street said that there is something in your little tavern. Now when I see it, youngster is just happy. You are happy, but miserable. Can you can you not make a weird sound? Jiang Feng is too lazy to care. Some people naturally greedy when they see something. The voice, such as Seb, "I saw a stunning woman." That's it. You don't have to rest. The more Jiang Feng had to lie on the recliner and close his eyes, he carefully stroked the academy and his future development direction. At this time, Jiang Feng really couldn't raise the chickens, ducks and pigs on the mountain. The entire Mount Q is now full of the smell of pig manure and chicken and duck manure. Small official Jiang Feng is also doing his best to prevent them from getting there. A suffocated route of starvation. Instead, it makes them more glorious in another way to benefit others. The fresh way of eating, such as beckoning chickens and ducklings, is the last sublimation and memorial service of these chickens and ducks. At least in later generations, no matter how long it has passed, as long as someone thinks of it, it can be imagined that these chickens and ducks were the great contributors to the eradication of locusts in Zhengwen 2 years ago. This is their final sublimation and glory. As for those pigs, at first, it was because I couldn't afford it. In these famine years, who can raise this thing? But since Jiang Feng invented the braised pork and sent this thing to Cheng'an City, this thing has indeed been popular for a while, and the reputation of pork has never been different. Jiang Feng knows, and the others are too tired of eating and vomiting, which is terrible. After all, in Cheng'an City, people who can afford and can exchange food for meat are limited after all. Even in the state capitals at this time, Old Li seems to have opened branches, but even in this way, the ordinary person still cannot afford it. Although the stewed meat food factory on Mount Q is still orderly transporting to Cheng'an every day, even the usual ingredients all day long help those eagerly waiting at the city gate poor people, but to no avail. Originally, people with yellowish skin and thin skin have gotten used to poor days, but this sudden meal of meat caused many people to vomit and diarrhea. However, even so, The dirty face still reveals a touch of happiness and excitement that cannot be concealed. This has become their capital for boasting everywhere in their lives. Master, I am today, in these famine years. There is still meat to eat. Don't you believe it? It's still free. And Jiang Feng also chose the rapids to retreat when the stewed pork business was booming. Because of these things, sooner or later, they will rush to the current peak moment and fall off. Therefore, Jiang Feng will quickly disperse all the pigs today. Can't afford it. More importantly, it is better to teach people to fish than to teach people to fish. This is an unchanging truth. Where does Jiang Feng know? Feng Tsai. Feng Tsai. There are people here. A lot of people are here. Jiang Feng was brewing and wondering whether or not to use this basketball. When it became an industry, he cried out in surprise, and he bounced Jiang Feng directly from the recliner. What's the matter? What's the matter? The visitor is the honest son of the old village chief. Before Jiang Feng had time to ask, he saw a sedan chair outside the little tavern, slowly squeezing the crowd away, and landed at the door of Jiang Feng's little tavern. After seeing the sedan chair, everyone couldn't help but let go. Ma Zu also stopped wanting to climb up the wall, and came to the door of little tavern to welcome the guests. After all, he still has this awareness. The first sedan chair, Jiang Feng is a bit familiar. It seems to be the sedan chair of the county government of Chainan. As expected, when the sedan chair landed, the county magistrate was wearing a green gown and holding a big gift box. Just happily, the people who are officials around bowed their hands. When everyone saw it, Master County Magistrate was here, and couldn't help being even more surprised. One enters the door. Master Nu Haha said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, elder brother, I heard that you are back, so I came here without stopping to mention it. It seems that I have been on the mountain recently, very moisturizing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 862. Jiang Feng is also a little surprised. This guy, in his memory, is not something to provoke. This product, how come? Jiang Feng arched his hands calmly, and stepped forward. Master Nu, what kind of wind is blowing you here? Come, please come in, Ma Zu. Go and cook tea. Lord Nu was surprised when he saw Jiang Feng's politeness. He hurriedly bowed his body. After Jiang Feng sat down, Mr. Nu dared to take a seat. After Jiang Feng sat down, the gift box in his hand was handed to Jiang Feng and said, "The last time I bought the land was a pure misunderstanding. I hope brother must not take it to heart. Is it for this?" Jiang Feng glanced suspiciously at the yellow paper box on the table, and couldn't help but become even more puzzled. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Jiang Feng could not help but asked slightly, "I don't know what the Lord Nu is visiting today." Nu Weili hearing this, knowing that Jiang Feng was a little impatient, he called, "Haha, I didn't say anything. Instead, I opened the gift box on the table." While opening the gift box, he said, "Old brother, I know that you are a large number of noble son Jiang. We did have a misunderstanding before, but believe noble son Jiang won't take seriously either. I've been thinking about giving you a gift before, but I'm too busy to go to Mount Q. Watching you benefit from Mount Q. People, this officer is very moved. I heard that noble son Jiang likes to collect treasures from all over the world. It happened that some time ago, my family members from my hometown got a strange thing from a western region's merchant. I just brought it here, and am going to show it to brother." While speaking, Nu Weili slowly opened the paper box, revealing a few dirt bumps inside. Jiang Feng did not pay attention at first. This Nu Weili, a small Chainan county magistrate, can he have something good? But from this point of view, obediently, it almost made Jiang Feng stand up and call a fellow. But reason let Jiang Feng forcefully stabilize his expression. After all, this guy, now holding this thing to find himself, he must have something to ask for. Jiang Feng glanced at the few earth balls calmly, picked up one at random and looked at it curiously, asked, "What is this earth ball?" Nu Weili's meeting attracted Jiang Feng's attention. Some excitement. "Noble son Jiang, this small thing, I don't know where it came from for the time being. I only knew that it was a Western region's merchant who was mixing with the local specialties when selling the specialties of Xu. The angry chain and businessman came to this house. Old brother, I learned that noble son Jiang likes to collect this kind of grotesquely shaped stuff during this period, so I bought this thing. Don't worry, I have agreed to purchase this item at the same price from the Western region's merchant and great Tang merchant. Nu Weili did not know the weight of Jiang Feng, but that night the secret order below made Nu Weili dare not treat Jiang Feng as an ordinary person. Furthermore, now Jiang Feng is still a viscount, although there is no official fiefdom yet. Mount Q has been rewarded to him. Is the name of Mount Q still far away? Furthermore, regardless of this status, it is the Libation Chancellor of the Chenan University and the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, plus the Dean, and the Great Confucian name jointly recommended by the four Great Confucians, not what Nu Weili can provoke now. So Nu Weili deliberately emphasized the word by. Jiang Feng, hearing this, calmly put the soil on the table, lit a cigarette for Nu Weili, and pours a cup of tea for Nu Weili from the teapot he brought up from Mazu. Then he said, "Gnu sir, Gnu old brother, I have never seen this thing, such a magical thing. I like it very much. There is a ticket here, you collect it, as I bought it." Nu Weili is not happy anymore. His face was stern, and something angrily said, "Noble son Jiang, this is another affair with the old elder brother, isn't it? This thing is not a fun thing at all. I spent 10 cents to buy it. Come." The Western region's businessman smiled and couldn't even close his mouth. "You gave me this. Do you want to break me?" Nu Weili didn't even look at the ticket Jiang Feng handed over, and was a little angry the way. When Jiang Feng saw this, he said with a smile, "That feeling is good. Many thanks. The old elder brother." "Thank you." Originally noble son Jiang, in my Chenan, I opened the Chenan Academy to benefit my Chenan people, and in Mount Q to help the victims. If you want to say thank you, I should say thank you. If it weren't for noble son Jiang, maybe old brother I'm now don't talk about being an official. Now it's estimated that this guy on his head has moved a long time ago. After Nu Weili finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave. Jiang Feng was busy taking him pulled and sat down. "Since Nu old brother is so empathetic, if I refuse, it is my Jiang Feng's fault. Since there is no such thing, I will accept the youngster." When Nu Weili saw this, he sat down with a smile, smoking and drinking tea. "By the way, old brother is here this time, but there is still something to do. If there is something youngster can help, old brother, just say it. Youngster will do it for you." This is the point. Nu Weili came to give things for nothing. I didn't believe Jiang Feng was killed. Hearing this, Nu Weili sighed bitterly. "Oh, this is the old elder brother. I have no ability." "Noble son Jiang, you can help me." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 863. Jiang Feng knew that this Nu Weili didn't hold any good farts. But looking at those dirt bumps on the table, Jiang Feng still resisted his impatience and said, "Gnu old brother, don't worry, what's the matter? As long as Feng's I can help, I'll help you if you're on it, and you'll just talk about it." Nu Weili stopped crying when he saw it. After all, after holding back for a long time, he really didn't squeeze a tear out of his eyes. I didn't hold back anymore, and hurriedly said, "This Chenan city is not caused by the previous disaster. Now I haven't mentioned anything. The monthly taxation task is still set. Chang'an City, you have also seen it. Although it is so lively and crowded, there are only a few people who can afford it. In addition, once the Mount Q Street Market opens, this Chenan is the two major street markets. Most of the people who are missing talk about business." Jiang Feng didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he interrupted him quickly. Now Jiang Feng suffers a headache when he hears people's rants and stories, and several times, he pitied him in the rants of old Li. He was frightened. Seeing this, Nu Weili also smashed his mouth and said, I heard that noble son Jiang has a paper mill on Mount Q, and now that man Chang the braised pork fan also comes from the food factory of Mount Q. Exactly. However, if old brother wants to use these two to stabilize as far as the market is concerned, brother would advise you to give up. After all, this thing is not in my control now. I will give you an idea. You are waiting at the city gate. As long as you see Li Qian in them, you go to discuss with Li Qian this matter. I now entrust him with full authority. As long as he wants, it doesn't matter to me. Hearing this, Nu Wei's eyes lit up, shocked happily said, with that said, noble son Jiang has agreed. Jiang Feng nodded. But, let me first say that the share in my hand is only 10%, so the stewed meat is okay. When the time comes, you discuss with old he. If the government comes forward, the stewed meat I also have less manpower and material resources for the distribution of the paper. As for the white paper business of the paper mill, you still have to talk to Li Qian. I promised it is what I promised. As long as you agree, then isn't it just a certain thing? Nu Wei was instantly ecstatic. Ma Zu on the side can't stand it anymore. What does slightly frowned want to say? This is something fools can see. This damn Nu Wei wants to take advantage of the opportunity to get some oil. Why did honored teacher agree? This. Where does it look like a parent official? Where is this wise Lord Dean? Ma Zu can't understand a bit, but it doesn't matter. After chatting with Jiang Feng, Nu Wei rubbed his hands and said, it's getting late today. The old elder brother, I don't bother brother. I'll be the old elder brother another day. Please get together with noble son Jiang. Okay. Jiang Feng nodded, got up and sent me off. When it was delivered to the door, Jiang Feng asked inadvertently, old brother Nu, if you meet the Western region's merchant in the future, if he still has this thing, please give it to me. All stay here. Okay. Nu Wei hearing this, somewhat embarrassed, I am dissatisfied with brother. I asked about this. The businessman said that he encountered a broken ship from the sea. I picked it up in a broken bag on a ship, so. Jiang Feng hearing this, a little disappointed. Then, many thanks old brother. If you encounter this kind of strange stuff in the future, you must remember brother. Go. There is this saying from you. That's it. I will pay more attention to it in the next day. I will send Nu Wei away. Ma Zu asked in a puzzled way, honored teacher, this thing, I'll tell you later. This is a big baby. Jiang Feng also didn't expect, so early, to encounter this thing. The reason why Jiang Feng would wait until the end to ask, is because he can be a county magistrate at the feet of the day, which one is not the 3 heads, 6 arms. If you don't give a little benefit, he will give you a heartache. Western regions. Break the ship. Jiang Feng thought about it for a long time, and didn't think about the origin of this thing, but one thing is certain, this thing is currently the only one of Great Tang. As for whether there is outside, then Jiang Feng didn't know. If Nu Wei and the Western region's merchant did not lie, this thing is really not in other places except Peru, which is far away on the other side of the ocean. It stands to reason that in this era, it really doesn't exist. Is this broken ship floating over from there? Jiang Feng couldn't help but fell into random thoughts. At this moment, when Nu Wei left, another capable figure, a businessman in beige robes, carried a gift box and laughed and walked in and looked at little Tavern. As soon as they walked in, they bowed and said, presumably this noble son is noble son Jiang, the dean of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Noble Lord Jiang, right? Seeing that Jiang Feng was in a daze with the muddy lump, Ma Zu answered, honored teacher, it is noble Lord Jiang. I don't know if you are. It's just noble son Jiang. Ah, my name is Qian, little brother. Do you know Qian Wanli? Ma Zu heard this for a moment. You are talking about Qian Wanli money noble son? The person here is Qian Tong. Seeing that Ma Zu actually knew him, he said hurriedly, yes, it's him. Little old man became Qian Wanli's father. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 864. It's okay not to say it. Just say it. Qian Tong demonstrated his innate talent in merchants. As soon as Ma Zu said that he had to recognize a godfather when he was so excited, and at this time, Jiang Feng coughed. which awakened the two of them instantly. Qian Tong is the old oil in the business circle after all. He looked at Jiang Feng in amazement and hurriedly said, "Little old man." Qian Tong pays respects to noble son Jiang. Didn't he expect Qian Lord is actually the father of Qian Wanless youngster? It has long been heard that Qian Wanless father is Chainan. From this point of view, you really are exactly similar to the rumors. Hurry up, please sit down. Mazi has tea. In fact, Jiang Feng has already woke up a long time ago. However, the visits one by one made Jiang Feng realize something. He is not an upright gentleman, nor is he a bad person, but Jiang Feng is still really annoyed by doing this. But since this guy is Qian Wanless famous daddy who opened bank and also deducted money, Jiang Feng still showed some interest. Yeah, interested in the gift box he put on the table. Qian Tong took his seat and exchanged greetings with Jiang Feng before saying, "By the way, after talking for so long, I have forgotten all business matters. Look at my memory." Qian Tong patted his forehead, then got up hurriedly, opened the box cautiously, and took out a long wooden box from it, and placed it in front of Jiang Feng. "This thing. The little old man is clumsy and can't tell what it is, but the last time I heard my 10,000 li in the rumors on Mount Q. You like to collect this weird thing, so?" Qian Tong glanced at Jiang Feng, and then hurriedly opened the wooden box. Qian Tong is so mysterious. I couldn't help but also attracted Ma Zhao's attention, craned his neck, and stared at the wooden box in Qian Tong's hand. Jiang Feng is also interested. In the front, Nu Weili gave him a big baby. He didn't expect the bank shopkeeper to give gifts just after his front foot. The bank shopkeeper's eyes are so spicy that Jiang Feng is still looking forward to it. In Jiang Feng's gaze, Qian Tong slowly opened the long wooden box, only to see a dark thing lying inside. In this regard, Jiang Feng is also a little curious. Can't help but ask in surprise, "Qian Lord, what is this thing?" Qian Tong smiled. Just now he was outside with Nu Weili at the same time, even a little bit earlier than Nu Weili, but he is the county lord, so he can only stand aside. Now look like this. Hey, Nu, before the earth bumps presented by Weili didn't make Jiang Feng look like this, and Qian Tong couldn't help getting even more excited. Noble son Jiang knows something. This thing is a gift from heaven. Although you look like a stick now, but you weigh it. While speaking, Qian Tong took the thing out of the wooden box and put it in Jiang Feng's hands. Meteorite. Jiang Feng suddenly thought of something. But this thing, Jiang Feng can't guarantee either, especially such a long one. In his perception, meteorites generally have radiation and radioactive elements, but those things are generally brighter in color. But this thing is like a piece of blackened burnt iron. Seeing it, there is nothing dazzling. But this thing has already started. Jiang Feng instantly felt that he was extraordinary. Heavy. Very heavy. This thing is only as thick as a big toe, and it is only as long as a chopstick. But when it is placed in Jiang Feng's hand, Jiang Feng instantly feels like it cannot be held. We weighed, and at least 20 catties went up. This couldn't help but shock Jiang Feng. Generally, the greater the physical mass, the heavier it will be. However, apart from the weight, Jiang Feng has not felt that it has any other purpose. This thing is Lord, where did you come from? Speaking of this baby, Qian Tong is interested. Noble son Jiang didn't know anything. When he was last year, he came to my bank alone to pawn this thing. At that time, the old man didn't know what it was, and finally found a Cheng'an. Someone who knew this thing in city took a look, but that person didn't know, and finally found a lot of forging workshops, and even entrusted them to the Ministry of Works. There was no knotted thread, so the villain's treasure has always been there, in the room. Today, the little old man learned that noble son Jiang had returned to the city, so on the one hand, he came to present the treasure. Here, you are experienced and knowledgeable, and would like to ask you to give me a palm. Now, Jiang Feng was asked, "Don't talk about this thing, he doesn't know what it is." At this time, the pharaoh's dagger flashed in his mind. The material of that dagger was also meteorite. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel the urge to go to the pyramid to explore the tomb now. But this is also just to think about, that's all. If you really let him go, he really wouldn't dare to go. Going at this time, it is simply going to courting death. Afterwards, Jiang Feng put the meteorite on the table and said, I don't know what this thing is for the time being, but, and the others, if youngster can study it in the future, I will immediately inform Jiang Lord. How? Hey, I don't dare to be. This is originally given to noble Sun Jiang to thank noble Sun Jiang for his cultivation of 10,000 li. If you like it, just keep it up. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 865. Jiang Feng can't feel it when he sees this. No, how can this work? This is a terrific treasure, I can't accept it. Besides, teaching and educating people is what I was supposed to do. How is this so good for money lord to spend money? Jiang Feng slapped the meteorite iron in one stroke, eloquently speaking. No no no, this thing is for the virtuous. Although the little old man is a businessman, he has always admired people like you for a long time. In addition, the dog is in the academy, and I bother noble Sun Jiang is so important. And the little old man still thinks this gift is a bit embarrassing. Where are you talking? Oh, since the money is lord, you are so simple, then the youngster is disrespectful. Mazu is an eye-opener today. This is more exciting than anything else. The conversation between a profiteer and a dean simply opened another door for him. And at this moment, Mazu looked towards the door with a sense of feeling. I didn't know when outside the door. The curtain of a sedan chair came slowly. One like heavenly immortal, the woman appeared at the door. It was also because of the appearance of this woman that the originally noisy door suddenly became absolute silence. At this time, Mazu was also a little dazed. Which girl is this? How to be born, almost seductive. At this time, Jiang Feng and Qian Tong also noticed the people outside. Qian Tong is worthy of being an old oil. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he hurriedly got up and said, talking to noble Sun Jiang like this, the little old man has forgotten the serious things. Noble Sun Jiang, let's get together again another day, and the little old man will leave first. While speaking, Qian Tong slipped away in a hurry. When Jiang Feng saw this, he smacked his lips and said nothing. Looking at Ping Ting, Yachiya, who was standing at the door, chuckled softly. Didn't expect monsieur to come here. It really makes my humble house shine. Please come in, Yachiya said with a smile. Didn't expect to disturb noble Sun Jiang's elegant interest, but hope noble Sun Jiang don't want to see a stranger. Ha ha ha, where will it happen? After the two chatted so nutritiously, Jiang Feng asked, by the way, I don't know how the girl found here. It's not because noble Sun Jiang's reputation is so prosperous. The little girl heard about noble Sun Jiang's going down the mountain at home. So I have nothing to do, so I want to come to your little tavern to have a look. But Jiang Feng hearing this, and asked, but what? Yachiya looked around all around. Qiao Xiaoyan said, you know, your little tavern, but how many Jiangnan talents have been fascinated? Well, this Jiang is I don't know, but if they like it, they can come to Chainan. This Jiang will definitely welcome him. Mazu always feels that he has a lot of money. After a while, Taoist immortal of these two people talked with my scalp numb. I could not help but sneak out of the little tavern and shut the door for the two of them. Until this moment, Mazu's heart throbbed. Too exciting. If he stays, Mazu can hardly guarantee that he can get out of the little tavern alive today. Regardless of Jiang Feng's conversation with Nu Weili, on with this Qian Tong, on with this woman, these three conversations are like opening another door to Mazu. In these three conversations with people, Jiang Feng changed three kinds of tone. But what makes him most incomprehensible, and what makes him feel depressed and trembling in fear the most, is the conversation with this girl named Yu. Obviously she is a stunning woman, and Jiang Feng is also approachable. Although both of them are laughing and chatting, it feels more tiring to him than a fight with a real thing. This is simply, it's worse than shit. The people outside the little tavern, after seeing the woman enter the tavern, although a little surprised, they still left with interest. After all, everyone knows, at this time, Jiang Feng will definitely not pay attention to them. However, Jiang Feng and Yachiya were also ordinary chatting. After a while, Yachiya Jade-handed gently dragged his cheeks and looked at Jiang Feng quietly. Jiang Feng looked a little unnatural. Girl, why look at me like this? Is there something dirty on my face? Yachiya faintly smiled. That's not true, but the little girl remembers that when he was on the mountain, it seems that noble son Jiang said that when I see you again, he will chant poetry against the little girl. Jiang Feng hearing this, his head is about to explode. Isn't this busy? After the sky is changed, youngster will definitely invite Monsieur to chant poems together. Yachiya pursed his lips. Then, I will wait for the good news. While speaking, Yachiya stood up lazily, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. At that time, he staggered and fell into Jiang Feng's arms. Jiang Feng also didn't expect Yachiya to come to this one. He hurriedly saw instinctively reaching out. Yachiya appeared in his arms instantly, and Yachiya's proud the person and the beautiful cheeks were also deeply buried in Jiang Feng's arms. In an instant, that proud place made Jiang Feng almost suffocated to death. Feeling the plump elasticity of this fingertip, Jiang Feng's heart is beating rapidly with disappointing heart. Goblin. This is simply a fairy. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 866. In an instant, Jiang Feng's complexion instantly turned red like blood. Yachiya, like losing one's head out of fear, hugged Jiang Feng in general, and let Jiang Feng sucked in a cold breath. Cough cough cough. In Jiang Feng's violent cough, Yachiya panicked and let go of Jiang Feng. This noble son Jiang, the little girl is not intentional. I hope noble son Jiang. Yachiya is like a child who has done something wrong. Look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's head buzzed in an instant. This is the most unbearable one. Especially not dare to look at Yachiya's eyes. Now the inadvertent glance at each other makes Jiang Feng's face even redder. Cough cough cough. It's okay. I'm okay. Damn floor, when I'm free, I will let the craftsman on the mountain come and relay the wooden floor. It's the fault of the floor. Jiang Feng said in a sentence. Not the kind of wisdom before. While speaking, Yachiya only realized the movements of the two at this time, and hurriedly and panicked, stood up from Jiang Feng. In an instant, a trace of panic appeared in Yachiya's first charming eyes. After the two of them tidied up their clothes, they were drinking tea desperately as if there was nothing wrong with them. After a long time, Yachiya took a peek at Jiang Feng, and when he saw Jiang Feng playing with his hair, he asked, "Noble son Jiang, can you ask you something?" "Excuse me." "The poem written by noble son Jiang after you went down the mountain last time, is it because you feels confused?" This. Jiang Feng's mouth became a little dry. At this time, his heart was still in chaos, and he was still thinking about what was just now. Seeing Yachiya asked this, he really didn't know what to say for a while. The last poem was just casual. If it weren't for the three damn bastards, where would this be the case? Obviously Yachiya misunderstood something. However, what should Jiang Feng explain? This is simply unexplainable. The more you explain, the more inexplicable it becomes. Jiang Feng coughed. "Monsieur, the ability of poetry lies in the meaning of his appearance. Why pursue him for whom?" See Jiang Feng prevarication. Yachiya smiled lightly and saw Jiang Feng's hand on the tea bowl, and the ghostly hand put Jiang Feng's hand on Jiang Feng's hand, and said aggrieved, "Noble son Jiang, can you write for a little girl? Is it a poem?" This. The moment Jiang Feng was pressed by Yachiya's hand, he collapsed instantly. "What should I say? Isn't this really killing Lao Tzu? Are you not afraid that I can't hold it? Damn Lao you are so old. Lacking hatred and enmity with you, you won't use this fairy to harm me, right? If you are still worried about the things I cheated on you before, can I return the things to you?" Jiang Feng can't stand it anymore. It is difficult for him to guarantee what will happen if he stays here again. This woman is better than that. Ahem. Girl, you know, poetry. Yachiya thought Jiang Feng was going to write a poem, and his face happily said, "I have long heard that noble son Jiang speaks in chapters, and he came to write poems even more. Did noble son Jiang think of it so soon?" While speaking, Yachiya put her face in front of Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng in the heart groaned, twisted the neck of the somewhat numb, took a sip of the water in the cup and the teapot, and drank it clean in one breath. Then he said, Yan wants to wear clothes with flowers, and the spring breeze is overwhelming. If it is not for the mountains and Yatu, I will meet in the moonlight at Yotai. Zhang Feng at this time, I just want to make a quick deal. When it was a poem, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up, resisting the emotional fluctuations and said, Girl there are still important things in the next. Huh? Noble son Zhang, this is? Yachiya asked pretendingly in surprise. At the next moment, Zhang Feng's face was very ugly, so she said with a smile, in that case, you will come to visit another day. Many thanks to noble son Zhang for giving poems today, and you will be given a big gift another day. While speaking, after Yachiya stood up and said court etiquette, he slowly left. As soon as Yachiya left, Zhang Feng's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and he hurried to the backyard, ignoring the water in the water tank that had not been used for a long time. Boya, a head plunged into the water tank. Make yourself sober. And now, Mazu waited for Yachiya to leave before entering the little tavern. When he heard the noise in the backyard, he turned pale with fright and hurried into the backyard. Honored teacher, what are you? I just went out for a while. Why did Zhang Feng become like this? Involuntarily, Mazu lost one's head out of fear and pulled Zhang Feng out of the water tank. With the cleverness of the cold water, Zhang Feng was awake a lot at this time, the evil fire in his heart. They all retreated. Squatting next to the water tank, gasping for breath, motioned Mazu to give him a cigarette, shaking his hand, and after 2 puffs, Zhang Feng asked, You're gone? P gone? Really gone? Yes. The students saw her sitting in the sedan chair and left. Hearing this, Zhang Feng is deeply sighed in relief, and then yells, I asked you to learn more, you fucking, and you left me here in the end? Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 867. Mazu was stunned. Hearing this, turned pale with fright, hurriedly not knowing what to do, stuttered, Honored teacher, this ... the ancients have a cloud, this ... that. Don't give me anything, I ask you. Did you really understand or did not understand just now? Didn't you see that I was pretending to be flattering? You feel uncomfortable, so you won't be called a teacher too? Is there anyone who pits a teacher like you? Mazu is extremely wronged, but I don't know how to do it. I'm brow-beaded with sweat in a hurry. When Zhang Feng saw this, it was not good to criticize him. After all, this woman is really amazing. Have someone like Mazu who are honest and timid have seen this? Okay, well, you are not to blame for this matter. After all, no one has seen such a woman before. But I brought you out to learn more. Tonight, write me a copy of today's experience, and copy the disciple rules for me 10 times. Mazu, hearing this, had to bow and say, yes. Okay, go up the mountain. By the way, tell a few of them that I have a major event here to do. Zhang Feng waved his hand tiredly, and then he gave Mazu away. Go. But after waiting, Mazu walked out of the backyard and saw Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin walking into the little tavern carrying 2 beggars. When I saw Yachi Gong, Zhang Feng's body trembled with anger. After waving his hand and letting Mazu go up the mountain, Zhang Feng angrily walked into the little tavern, watching Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin dumbfounded. Oh, what's the matter? Who is bullying you? Yachi Gong couldn't help but ask in surprise. Are you embarrassed to ask? I'm lacking hatred and enmity with you. Why are you making fun of the youngster so much? Yachi Gong was stunned when hearing this. Biltly smashed the beggar chicken with a fist, and asked, what's the matter? Why does this have to do with me again? You can rest assured that if the bastard dares to bully you, he is I, Lao Tzu, will pick you up right now. And if you want to kill, you will follow you. Cheng Yojin also felt that something was wrong. We were training soldiers at the foot of the mountain. When they heard that Zhang Feng had come down the mountain, the 2 finally rushed over until the training was over, just wanting to have a drink with Zhang Feng. By the way, what happened to Yachiya is clear. But now that Zhang Feng looked like this, Cheng Yojin and the 2 felt that it was a major event in an instant. Sure enough, as soon as Cheng Yojin finished speaking, Zhang Feng said, Are you sure you don't know? Cheng Yojin shrugged. We just finished working, when we heard your youngster has gone down the mountain, and then rushed over to find you for a drink. How do we know which way you smoked? Jiang Feng, hearing this, it only improved slightly, coldly snorted and said, just now, his younger sister is here. Yachi Gong, hearing this, complexion changed. I came this time to solve this matter. Yachi tells the truth. Yachi Gong has been fighting on an expedition, but he has never seen him before. He just had correspondence with that older male cousin. I accidentally heard him talk about having a woman. Feng said it when he was drinking, and after returning home, he talked to the people in his family. When the two people are in bed, the more they feel about these two people. Yachi Gong's madam has always been doing housework, so naturally, he knows more about Yachiya than Yachi Gong. I just say that Yachiya is the beauty in the bud that his Yachi family has rarely seen for 10 years, and is well known in the south of the Yangtze River. The two people look at Jiang Feng again. They have not yet been married at this time, and brimming over with talent. The combination of these two people is simply a beautiful girl. Although Yachiya may be a child, it is important for achievement. For the unknown Jiang Feng, this is simply negligible. Which successful man is not 3 wives and 4 concubines? Furthermore, the relationship between Jiang Feng and his Imperial Majesty Crown Prince at this time is simply have boundless prospects. Okay, but when these two people meet, they seem to be completely different from what they thought. First, Jiang Feng's poem on the mountain, coupled with the anger of his Imperial Majesty and retired emperor, and then after the retired emperor saw Yachiya, what he said, this could not help but make Yachi Gong more mindful. After that, Yachi Gong hurriedly dispatched the most talented staff under his hand, and went to the south of the Yangtze River along the prefectures to inquire about Yuya. It is also today, just when they came out of the Mount Qa schoolyard, a scout finally had endured the hardships of a long journey with a letter from the home of 800 miles from the state capitals along the way. Although this Yachiya is extremely beautiful, but at home and in Jiangnan, there is also the kind of focal point of 10,000s. Since childhood, it is very arrogant, and the most important thing is that it is very ambitious and good at playing with people. After seeing this thing, Yachi Gong really got anxious. I finally understood why the retired emperor would say that. I finally know why Jiang Feng is so impatient at this time, but he is really hard to intervene in this matter. As long as things don't go to the worst, Jiang Feng has so many spooky ideas. If it can be changed with Yachiya, that would be the best. However, Yachi Gong is always a step late. Yachi Gong's face is slightly solemn and said, Jiang Feng youngster, I now ask you a serious question. You can answer me honestly. Do you like you? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 868. Jiang Feng, hearing this, his face became a little serious. To be honest, the two meetings with Yachiya, although embarrassed, the feeling of electric shock really made Jiang Feng a little obsessed. Who doesn't love beauty? Everyone likes it. In all fairness, Jiang Feng is really not a villain, nor is he a gentleman. He also likes beautiful women, but this Yuya always gives him an invisible feeling. There is even a sense of danger. But people are so cheap. I know there is a problem, but Jiang Feng is a little looking forward to this challenge. Especially the moment after contact with Yachiya, the feeling of suffocation made Jiang Feng a little infatuated. Perhaps, this is also a desire to conquer. At this time, Jiang Feng also knew that if Jiang Feng said nothing, he would send Yuya back to Jiangnan by means, or find a second-generation officials to marry her. It's all between Jiang Feng's words at this time. Jiang Feng thought for a long time, and Yachi Gong was not in a hurry. He picked up Jiang Feng's cigarette on the table, shaved the light of the oil lamp, lit the cigarette and smoked slowly. Well, let's be honest, if you don't like it, it's still a little bit. From a man's point of view, Yuya is indeed what you know, but it's just a little more thoughtful. I still can't see through her until now, so if you hit it with one shot and say you don't like it, it's fake. Can you understand what I mean? Liu? Jiang Feng waited for a long time. Just said. Yachi Gong, hearing this, grinned, said with a smile, in this case, This matter is left alone. Besides, I can't manage it if I want to. I can only advise you. Yua has been arrogant since she was a child. I'm spoiled again, so I don't want you to succeed in the future, but I don't want to be the last. We can't even do brother. Yachigong has seen too many things like this. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Although Jiang Feng's temperament is short, he is also a person who can't hide things, and he and Yachigong, it is easy to make trouble in the city. Rain. Yachigong said that the full city wind and rain is the kind. He was afraid that Yachigong would take out Jiang Feng's things and mess around. In the end, His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor could not tolerate it. Although His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor may not be able to attack Feng Tsai, but if this youngster is passionate, once His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor attack Yachigong and he becomes crazy, it will be really scary. Perhaps what His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor said on that day meant this, right? Yachigong could not help but sighed again and said, "Come on, let's not talk about this, let's take a step. Now old brother, I know you haven't eaten. Come and have a drink." Jiang Feng also doesn't want to be entangled in this matter. Lao Yu is a wise man and naturally knows what to do. See Lao Yu change the topic. Jiang Feng also felt hungry instantly. "Don't tell me, I'm really hungry. Wait, Tang, look at the chef. I seem to have some dry goods in stock. Wait for our three brothers to have a good drink." I heard that Jiang Feng still hides private goods. Cheng Yojin could not help but mumbled, "I said, you youngster, how many things did you hide? You can hide it like this." Jiang Feng smiled cheaply, and ignored the two people, got into the room. It's been a long time since Jiang Feng hasn't returned, and Jiang Feng doesn't know whether the things he kept have been taken care of by the rat army. Fortunately, what Jiang Feng was worried about did not happen. The jar is still firmly inverted in the basin, and the dried tiger meat hidden in it should not be able to eat. While Jiang Feng was tinkering in the room, Cheng Yojin and Yachigong looked at the beer in their hands, and then smelled the scents coming out of Jiang Feng's room, and the beggar was in his hand. He suddenly stopped fragrant. "Guess, is there any good wine in Feng Tsai Tavern?" Cheng Yojin asked Yachigong's ear. Yachigong's eyes lit up instantly. "Let's take a look." Both of them are alcoholics. Jiang Feng said that the wine is gone. "It's okay to talk about this mountain, but this is that. This is a little tavern. Will there be no wine here?" The two of them went from the wine cabinet to the backyard. They rummaged through the cabinets for a while. Finally they couldn't find the wine, so they had to go back to the hall looking for them with four eyes in a desperate manner. From the beam to the building. At this moment, Jiang Feng came out. Looking at the strange eyes of the two, I couldn't help but curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" "Ahem." The two coughed with a cry, pretending to be nothing. After waiting for 3 dishes of meat dishes and a few dishes of vegetarian dishes, the eyes of the two of them stared out instantly. Looking at the marinated golden jerky and asked, "Is this the good thing you said?" The jerky was sliced by Jiang Feng. Then dry the leftover rice crust, put it on the jerky, sprinkle a handful of pepper and cumin, and put a spoonful of hot oil on it. That taste. That's weird if the two can stand it. When Jiang Feng put all the dishes on the table, Cheng Yojin grabbed him and said, "Feng Tsai, you have good dishes, but this beer, is it a bit? Can't get it?" Jiang Feng glared, pointed to a swill bucket in the corner and said, "There is no liquor, but there is still some swill. Can you drink it?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 869. I know he drink. Why didn't you drink ethyl alcohol before? Jiang Feng is also annoyed by Yachigong. At this time, I felt a bit overwhelmed when I said so, but fortunately, Cheng Yojin and Yachigong are both kind of shameless masters. Jiang Feng is in front of them. It's a younger brother. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't have liquor, the two didn't say anything. They glanced at Jiang Feng and started to eat. On the contrary, Jiang Feng felt that he had a little bit of chicken intestines. Jiang Feng was also a little embarrassed. At this moment, Cheng Yojin was pulling a piece of jerky while asking, I heard Ionok say that you are going to take over the affairs of Kuzu. Now how are the preparations? This is not today, but only 10 days away. Do you want the old man to find you a Kyuju team? When it comes to business, Zhang Feng can't help but look one right way. Forget the Kyuju team, if you look for it now, you can't find it. Hearing this, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin looked at each other and said, could it be that you plan to be yourself in these 10 days? Have a Kyuju team? Where did the two of you hear about this in Chengchumo and the others? But if you don't understand anything, you dare to build a Kyuju team. And within 10 days, this is impossible anyway. However, since this youngster can say so, it means that he has been prepared. Although this autumn hunting seems to be nothing, it is obviously that the Imperial College of Supreme Learning is targeting Cheonan University and Zhang Feng's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, who made Zhang Feng all the limelight during this time. Once Zhang Feng didn't take the lead in this show of Kushu, then, as long as 3 years of accumulation, in the 3-year Imperial examination, if Zhang Feng is 3 times Kushu, if all of the academy loses, then you don't have to participate in the Imperial examination. This autumn hunter is equivalent to the people of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights, and His Imperial Majesty inspected the academy in advance. You can't even handle a small autumn hunter. Then you can get one. Chicken? There is no need to participate in the Imperial examination at all. Shame. This disguised form is also a kind of country's resource bias towards academy. The Imperial College of Supreme Learning has been established for a long time, and it was established by the people of the Imperial Court. Naturally, it is a close relationship with the people of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights. The thing about autumn hunting should have been long ago to be notified. But this year's situation is special. Many things were suspended for the locust plague and the food shortage in Huashan Mountain. Even the imperial examinations were suspended. Everyone didn't expect Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights. At this time, they will suddenly announce, I don't know what His Imperial Majesty thinks. Does he believe that Zhang Feng can solve it? This matter? Or do you deliberately want Zhang Feng to stand up, preparing for the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting? Although Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong have unique innate talents in the military, they are really not good at this aspect. I only know that someone is targeting Zhang Feng, but I really don't know the specifics. At this time, when I saw Zhang Feng like this, I couldn't help thinking that Zhang Feng was upset just now because I was upset about this. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin nodded, couldn't help but said, I thought it was something. It turns out that you are bothered about this matter. This matter, you give me the old elder brother. The last time you gave me the training manual, I have been training. There are a bunch of good players under my hand. If you want to trust me, just take this. Recruits are trained to participate in autumn hunting. It will definitely open the eyes of the idiots of Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights. It is extremely, Liu said, that's right, I think this thing will work. The two sang and harmonized. Zhang Feng twitched his lips and said, just put your heart in your stomach, and you don't need to worry about this matter. The two of you are hearing this. My eyes lit up, and he asked in unison, have you prepared any fun things? What fun things? Zhang Feng said nothing. One glance, he seriously suspects that these two guys are preparing to cheat him again. But seeing that these two care about this matter so much, Zhang Feng couldn't help but make a plan. He smiled and asked, the two old brothers really care about brother. Brother has indeed prepared one here. Good thing. But now there is no one. Do you want to help brother? Now it's Yuki's turn, and the two of them shook their hearts. Zhang Feng smiled, especially if he was solely laughed. He must be a demon. Both of them are human spirits. Why don't you know? After looking at each other, the two immediately asked vigilantly, let's talk about it first. We are thinking about it. This free labor without money, where to find? Isn't this just sent to the door? Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, he. The two old elder brothers don't have any psychological pressure. It's not difficult to do. Just have to bother you to find some carpenters and some blacksmiths for me. As for other things, just ship some cement from my Mount Q Academy. As for the others, Just lay a piece of floor as big as my tavern, and then 2 rebounds on the trees on both sides of the ground will do. If you two think that Mount Q is too lazy to run, you can pave the ground with slabs. Yuchi and the two listened with question marks on their faces. What kind of operation is this? Can't help but ask suspiciously. This is it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 870. Yachi Gong and the two of them sum up, and then they feel something is wrong. Too simple. This is so simple that it cannot be simpler. But what are you doing with this cement? They don't know. But they have been to Mount Q. The street market under Mount Q was all made with that stuff. The two of them had been itching for a long time and wanted to get some to go home. A little bit of mud-like thing, when you pour it on the ground, after a while, it will become like a stone. This is simply not too magical. At this time, seeing Jiang Feng actually wanting them to go to the mountain to transport cement, they couldn't help but quickly fiddle with their selfish calculations in their hearts. This is simply a godsend opportunity. If you can seize this opportunity. Okay, 1 inch. It just so happens, during this time it's really okay to do it. Just say it, where to get the thing you said. We'll go back and find someone to get it now. Yachi Gong slapped the table, shaking the table. The dishes shook together. Jiang Feng was also taken aback. What are you doing? Sit down, don't get excited. I suspect I didn't explain this to you clearly. You two listened carefully. Jiang Feng seriously doubted what he said, and distorted these two goods. This thing, I call him the basketball court. I know, isn't it the thing you are planning to participate in this autumn hunt? Cheng Yojin interrupted Jiang Feng. But he didn't seem to have heard of the word basketball, so he asked, what is basketball? Basketball is a fun thing I invented. Jiang Feng doesn't know how to explain it. This thing simply can't explain it. You talk about the ball. In this era, only Kyuju, they can't understand it. After rubbing his forehead, Jiang Feng said, I can't explain it. You guys go get what I said first, and you will come back when the ball is ready tomorrow. I will tell you what it is. I really can't tell you about it now. How about it? Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin are not happy anymore. Hey, Yidi, this is still hidden with the elder brothers? You youngster is not kind. It's not a question of kindness. He'll give it to you now. Say, he is a ball. Can you believe it? Besides, the ball will be good tomorrow. What do you want me to do? When the two saw this, they reluctantly shut their mouths. Well, come to have a drink and drink. By the way, Feng Tsai, where do you plan to get this thing called the stadium? Get. Jiang Feng couldn't help but was a little stunned. At this time, I want to promote basketball, especially before the autumn hunting. Let the people accept this thing. And only do it like later generations. Every community and every street market has a court. Such words. Once the people's enthusiasm for basketball is attracted, basketball will naturally be recognized by the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights during the autumn hunt. When the time comes, 5 people will be trained by themselves. If that. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng had a crazy plan in his mind. Lao Yu old Chen, I have something. You can think about it for me. If you think it is feasible, then you have a lot of people under your hands. Go and run it for me today. It is feasible. The two of Cheng Yojin narrowed their eyes. When they saw Jiang Feng, their expressions did not seem to be joking, and they couldn't help but put away their joking heart, stepped forward and asked, tell me. There are yes. But how to operate this matter depends on how you run it. Old Chen, do you remember the previous promotion of the cooperative and the bone strengthening powder? Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong hearing this, their eyes brightened. But Cheng Yojin asked silently, then you tell me, what the hell is this watching football? What you said is unfathomable mystery. This. Jiang Feng slapped Cheng Yojin on the shoulder and snapped his fingers and said, you have to hear clearly. Do you all know about Gyuju? You know, not only do we know, but we have nothing to do. Let's play together. That's right. Jiang Feng sighed in relief. As long as they have played with this thing, it will be easy to handle. This thing is actually the same as Kyuju, but Kyuju uses feet, while this basketball uses hands. There is a frame as big as a wash basin at a height of more than 1 foot from the ground. There is one on both sides of the court. There is no need to explain this. The two were nodded, staring at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng continued, as long as you throw the ball into the frame, it is considered to be a win. This thing, unlike Kyuju, is a fight. This thing is entirely for me to strengthen my body. It was invented for fitness. Not as good as old Lord Li. When Zhang Feng said retired emperor, the two immediately sat straight. Although Zhang Feng was a little surprised, he didn't care about it and said, you have seen the bones of old Lord Li, but if you want to cast Lordless body and play for that moment and 3 moments every day, this body his physical fitness is definitely better than now. Is this really amazing? Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin couldn't help but think of the playing cards invented by Zhang Feng before. The thing Zhang Feng said was a good thing when he got it out before. Yes, this thing is a good thing, but it's too expensive. Now not only are there in various casinos, poker is used, and the military, even those women in the home who have nothing to do in their spare time, are playing this stuff. Suddenly, the money of the two of them shrank. It's okay in the army. If you scream, no one dares to play, but at home, you dare to scream for a try? I can't even enter a room door at night. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 871. The woman in the family, because of this thing, although normally, the quarreling face is red, for a few coins, but once you meet you dare not let them play, you just wait half a month can't get in the door. This is more cruel than the scourge. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng unexpectedly trying to come up with something the hell, the two couldn't help but be alarmed. Feng Tsai, this thing you are talking about ... is it really to keep fit? There is nothing else. They are really scared. If it wasn't because Zhang Feng made this thing, or if it was made by someone else, His Imperial Majesty would have shit away the man who invented playing cards. Can you wait till now? Basically, the concubines in the harem now play this stuff all day long. Although there is a lot less fighting and fighting, it also gives Li Shimin a headache. Zhang Feng knows better than anyone about poker stuff, but he can't help it. He who is not good at chess, how can he stand up under the pressure of old Lord Li? I had to come up with such a thing to parry the offensive of old Lord Li, but he didn't let this thing spread out. But at this time, it's useless to say this. Although Zhang Feng knows what Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong think, but about basketball, Zhang Feng really needs to instill knowledge on them, otherwise the two of them are just like Han Han. Cough cough. This basketball, in fact, is what my honored teacher told me about when I was in Phoenix Ridge. He said, this thing it can not only strengthen the body, relax muscles and muscles, but also prolong life! Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin were in their spirits instantly. Are you sure? The two asked almost in unison. When Zhang Feng saw the two on the road, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Isn't that this thing? Guess how old is my honored teacher this year? Hearing this, Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong is terrible, although they are also very curious about who Zhang Feng's master is and can teach him so many magical things. Now that Zhang Feng is actually talking about his master, they can't help but get together instantly. She sat on Zhang Feng's long stool and couldn't even bother to drink. Now, it's Zhang Feng's turn to blow his hair. Not because of anything else, but because of the fleas on Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin. Naked eye can be seen, which makes Zhang Feng so dare to sit between the two. And Zhang Feng also seriously doubted whether these two people have any special hobbies. Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and sat on the other side. Oh, hey, don't do this, I said it's not enough. Don't be rough. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fist. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin looked at each other, and a smile flashed in their eyes. This youngster used to eat this set? Yachi Gong couldn't help but point to a cigarette of Zhang Feng, and he smashed it and said, then tell me, what is going on with this thing, and what happened to your master? Old Li has always been very interested. If you say what you say today, maybe Old Li is happy. You don't need a penny for these things. Zhang Feng doesn't care about the money. It doesn't cost much anyway. The most important thing is that I leave all the work to you. Will I give you money? You guys think a lot too. But Jiang Feng can't say anything. These two are much dumber than old Li. If old Li were there, how good would it be? At least you don't need to consume so much saliva. What about the matter? I have to talk about it from the winter of the previous year. You all know about Phoenix Ridge, right? Where is a little bit under Yangping Pass. Ya Gong and Cheng Yojin nodded. Not only did they visit that place, but they also knew that the place was Jiang Feng's hometown. Jiang Feng continued. At that time I was still stubborn, just like Chen Sheniu, but that day, when I went to the mountain to pick wild mushrooms with my playmate in the village, I met an old man. Hey, I don't say you should be able to guess. Yes, that old man is my master. The master sees me, he hugged me, and climbed up the sheer cliffs and precipitous rock faces with one hand from the mountain stream. Where did the poor Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong know that at this time they were already caught by Jiang Feng? Is a bad guy wrong? The two heard a burst of air conditioning. And then, this damn thing is immortal. I know the Yangpingguan area. The mountains are steep, and the jungle is densely covered, and there are many wild beasts. 2 years ago, the lattice of your body was at least hundreds of kilograms. This hometown ... cough cough. How can old Mr. climb up with bare hands? Tell me one. Jiang Feng didn't even think about it. He just followed the scene when Ling Wuchong and Feng Qinyang met in the movie Swordsman Journey to the West. Although I don't know how old the master is, but at least he has to be 70 years old. But on the steep mountain wall, he is like a sucker in his hand. The last button, I jumped up to a dozen Jiang high. Hiss. Mother, is this still a human? 70-year-old lord, pushing his hand to carry a youngster. Is this Taoist immortal? Fuck. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 872. Jiang Feng saw that the two were extremely on the road, and they were far less strenuous than Yushinan. If Yushinan and the others here, you must first combine the contents of the book to ask all sorts of questions. But these two will not, because Jiang Feng didn't know that these two guys were generals. Unorthodox rumors have heard a lot about this kind of thing, but before, I thought this fucking must be fake, but at this time, but listened very seriously. No way. If you don't believe it, Jiang Feng's ability is something they've never seen before. Even the Yuan Dan Gang of Divine Strategy and Wonderful Planning said that the youngster is evil. There's Iy star in the sky came to the world. Then the old guy he is talking about now, is it true? The two thought so. I couldn't help but became excited. Say it. What are you stupefied? Quickly. Seeing the two of them, Jiang Feng hurriedly got up, avoided the two of them, and said, speaking of which is also strange. I was scared at the time. These things, but I didn't even dare to write about them in the book. But I met that day. Can you say I can't be afraid? So, I struggled desperately on his back, but it didn't help. When I opened my eyes, guess what? I have appeared on the most peak of Qinling Mountains. What is that called? The highest one is called Liuxiapo. Tell me, what happened in the end? By the way, don't talk about these useless things, just say, what did this old mister tell you? The more they listened, the more excited they became, and they had to raise their hands to draw Jiang in a hurry. Feng. The scared Jiang Feng pointed at the two of them and said, hey, what are you doing? I won't say anything like this. I don't bother to play basketball this thing. When the two saw this, they were ready to sandwich Jiang Feng in the middle. Where can Jiang Feng sit still? He hurriedly said, don't, I beg the two elder brothers to spare me. Can I say it's okay? It's not right. After the master took me up the mountain, he said that I was a genius who was rare in a century, and a person who saved the common people. If you want to pass on my ability, of course I will not do it. Such an old godstick. There's more to go in Phoenix Ridge. Can I believe it? But old guy is not happy. He pointed to the foot of the mountain, and I was blinded. Do you know? He let me go down alone. My heaven is so high, I have to go. Finally, under his lustful power, I gave in, worshipped a teacher, And then the old youngster stayed in a ruined temple in the mountain all day long and didn't go anywhere. Then it took only 3 months to. After that, old guy ran away. I just said him going to the other side of the sea to play. When I have the ability to go to the other side of the sea, he is telling me the true ability. Taoist immortal, Ya Qigong and Cheng Yojin were instantly confused. The minds of these two words flashed in an instant. Only such a person can train such a powerful disciple. You said, your master taught you 3 months? Ya Qigong asked ignorantly. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, master said bite off more than one can chew. Puff. Cheng Yojin and Ya Qigong almost sprayed Zhang Feng's face with a mouthful of old blood. You both after learning so much, it's called bite off more than one can chew? Do you want a face? You youngster, first talk about this basketball thing. Another day I'm free. I'm talking about your master. Cheng Yojin took a sip of cigarettes. His face flushed. They care about it, but this thing that can prolong life. In the early years, the two of them were squandering because of their strong bodies, but they have stopped in the last 2 years, only to find that nothing is right in this body. Especially this at night, my back hurts, when there is thunder and rain, and when the sky changes, the bones all over my body are like someone's pumping. This is the torture that all military commanders are suffering. Don't look at them. In the daytime, it's awesome, but at night, it becomes a bear. So, as long as you hear of something on the market that can prolong your life and strengthen your body, that thing is second. If you go to see it today, there is absolutely no scum. This is why bone strengthening powder and locusts can be accepted. Because that stuff is real. It's useful. But this thing is short-lived. I have eaten this year and will have to wait until next year. This makes a few people worry about it. Although it is in stock, it can't stand it. At this time, I heard Zhang Feng say that this basketball can have such an effect. How can Ya Qigong sit still? Now, I'm full of basketballs. Seeing that the two were successfully led to the road, Zhang Feng said with a smile, this basketball is not a medicine stone. It is just a sport, just like a Kyuju sport. Sports. The two are a little confused. Yes, it's sports. Look at the people in Chainan City. What's the best thing? It's just walking down the street, boasting ratio. This is not good. People have to find something to do, otherwise one day, or one day of sleep, the whole person will be scattered. When the two heard this, they really had the same thing. Sometimes they can't sleep because of the pain at night. As soon as I have time during the day, I just get a good night's sleep, but it's different in the middle of the barracks. On the contrary, I feel that I don't have anything to do. Can't help but. The two listened to Zhang more seriously. Feng said the matter. When Zhang Feng saw this, he said again, I will tell you a secret, but you have to make sure that you don't pass it out. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 873. Ya Qigong and Cheng Yojin were completely brought into the conversation by Zhang Feng at this time. Zhang Feng thinks everything is so right. Seeing what Zhang Feng was about to say at this time, they couldn't help but stare at each other. What are you talking about? Can't you believe me? Zhang Feng waved his hands again and again. Where? If so, then I'll say it. This basketball, to put it bluntly, is an academic course that our academy will open in the future, called Sports Lesson, but this thing can be used in the army, from the city, the army to the Imperial Palace. Have you thought about it? In case one day, this basketball completely replaces Kyuju, what will happen? When the time comes, great family, people's yard must have this thing. There are old women playing basketball everywhere in the city. In the army, this position is used to select the top aptitude talent. This is a very good activity. This gadget requires extremely high physical fitness. From children's play, old woman, and academy, when it comes to the army, there are some things in it. Although they are all people playing, the technology, how to work in coordination, and physical energy consumption are all arranged in a linear proportion. So, wait first. Ya Qigong was busy interrupting Zhang Feng. At this time, his beard trembled. The fleas on the beard, like an earthquake, are jumping everywhere. It seems to be showing the excitement of Qigong at this time. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Quite a gentleman said, waved his hand and made a please gesture. Excuse me. What gesture is this? Qigong and Cheng Yojin asked in a daze. Zhang Feng also felt abrupt, but he had a thick-skinned face, and said, this is a courtesy on the basketball court, which implies a gentleman's demeanor. The so-called gentleman's demeanor is the demeanor of a man. Oh, it turns out that this is carrying a hand, and the right hand stretches out to Sumyeon's face. Is this gentleman's etiquette? The two of them couldn't help but remember them deeply. But these are all things to follow. Qigong and Cheng Yojin fought for the right to speak. In the end, Qigong grabbed the top spot and said, do you think this can be used in military camps? Afraid of Zhang Feng's misunderstanding, Qigong explained again, I'm not the school where I did military training now. This looks a little bit interesting, but these little brat are all the same. It's like a little chicken. It's hard to choose a top-notch one. How do you apply this to the military? Well, Zhang Feng, it really won't. Looking at the chessboard left by Li Yuan in the corner, he couldn't help but move forward. Actually, this is a very good choice. You're impossible. You really separate two teams to fight each other, and you can't go singles one by one. Pick. This can only reflect their fist-sized, and they really don't see much about military judgment and overall coordination. For example, this expectation. The talents who really play the game take the overall situation into consideration. And on this basketball court, for example, you, Olchen and Liu, have 5 players each. How to win? This is not my final say, nor a fist. In the final analysis, but without breaking the rules, the one who throws the ball into the basket the most can win. This has to test the overall cooperation. In the barracks, this is also called the battle on the battlefield. You guys, how about this thing? At this time, it was finally Cheng Yojin's turn to speak. He hurriedly said, then you don't show his difference. How can I see that he is good for physical fitness and for screening soldiers? Why don't you just throw it into the mountain happily and come back alive? Zhang Feng somewhat contemptuously fancied Cheng Yojin and said, do you want to follow them into the mountain? Staring at them one by one, Cheng Yojin shook his head. Zhang Feng spread his hands. That's not enough. As a general, Impossible has to do everything by himself. So how can I really choose and find that it needs to be carried out in front of one's eyes? Although my military training manual also mentions this, but pay attention to personal physical training. And basketball is different. The gadget not only needs to judge the opponent's offensive route, but also considers teammates, hands, eyes, and brain are running at the same time. This reflects the whole, whether the individual is physically fit and the overall ability to coordinate operations. Now understand? As soon as Zhang Feng finishes speaking, take a look. I found out that these two guys had been dumbfounded. When Zhang Feng saw this, he didn't say anything, just drank beer with a smile and moistened his throat. The frustration experienced during this period of time seems to have dissipated a lot during today's rice boosting ratio. Cool. Don't be too cool. While drinking, Zhang Feng is also thinking about basketball at this time. To win this autumn hunting, basketball is very important. After all, he is the only one familiar with it. Great Tang's Kyuju. Forget it. Where is Kyuju? That is simply a group of people fighting. Often many times, at least a few people will die in abnormal Kyuju. Zhang Feng can't stand this. But this autumn hunter had to participate again. So Zhang Feng wants to promote this thing at this time. It depends on whether the bullying at this time is good. But now, the effect seems to be surprisingly good. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 874. Where have Cheng Yojin and Qigong seen such a thing? They are soldiers, and they only focus on how to lead the army well and how to reduce the number of deaths of the people under their hands. Normally, as long as they hear that there are good things that can be used on soldiers, even if they use them strong, they have to get them. After all, it is not easy to train a soldier. Since the introduction of the recruit training rules, although it has only been a short half a month, the effect is obvious. Normally, the lazy, carefree soldiers are gone, although one by one has a lot of appetite. Grace. But who are they? They are great soldiers. As soon as you hear that there is a lot of food in that house, go and sit for a while, not lend it. Okay, then stay here. Although they have a bad reputation, at least they still let the people under their hands fill their stomachs, right? Who doesn't want to bring out a sprout successor from their hands? Everyone thinks, but there are also some secretly thoughts in the military. Although they know, they have no alternative. But if the youngster is right at this time, once the basketball is successfully tested and taken to the barracks, they can find some talents that they can't normally see in them anytime and anywhere. But these are nothing. The key is this thing: can it really keep fit? Really, as he said, being able to play chess with two people is as simple as playing on the sandbox. Feng Tsai, what you said is pretty good. But this has nothing to do with your master. Although you are talking about the sky, but this thing, can it strengthen your body and prolong your life? The two suddenly thought of important things, and couldn't help but react at this time, and they were biased by this youngster. Jiang Feng glanced at Yachi Gong in surprise, but soon Jiang Feng recovered. He really didn't expect Yachi Gong to react so quickly. But is it useful? Jiang Feng mysteriously lay down at the door and looked around. Then the thief shut the door of the store with his hands and put the latch on. Look at these series of operations by Jiang Feng. Unfortunately, Yachi Gong felt ecstatic in their hearts. Jiang Feng carried his hands on his back and lit his cigarette, just like a wise old monk. He wandered in tavern for a long time, simmering his emotions, and when Jiang Feng felt it was almost the same, he slowly said, I was asking about Electron. I didn't intend to talk about it. But now that you asked, we're the brother again, so I'm the brother, although I have an oath to say something about it. That's a bad asshole, and I can only tell you what I can say, but you have to promise me absolutely not to pass it out. Otherwise this oath ... you will all be extremely unlucky. The two were shocked by hearing this. There is such a thing? But the two of these things are not fools. Naturally, I know the importance. After the two cursed and swore, Jiang Feng said, actually, this thing is something that my master and senior have been exercising, just like that. Wu Qin Sai, what should you know about this? When I heard this, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin's heads were like rattles. If they don't know this thing, it will be useless. Every day they have to memorize a set of gadgets. Can they forget? Could it be? The two looked at each other in amazement. Jiang Feng heavily nodded, said, I heard from my master that this thing was studied by him, and finally passed to one of his entourages. What? Fuck. You wouldn't say that Huachuo belongs to your master. Can you fucking keep your voice down? Do you want to go to Chainan City to promote it now? Jiang Feng stared nervously at Cheng Yojin, pointing to his nose and shouting. In an instant, Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong were about to explode. Although I don't believe it, I understand at this time. Is this thing born out of this Wu Qin's eye? Many people have studied the Wu Qingxi thing, especially you Aunt Angang, an old god stick, who always said that this thing is a magical work. But I never dared to study anything from it. Could it be? Yes, as you think, this thing is indeed the improvement of the teacher. And the teacher every day, you have to train 3 times in the morning, midnight, and evening. No matter the weather goes on, it will be almost, he said, this can. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng did not dare to say the last long life. If this spreads out, that will surely lead to killing. In history, all kings have been crazy for longevity. In Great Tang, Li Shiman in the later period was also obsessed with this thing. If it reaches that person's ears, then the consequences will be hard to imagine. And now, although Jiang Feng did not say those 2 words, are Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin fools? In their minds, the word longevity hung high above their heads. Early. Youngster, you are ruthless. This message, it's really, unfortunately, their minds became alive. Feng Tsai, if you trust me, old Chen, this matter will be handled by the 2 of us. Don't worry, even if Old Li asks about it, we won't say. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, but then he sighed deeply. Oh, it's not that I don't want to do it. It's this thing. It costs too much money. I have no money. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 875. After contracting the construction of this basketball court, Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong walked out of the little tavern in a daze. The two trembling hands, while smoking one by one, while aimlessly strolling along Chainan Street. I walked through Tongyue Street and disturbed Tongyue Street. It wasn't until the guards of the Imperial City Gate put a long halberd on the necks of the two of them. The cold and familiar feeling made them sober. I glanced at the Imperial City, and only then recognized the two guards, who were so terrified that they trembled. They turned around numbly and squatted in the corner. I said ... Old Black, you feel what Feng Tsai said, has several points of truth? Yachi Gong asked hoarsely. Cheng Yojin didn't say a word for a long time. He also wanted to know if what the youngster said was true. A few sentences are true. But from the locust powder and bone strengthening powder, Cheng Yojin really believes that what this guy said is true. After all, he has really eaten those two things. Once he ate those things, his whole body became much stronger, as if he had returned to his youth 10 years ago. I rarely get sick even with body pain and knee pain. The wrinkles on the face and the white hair on the head seem to be a lot less, and the whole person really looks like a young teenager. And what is that? You can see that stuff. Eat something smelly, it's the stuff swallowed in the belly. But now, what is this thing now? Is it really that amazing? From old women to children can play, and there are that many things in it. What can this do? If you play, you can make people young, isn't it? Cheng Yojin couldn't help but began to struggle again. I don't know, but this youngster is very bad. He has never blown the bone strengthening powder thing like this. Hearing this, Yachi Gong also sighed helplessly. Who said no? Do you think? Let's discuss with His Imperial Majesty first. Or, Yachi Gong doesn't know what to do at this time. This thing is really tricky. If you say it is for His Imperial Majesty, what are you talking about? His Imperial Majesty's mind can think of that. This is what they swore not to spread, but you don't tell His Imperial Majesty. What if His Imperial Majesty blames it? This youngster has nothing to do. Why are you so evil? Yachi Gong couldn't help but tangled, until the two city gate guards brought two chairs for them. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin clenched the teeth and said, fuck his mother, do it. At least let's get them out first. Let's see, is it true that Feng Zi said this thing is so wicked to report to His Imperial Majesty? And in the two of them went determined to build a basketball court. Li Chenqian covered in dirt pulled the black coal from the city gate and walked out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. As soon as he exited the city gate, Li Chenqian saw Yachi Gong and Yachi Gong with a bewildered face. He hurriedly got out of the sedan chair and waved at them. When they saw it was Crown Prince, they looked at each other and left as if they hadn't seen them. At this moment, Li Chenqian was confused. Beckons with the hand and asked, you go to check these two goods, where did you just go? No need to check, the two National Duke just went the little tavern, then squatted here for a long time. The guard leader who was accompanying said quickly. In this case, Li Chenqian is even more confused. This is so good. People are stupid after a little tavern? And why does Feng Tsai come to tavern at this time? Li Chenqian's mind could not help but alive, and the chief Chong guard said, send these things to the forge right away. Dang. Little tavern, take a look. Yes. Then Li Chenqian simply wiped 2 handfuls of black soot from the soles of the feet and wiped his face twice in the carriage, and then changed his clothes. This was the situation where everyone was not paying attention. Next, slip off the carriage and walk towards Tongyue Street swaggeringly. Li Chenqian's mind is full of abnormal actions by Yachi Gong at this time. If Zhang Feng didn't do it, can he believe it? These two are the best time fools. Where can people see them being so confused? Famous and Big Heart, can you do this? Obviously, if Zhang Feng hadn't talked about these two dumbfounded, then he would have seen a ghost. Tongyue Street is not far away, and Li Chenqian is familiar with all kinds of trails. Within a moment, Li Chenqian's head appeared at the door of Little Tavern. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was lying on a recliner, picking his teeth and drinking a little wine, Li Chenqian was not angry. Wow, you drove us away. It turns out that someone hiding here to drink? Suddenly Jiang Feng roared, scared a cup the wine poured on his face, and Jiang Feng coughed again and again. I said, damn you, can you make a noise first when you come? Be a thief. Jiang Feng breathed out fire in his eyes. But Li Chenqian doesn't matter. In Jiang Feng's eyes, he walked into the small tavern, sat opposite Jiang Feng, picked up the exquisite iron pot from Jiang Feng, and gulped 2 mouthfuls. This liquor is still cool. Come to Fengzi, come to another jar. This little pot is not enough. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 876. Jiang Feng is very angry. The consequences are natural. Didn't I ask you, youngster, to pull coal? I got the coal. Are you embarrassed to drink here? I have just such a small pot of wine. Can't you let me stop by myself for a while? Jiang Feng roared in a bit of distress, pointing to the table. Cheng Yojin said the leftovers left by the 2 of them. Li Chenqian doesn't care about those. While drinking wine, while eating leftovers on the table, he even ate with keen interest pleasure. As soon as he got off Mount Qa today, Li Chenqian rode a white horse all the way back to the imperial palace. After being named Li Shimin waved his hand and wrote a note directly, and then let him. Li Chenqian scoured the imperial palace thoroughly. All the places where coal can be hidden, from the imperial kitchen to the imperial physician's hospital, have been searched. Even the Chainan government treasury was thoroughly searched by Li Chenqian clean, but even so, Li Chenqian only found 3 cars. Li Chenqian didn't know what Jiang Feng was doing with so much coal, but his reason told him that this time the deal was finished. Moreover, the most important thing is that Jiang Feng promised his fire gun. It is done. Jiang Feng saw that Li Chenqian had no choice but to say silently, let's eat you to death sooner or later. What happened to the coal? How did you do it? You still say coal? Since I got off Mount Qa today, I have never touched the rice, but fortunately, this noble son possesses great magical power. I really collected 3 truckloads of coal. I am now transporting it to the mountains, but let me give you the bottom line. There is no briquettes in the entire Chainan city except for the official houses. If you want this thing, you have to wait for Uncle Yu and the others to get it for you from Tibet, or wait for surname Wang's people to open the kiln. After learning that 3 cars of coal had been obtained, Jiang Feng sighed in relief, and 3 cars were 3 car, at least the immediate need is resolved. The thing about coal, just lying on the recliner, Jiang Feng has been thinking about smelting steel. This coal is really a necessary item, otherwise the temperature is not enough, and the iron really cannot be smelted into steel. But now if I hope to pull coal from Tibet, a slow remedy does not address the current emergency, and if people know the secret, then I have to stand on the cusp of the storm again. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng retracted the recliner again. Looking at Li Chenqian, who was stuffing oneself with food, he couldn't help but ask, is there a coal mountain near Chainan? What are you asking about? Li Chenqian asked in surprise. But the reaction came over in an instant, biting the chopsticks and frowning for a long time, and then said, if it is Meishan, there should be no, otherwise, we are also impossible to buy surname Wang at a high price. There is coal, and those great clans are like dog noses. Do you think they will let go of this opportunity? That's the same. Jiang Feng couldn't help being nodded. However, Jiang Feng still faintly feels in his memory that it seems to be near Chainan. That is, there is a coal mine here in Lanshan County. Is it because I really remembered it wrong? Or in this world where Lao Tzu traveled, there is really no coal in this place? According to memory, the vicinity of Chainan is covered with a lot of coal reserves, and there are a lot of coal mines in Lanshan County near Mount Qa. Jiang Feng curiously asked, Li Qian, Lanshan, do you know? I know. Suddenly, Jiang Feng seemed to thinking of something. I hurriedly asked, don't eat, go find the county grandfather and come here? Li Chenqian was dumbfounded. Me, Li Chenqian, Lord dignified Crown Prince, You let Tang ask the grandfather of the county. But seeing Jiang Feng's face full of excitement at this time, I couldn't help but feel more confused. But Jiang Feng's next sentence made Li Chengqian unable to help but sit still. If I guess right, then Lanshan County, there are a lot of coal mines. Li Chengqian, hearing this, completely exploded. The biggest headache of Imperial Palace right now is that all kinds of resources are basically monopolized by those great clan. If Lanshan has it, then. But this is not certain. After all, Jiang Feng had never been to that place, and he was just a guess. In an instant, most of the enthusiasm in Li Chengqian's heart was extinguished. Li Chengqian lazily came to the door and coughed, and the guard leader who was sticking at the door appeared like a ghost by his side. Li Chengqian gave an order, and once again sat down in front of Jiang Feng. Feng Tsai, are you sure that Lanshan really has it? Where can Jiang Feng be confirmed? I don't know yet, but I guess there should be in that place. Help is great. If there is coal in that place, then we will be developed. People are dreaming about a better tomorrow. Nu Weili, brow beaded with sweat, plunged into the little tavern. It seemed that he glanced behind him with a little fear. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he was slightly sighed in relief. Jiang Feng also noticed Nu Weili's strange behavior. Without waiting for Jiang Feng to ask questions, Nu Weili immediately put on a smiling face and said, Brother Jiang, let's meet again 1 inch. Noble son, I don't know. Li Chengqian said unsatisfactorily, just call me Li Qian. Nu Weili frowned. I seemed to remember something. Li Chengqian walked around and said, Brother Jiang, what's the matter with you looking for me in such a hurry? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 877. One brother, Li Chengqian, who listened, is embarrassed because of cancer. But in order to find out if there is a coal mine in Lanshan County, Li Chengqian still bears it. Jiang Feng and Nu Weili talked nonsense. Even after they had 3 bowls of wine, they even hooked their necks, shouting one by one from old brother, old brother, I heard that your hometown is Lanshan. Nu Weili was already dizzy with 3 bowls of liquor. I have never drunk this kind of wine before, and I still can't hold the 3 bowls even if I drink it. Yes. Yes, brother, how did you know? Hi. The name of this sir, in Chainan City, no one knows, no one. Xiao. The youngster sits on the mountain and keeps listening to people talking about Sir Nu. Nu Weili patted Jiang Feng's arms with red face and said, don't tell me, in elder brother's heart bitter. Li Chengqian rolled the eyes, each minding their own business, drinking with wine. Jiang Feng continued to ask, then old brother can talk about Lanshan? Brother, my Mount Q is not far from Lanshan. My younger brother plans to go to Lanshan to buy a little property. I would like to ask the old elder brother to talk about it. Hearing this, Nu Weili slapped his chest and said, then brother, you have found the right person, old elder brother. I have been in Lanshan County magistrate for so many years, and I grew up drinking Lanshan water. Yes, the plants and trees in Lanshan, the old elder brother, I remember it in my heart. You said at that time, what are you going to do? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up and he asked quickly, said, then old brother can talk about Lanshan? After all, youngster hasn't been to Lanshan. Hi. What's the matter? Lanshan. Nu Weili said dazedly with his mouth full of saliva through the wine. Finally, after he finished speaking, Jiang Feng poured him a bowl of wine again, and then asked, then dare to ask old brother, can there be coal bumps in Lanshan? Coal? In an instant. Nu Weili is sober. I know this thing, old brother, but I just heard that the place of Erpiguzi in Lanshan is also called Erpiling, where is someone herding cattle and sheep on the mountain. At that time, I saw the black and lacquered stone, saying that it burned up and smoked. I don't know if it is, but apart from this, Lantan has never heard of this thing. After that, Nu Weili was surprised and hurriedly asked, does brother want to? Jiang Feng nodded, and Li Chengqian on the side could not sit still, looking at Nu Weili in shock. See, Jiang Feng nodded. Nu Weili was silent for a while before saying, if this is someone else, old elder brother, I really wouldn't say this, but if you ask, brother, I'll give you an old elder brother advice. you guys from Wang clan of Taiyuan. Don't you know? Zhang Feng heard surname Wang again, and he was still in a county magistrate, and his face became serious. Yes, but what does this have to do with surname Wang? Nu Weili poured a bowl of wine, each minding their own business, and said, brother doesn't know. A few years ago, when I was working in Lanshan, I told brother, surname Wang's people would come once every 3 to 5. Although I didn't know what it was, I learned from the mouth of a surname Wang drunk afterwards. The people of surname Wang are looking for something underground. However, there have been fewer visits in the past 2 years. If you want to do this, you have to weigh surname Wang's power first, otherwise. See Nu Weili saying so. Li Chengqian's face suddenly changed. Did the people of surname Wang stretch their paws to Lanshan? However, Zhang Feng is not interested in these things. As long as this place is not sold, I am afraid of you. Wait for Lao Tzu to get the fire guns out. I'll take care of you 5 surnames 7 clans. If I provoke Lao Tzu will kill you in minutes. Old brother, the people from surname Wang, did they buy land in Lanshan? At this question, Nu Weili fell silent for a moment. After filling a full bowl of wine, Nu Weili said, no, but they have seen appealing several times. Otherwise, how could I remember this place? Zhang Feng instantly sighed in relief. It's fine if it's not sold. After the important things are covered, Zhang Feng and Nu Weili chatted again and again, until after Nu Weili was overwhelmed, Zhang Feng pointed at Li Chengqian and said, now what do you do? Do it. Where do I know what you want to do? Did you kill him? Zhang Feng looked at Li Chengqian like an idiot. You youngster, kill me and see. I want you to buy land. Buy me the whole Erpiling, and the area near Erpiling. Buy me as much as you can. Buying land. Although the price of farmland, especially the barren land, is very low, it still costs 10 cents an acre. Ground. What about the money? While speaking, Li Chengqian stretched out his hand. Get the money, I will buy it now. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Look at what is the value of the meat on my body, you can sell it. Li Chengqian hearing this also cried and looked at Zhang Feng and said, elder brother, my good elder brother, look at me. What's the value of the meat? I really don't have any money. You gave me a little bit of the money to build the academy. If I weren't for the chain and industries, I would have gone to the pawn shop to sell clothes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 878. Great Tang's land is cheap to death. As long as you have money, there are legal procedures. No one cares about how much you want to buy and sell, and you don't bother to get out. People still want you to buy the whole land. That's good. This is Great Tang. If this is placed in the suburbs of Xin on the extremely expensive land of later generations, Zhang Feng drove Li Chengqian away. As long as the coal mine matters are taken down, then he is also a mine owner. Zhang Feng wanted to go to bed after he cleaned up the dishes, but couldn't fall asleep after tossing over and over, so he could not help but take out the dirt bumps sent by Nu Weili. These things, although they don't look good, but only Zhang Feng knows them, they are good things. Potatoes. The potatoes in Zhang Feng's hands are not big, only the size of an egg, and the color is still brown. This is the earliest potato. Zhang Feng doesn't know if this potato was really soaked in water. To be fair, he really doesn't believe in a broken ship. Even if it encounters a tsunami, such a long sea journey, this potato is lucky. It has been preserved, but it is still unknown whether it can be planted. Involved. Zhang Feng in the heart secretly prayed. Anyway, he couldn't sleep. Zhang Feng couldn't help thinking about potatoes. Next door is the brewery. Holding the 7 potatoes, Zhang Feng went out with his hands on his back. He hadn't visited the brewery for a long time. At this time, the brewery rarely saw people coming in and out because of the wheat. But once the wheat is harvested, it will definitely be bustling here again. However, at this time, except for a burst of malt smell of distillers' grains, it was as if it was abandoned, and the door of the chain and brewery was hung. No one was guarded at this time. As soon as I entered the brewery, I saw 3 old fogies using brooms to clean up the leaves piled up in the big yard. When someone came in, the 3 old man shouted lazily without raising his head. Amount of alcohol, it will take 2 days to drink. Are you Feng noble son Jiang? One of the old man seems to recognize Jiang Feng. Before the other person finished speaking, he exclaimed. Hearing this, the remaining 2 old men also turned around quickly. Seeing that it was Jiang Feng, the 3 old man led Andy and greeted him. Hee, are you busy? Jiang Feng laughed and greeted the 3 old man. No, the idlers here are going to be moldy. Isn't it good to see the weather? I just wondered how to dry all the leaves, and when the spring begins, I will send you to Mount Q. There are crops in the farms. Apparently they don't know yet, Jiang Feng said. On Mount Q there are no crops. In their minds, if they can buy mountains, isn't that important? However, these 3 old man's unintentional actions still made Jiang Feng a little moved. If this potato can be successfully cultivated and tested within this year, then Mars will not be busy next year. Jiang Feng looked at the 3 old man with a smile, and instructed them how to make the lees naturally ferment and other things. After teaching, Jiang Feng and the 3 old man sat on the firewood in front of the stove and said, how is the sales of the current brewery? Oh, hearing this, the 3 old man sighed instantly. Let's say that a month ago, the threshold here had to be stepped on, but since the food shortage, some hungry people with dizzy eyes have not let go of the lees. It's fine now. Although the food shortage has basically stabilized, this beer can be regarded as a mess. There is no food. What do you do? So now, in order to make a living, everyone basically went to Mount Q, and only 3 of us old men are here to watch the door. If your friends bring food, the 3 of us can basically take care of it, and it can be regarded as a doorman. Jiang Feng hearing this, but also helpless. Without food, how can this wine be brewed? But now that old Lee has a formula for white wine, this old youngster must have focused on white wine. Where did he think of this? It is estimated that these 3 old men will be idle. But looking at the potatoes in his hand, Jiang Feng couldn't help but get interested. 3 sirs, I plan to close the brewery within this year. Hearing this, the 3 old man's faces clearly flashed a touch of loneliness. Although there are only 5 cents of income a day here, what is this for? It's the janitor. They are all over 60 years old. If they can find a job here, the old village chief feels sorry for them. Did not starve to death in the food shortage. Now that the patriarch family wants to talk about it, what can they say? However, Jiang Feng's next sentence made the 3 old men excited. However, although the winery is closed, you will take care of this place. I have a secret task here. This task is very difficult. I don't tell the most people. It's just that you, the 3rd elder, is our Tong Yui Street. My elders, so I just want to ask you to help me. How can the 3 old men stand Jiang Feng like this? Excitedly, lips without teeth trembled. Noble son Jiang, what are you talking about? Our 3 brothers worked as servants all their lives, and they planned to starve to death. But fortunately they came out on Tong Yui Street. You Taoist immortal, the entire Tong Yui Street people have received the gospel. Jiang Feng has a stern face. If the 3 of you are always like this, then the youngster will find someone else. Hearing this, the 3 old men stopped crying immediately. This is Jiang Feng. I opened a paper bag in my hand, revealing the 7 potatoes inside, and said, I'll wait to teach you a way. You must remember, this thing is expensive. At least, Great Tang hasn't yet, but this is from here. Jiang Feng, while speaking, refers to the sky. The 3 of them shuddered in shock, and almost knelt down again. Jiang Feng hurriedly threatened again, and the 3 of them got up frightened and flustered. This is a good thing. Once the soil is planted, there will be no famine at all. Hearing this, the old man who has planted his life, where he can sit down, are surrounded. I watched and watched, and even rubbed potatoes with his wrinkled face. It's fine to see. Someone wanted to take a bite. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped it. Well, this is the thing God dropped. Do you dare to get him out with the youngster? But this thing doesn't have my permission, even if it's your closest person. It's not, you know. Do you know? This is a secret. Once the will of heaven is divulged, it will kill off children and grandchildren. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 879. The old fogey of the three, honest and timid, was stunned by Jiang Feng. It seems that Jiang Feng's sentence of breaking off children and grandchildren, several people are finally scared. Swear to swear, as long as Jiang Feng does not speak, the King of Heaven is here, and will not let them all look at him. Then Jiang Feng grabbed a handful of scattered copper coins from his arms, and put them into the arms of the three old men one after another, saying, "This thing, you put the one near the brewery. A place is separated from a house. The temperature in this place must be at least the same as that on the side of the stove." Afterwards, Jiang Feng searched for a long time, but he still couldn't find any suitable place. He looked at the side of the stove. Some of them seemed to be a long wooden trough for filtering the lees. Jiang Feng couldn't help but his eyes lit up. "Sir, this thing, is it useless now? The lees seems to be similar to the trough used to feed the horses in the stables, but it is more compact, about 2 jang long." The three don't know what Jiang Feng is going to do. "What?" nodded said, "There is no more wine to make now, and we are still wondering whether to chop him. If noble son is useful, use it." "Okay, since it's useless, I use it now." While speaking, Jiang Feng wandered around in the yard. The yard is the soil that Jiang Feng ordered to remove all the excess houses. It is very fertile. In addition, the yard itself is very large. It turned out to be a wealthy mansion. Since returning to Jiang Feng, it has fallen badly. The original gorgeous houses are all turned into soil, and the three buildings still look quite pretty. For the gorgeous house has a storage room, brewing room, and lounge. Jiang Feng found a circle, pointed to a piece of land, and asked the three of them to transport some of the yellow soil in a wheelbarrow. Filled the wooden trough, poured water, and sprinkled the bottom of the pot with ashes. After that, Jiang Feng cautiously cut a few potatoes in the handle according to the distribution of the sprouts on the potatoes. Many small pieces. At this time, the three old men were dumbfounded. The soil in Jiang Feng's hands could actually become alive in his hands, and he couldn't help but, they are even more looking forward to this divine object bestowed by heaven. Wrapped with a layer of plant ash, Jiang Feng cautiously put the potato pieces into the wooden trough. Now the weather is not cold, so the temperature is not needed. Jiang Feng told the three of them, when the sun is there, lift him out of the bask in the sun, and spray a little water with his mouth every day, especially at night. Must guard against mice. Noble son Jiang, don't worry, even if we are killing our three old man, we dare not put such a precious thing into the mouse hole. We three old man will make an agreement, if, thank you, your three old people don't need to be like this anymore. They can all be youngsters' grandfathers, so let's not do that. While speaking, Jiang Feng touched his body, did not bring anything. Simply picked up the paper bag containing the potatoes, wrote a paragraph on it with charcoal, and then handed the paper to the three. One of the backers said, "From now on, you three elders will be directly under my control. No one is allowed to enter here except my order. When you come back, take this and go to Chainan University to find old scholars. You naturally, someone will send me 3 meals a day. Whenever something happens, he will call old scholar to find me. But must remember, this thing is really important. Once germination is enabled, I must be notified immediately." "Three old man, look at me, and I will look at you." The last three of them knelt down with a thud, and did some not knowing what to do. Jiang Feng did. "Noble son Jiang, the three of us have worked long-term jobs for others for a lifetime. How can we afford you? What do you want to tell me three old fogies to do? Where do you need to be? Yes, you can't sleep at ease if you make us sleep like this." It is not an exaggeration to say that these people are miserable wretch. The whole life of slavery has made them accustomed to being called and drunk. Although they also know Jiang Feng, they are still a little frightened and flustered when they get along alone. Out of the winery gate, Jiang Feng couldn't help sighing. Slave system society is like this, servility. You want to be nice to a person, and you want to treat him as an individual. That is simply harming him. For these three old men, Jiang Feng doesn't matter. After all, they don't have much time. Besides, as long as they can cultivate these potatoes, even give them jinyashi, so what? Compared with these potatoes, what do those things count? Today Jiang Feng and Yachi Gong and the others are bragging, although many of them are fake. They just want them to understand and know the role of basketball. However, for Jiang Feng, there is only one sentence in what I said today, which I said to myself. That is to go to the other side of the ocean. If you want to travel the world, you have to build a ship first. And the premise of building a ship is that the Academy of Science and Technology can build a steam engine. All these kinds of things are like huge mountains, rottenly pressed on Jiang Feng's body. Although Jiang Feng likes Great Tang's approach, he also wants to change this era urgently. After all, eat, drink, shit and piss are all used to modern lifestyles. Let him come to this era when there is no paper to wipe his butt. Can he stand it? Only change. Only then can they know how big this world is. And they, how like that a frog in well. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 880. Chainan's Day. Like a shy girl. Yesterday it was still a bright sun and a gentle breeze. But early the next morning, it was already dark. And the people looked up at the sky, a little excited that it was difficult to attach. This is the first stage rain after the fall, and it is also the signal that blew the autumn seeds. At this time, Chainan City finally showed a rare smile. As long as there is rain, it means that autumn planting can begin, and this rain is the first stage rain after 3 months, which is very precious to the hungry earth. As long as grain is planted, it means that the grain shortage is almost over. As long as the spring begins, the wild vegetables on the ridge will recover. At this time, in the depths of Tong Yui Street, the chimney on a thatched and tiled house has been smoking since yesterday. Cowhide Yellow. It is the nickname given to him by Tong Yui Street and people who know his fame. His real name is Huang Qiao. For generations, our ancestors are experts in making cow, sheep, horse skin, and pig skin. But last night he received a strange errand. That is a pot of dark stuff, let him fix it and make it into rubber leather. But what is rubber? Spherical? What is this? He really didn't understand. After tossing for most of the night, he didn't get it right. At this time, he sent back a few disciplines who had stayed there for the whole night. He squatted in front of the stove and watched. The dark things boiled on the fire. He just grew big. It's mainly disgusting. I want to find Jiang Feng, but I heard that this shopkeeper likes to wake up at noon, and he is now the Your Lordship of Aloof and Remote, and the Dean of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. He dare not disturb. In the middle of the night, the messenger squatted at the gate of Chainan City, waiting for old he. At this time, the only ones who can contact Jiang Feng and disturb Jiang Feng are old he. This time, it was another hour. Cowhide finally couldn't wait, and went out in person, went to the entrance of Chainan City, ready to block old he. As soon as I left the house, I heard that the little discipline was walking here noisily with a person. I didn't wait for old he. I was happy when I saw the old village chief. He hurried forward and said, "Old village chief, you can be regarded as coming." What's the matter? It's been a long time since the old man returned to Tong Yui Street. What's wrong with this? You always please come in and let us talk. The Cowhide Yellow invited the old village chief into the house. Once inside, the old village chief couldn't carry it. He hurriedly got out of the house and stared at the Cowhide Zodiac in horror. "You youngster is here." Why? Hearing this, the cowhide complexion pointed to his eyes bitterly and said, "You always look at my eyes, these are all staying up late." The village head was hearing this, and after a closer look, he couldn't help but ask, "You tell me, what's the matter?" "That's it. Noble son Jiang gave it yesterday. I sent the weird thing in the pot and wanted me to make him a ball, but I have been thinking about it for a long time, and I haven't figured out a famous thing. How can this thing become a ball?" "Master, wait, are you talking about the basketball?" Hearing this, not only was he stunned, but even the old village chief was blinded. Have you never heard of this word in the mountains? What is this Feng Tsai doing? The old village chief sat on the threshold and stomped on a cane and said, speaking of which, what is basketball? The apprentice said, this morning, when I was at the city gate and the others, I heard someone say that there is a kind of old woman who can be very old and down. One thing that children can play is basketball, and it is said that this thing not only strengthens the body, but also prolongs life, relaxes the muscles and invigorates the blood. Stroke it clear. The old village chief and the others were also instantly confused. What is all this? Could it be? The eyes of the three people finally converged on the pungent paste in the pot. Can this prolong life? Can you keep fit? I believe in your evil. Hey, this Wasrel. The matter of this paper has not been figured out yet. Why are you starting to fiddle with moths again? Cowhide, wait for me first. Don't worry about this. I'll go to Feng Tsai, no matter if he did it or not. But you can't let him harm people. This thing. What is it to keep fit and prolong life? This sucking almost gave me away. Don't make it. Wait for me to come back. While speaking, the old village chief left panting with rage. This thing, although he doesn't know what it is, but he has lived for most of his life, where has he seen such an unpleasant thing? If this thing can extend longevity, it is simply, there is nothing that can extend longevity. No way. Can't let Feng Tsai be led into the ditch by those guys. It was originally a group of stubborn people, even with their father. What kind of climate can it become? Is this still stubborn? A group of stubborn people can come up with something good? This is nothing short of harmful, isn't it? If this is done, then it's worth it. The head of Feng Tsai. When I thought of this, the old village chief complexion greatly changed, leaning on crutches, arching his waist, and no one paid any attention to it. Buried head, hurried to Jiang Feng's little tavern. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 881. Feng Tsai, how are you? Are you awake? Jiang Feng youngster gave old man. Outside Paradise Restaurant. The old village chief yelled at the door. Although there were very few people on Tongyue Street in the morning, there were also many guards, or people who went to work in wealthy households. Cannot help but stop and watch. Old village chief, what's wrong with you? You went crazy here in the morning? The old village chief is hearing this, and he is going to beat someone with a kidnapper. The shameless man said that the old man is going crazy. The man hearing this, lifted the Xiang bucket on his shoulder. He smirked and left. A familiar old man hurriedly pulled the old village chief and said, you are tired of living in your hometown? Feng Tsai is now your lordship and libation chancellor of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, then but the person who has gotten the emperor's life. Please stop making trouble. Wait for the county lord to come, and walk around without eating. Be careful to squat in prison. Yes, the old village chief. Yesterday, I also saw Master Nu personally visit Feng Tsai. Yes, we have all seen. You always stop, creak, dash. Amidst the noise, Jiang Feng finally couldn't sleep anymore. Opening the door, I couldn't help but frightened. Looking at the crowd, they asked with dumbfounded expressions, good morning, everyone. What are you doing here this morning? The old village chief is hearing this. With a wave the crutches drove everyone away, and then Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Feng into the little tavern, and he also bolted the door. Feng Tsai, let me ask you something, you can tell me honestly. Jiang Feng thought it was on the mountain. Something happened, and hurriedly met the old village chief. Sit down and ask, you said, listen. I asked you, you made the basketball, right? Yes! Exclamation mark. What's the matter? Jiang Feng scratched his head and looked at it. This is not an accident on the mountain. As long as it is not an accident on the mountain, then it will be fine. But when the old village chief learned that Jiang Feng was really letting Cowhide do the thing, he stomped the crutches several times in anger before he said, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Tell me about you. Tell you not to play with those bastards. You don't listen. Now it's all right. Haven't you heard what Chainan City is saying? What did you say? Jiang Feng yawned and asked when sitting opposite the old village chief. What can you say? What kind of basketball can you say? It can prolong your life. And how to strengthen your body and relax your muscles. Yes, that's it. This is indeed what Jiang Feng asked Lao Yu to do so yesterday. Nothing went wrong? How is this? What happened to the old village chief? The old village chief, hearing this, instantly collapsed on the bench, sighed, "Oh, it's all because I didn't stop those street stalkers earlier, and you, too, your youngster parents left early, old man. I was also fascinated by the benefits of that paper mill, otherwise I shouldn't have been. Let you know. Jiang Feng is like the monk of Jiang the whole person was said to be confused. Quickly asked, "What the hell is going on?" "You said it." "What's the matter?" "I just entered the city this morning, but it's okay. The little recipe of cowhide waited for me and said that you made cowhide do something, and the cowhide didn't make it out all night. I want to come to you, but I dare not. Just block hold here at the city gate. Didn't expect, little old man, I was blocked. This block is good. Otherwise I really don't know what you are doing to lose your conscience. I don't know where your youngster got a pot of black stuff for cowhide. The smell almost didn't let me see my old woman right away. That's it. You say he can build up his body? That's it. Do you still say that he can prolong his life? Be a man. We can't lose our conscience." Jiang Feng is speechless. This is simply. Retesco is now available. Let's say, the old village chief is caring about himself, maybe. You have to say nothing. What the hell? This. Jiang Feng can only wait patiently for the old village chief to finish his anger, and then said, "Lord Sun, you don't know anything about it. It took a lot of hard work for me to send someone to get it back from an overseas fairy mountain. You don't always want to ask, what about Divine Dr. Sun? Have you been on the mountain all the time?" The old village head was actually bringing this thing back from overseas, and his eyes were staring. At this time, Divine Dr. Sun knew it. This thing? I couldn't help but be very curious. Then Divine Dr. Sun knows this. Of course I do. During this time, Divine Dr. Sun was on the mountain and was looking for this thing. The medicine ingredient. All these medicine ingredients are mixed together, and this has such a taste. Think about it. The Chinese medicine is still so bitter. Even more how this is a real baby. The youngster spent tens of thousands of gold leaves in exchange for it. The old village chief couldn't help being fooled by Jiang Feng. I was so distressed that I almost cried. You wastrel, such an expensive thing. What do you? Why are you willing to get it? First, how much can you make with this thing? Can you pay back? Jiang Feng was simply stupid. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 882. What the hell is that logic? How can this be said? But I also know that the old village chief is doing good for him, and he is afraid that he will be taken badly. Although his heart is warm, Jiang Feng still can't stand it. He hurriedly pressed the old village head on the stool and said, "Old village head, your old kindness youngster knows it. Just look at the paper mill. Under your leadership, it has become our academy is the only profitable entry, but this basketball is different. I don't know if you know about the Autumn Hunter." Autumn Hunter? Old the village chief is hearing this. His old eyes narrowed. I really know a little bit about this old fogey ... but I think about it carefully at this time. Now in previous years, it seems that Kushu has started that guy. That scene is just like that. Jiang Feng's face stiffened, and hurriedly interrupted the memory of the old village chief. Isn't this an order from above to let us participate in the autumn hunt? What? His Imperial Majesty made an order to let you participate in the autumn hunting? The old village chief directly exploded. Kilai stood up from the bench with a loud noise. Autumn hunting. That is not something ordinary people can participate in. Generally, it is aristocrats and nobles and Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments. And sometimes even His Imperial Majesty and the others will participate in a grand event. Those who can participate in autumn hunting are eligible to participate. Basically, in previous years, It was the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. Now that the old village chief thinks so carefully, he suddenly remembers something and asks, could it be ... We White Deer Academy of Classical Learning are also qualified. See, Jiang Feng nodded. In an instant, the old village chief turned to the little tavern with excitement on crutches turn around, and after a while, the old village chief will run out. Jiang Feng was so scared that Jiang Feng quickly blocked him and asked, what are you doing all the time? What can you do? Such a big thing. We have to know Mount Q. It tells everyone in the neighborhood to buy some firecrackers and let them go. Jiang Feng is speechless. Well, you have to stop when you are old. This matter, the youngster is worried. You said that autumn hunters are generally prepared, but you also know that our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is it only started this year. Who would have thought that we would also participate? And 10 days after the preparation time. No, not today, there are 9 days. The old village head snapped his fingers. I couldn't help being anxious. There are 9 days left. This, Jiang Feng said again, this is not prepared or the next thing. The key problem is that there is no QGT or other things now. But this Kushu, if you don't participate and offend His Imperial Majesty, the Academy will lose the qualifications for Imperial examination after 3 years. So, do you think the youngster is in a hurry? Then ... You do it. This basketball is for this. Yes. Otherwise, you said I was on the mountain. Well, what did I do when I ran down? The old village chief is hearing this, also anxious. Isn't the establishment of the academy just for the imperial examination? This is done. Let's not say whether you can go to the imperial examination. In case you offend those high officials, you may not know what high hat Feng Tsai should wear. Involuntarily, the old village chief's voice changed in anxiousness. Up, Feng Tsai, you, what do you plan to do? Tong Yui Street finally got you such a golden phoenix. This. Don't worry, this is not letting Cowhide engage in that thing. As long as he does it, youngster will be sure to take the lead in the autumn hunt 9 days later. Really? The old village head is overjoyed. See, Jiang Feng nodded. The old village chief couldn't help but asked worriedly, the rumors of Cheng'an say this ball. The youngster did it. Only in this way can we attract the attention of those officials. Otherwise, there will be only 9 days. You said, what shall we fight with others? Imperial College of Supreme Learning. Don't you know that? Right? Jiang Feng directly confuses the old village chief. At this time, I couldn't help being frightened and flustered. He knows that the people don't fight with officials, and the most important thing is that if Kushu doesn't work well, it will get his head off. After thinking about it, the old village chief hurriedly pulled Jiang Feng and ran out. Walk around. You youngster can give it to that dog day without worrying about such a big thing. Even if you give him a year and 10 years, that idiot won't be able to make it out for you. Just walk around. Let's go and see. No more. Let's go find someone for you. It's really no good. I don't want my old face. Dang. Please, Mr. Boshi. Jiang Feng asked in surprise. Why can't that cowhide come out? This is really beyond his expectation. The old village chief sighed. What kind of brain is he? Pig brain. How can he compare to you? Such an important matter. You are not afraid that he will mess up for you? Jiang Feng, hearing this, could not help but also nodded. But Jiang Feng hurriedly blocked the old village head. Old village head, I have a very important thing for you now. You must prepare now. Otherwise, when the time comes, everyone has to be beheaded. The old village chief was hearing this, and the crutch he was poking at the door hung on the ground with a shake of his hand. What's the matter? Now you go back and call your son and find some honest people. Go to the brewery and squat for me. Except for the 3 old men, no one is allowed to go in. Besides, their food and wages are covered by Feng Tsai, so don't ask why. Anyway, there are things that are more important to me than fate. Also, when I plan to make autumn hunting, I will let people from autumn hunting come to our academy for dinner, so I have to bother you to go and give me a look. The old village chief, hearing this, I raised my hand to hit, but at the end of the hand, it turned into a finger and clicked on Jiang Feng's forehead. He lamented, wastrel, Hey, this. How much money will it cost? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 883. Although the old village chief said so, but the old village chief can still hear the kind words. After stomping his feet in grief, the old village chief ran away in a hurry. It's almost faster than the youngster, but on the road, Jiang Feng can faintly hear the old village chief keep showing off to passers-by. My Feng Tsai wants to ask the official lord of Kuxiu to go to the academy. The official lord of Kuxiu is going to the academy. In this regard, Jiang Feng just smiled. There is an old man in the family, like a treasure. This sentence is true. Although the old village chief and Jiang Feng are not related at all by blood, Jiang Feng didn't bother to investigate what happened 8 lifetimes ago. But now, the entire Tongyue Street people all regard Jiang Feng as people who are closer than their own relatives. This seems to be the characteristic of this era. If one prospers, all prospers. Maybe it is also called when a man attains the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven. One person is famous, and all the people in the street follow. And Jiang Feng has not forgotten these honest and straightforward old neighborhoods. Sure enough, these people did not waste his efforts. One by one, you almost have to see Jiang Feng as your ancestor. On the mountain, everyone on Tongyue Street, as long as they see who dares to do something to the academy or to their own detriment, immediately, he will be jealous and go to the person to settle the account. As for the wages mentioned before, Dugu was almost pushed down by the old village chief with a stick for this matter. Family, do you withdraw money to Losi? Which onion do you count? Finally, Du Darbing had to give it a thumbs up, put the extra money in his pocket, and turn around and send the money to the grain. The matter was thrown to the people on Tongyue Street. He doesn't bother to control either. No way. The people on Tongyue Street all have pinpoints in their eyes. If you don't pay attention and send the wrong food, you can wait to be scolded. How dare Du Darbing do such a thing? He still doesn't have more time to read books. Jiang Feng put his hands on his back and slightly cleaned up his appearance before slowly arriving in front of the cowhide workshop. Apparently, she was scolded just now. At this time, squatting down at the door dejectedly, with his hair curled up, when Jiang Feng, the great savior, came, the cowhide almost cried. Continuing to move into the house, he put the pot of rubber out the door and said, "Noble son Jiang Yi, a little foolish, dare not delay your major event, you still please also be brilliant." What are you talking about? Don't say that soon, let's talk about something. Jiang Feng couldn't help but curse the old village chief secretly. Say, you are old fogey, do things. Why are they exactly the same as old ox and they are frizzy? Pulling up the cowhide, Jiang Feng looked at the cowhide in the shop and the boiling sheepskin in the pot, and asked, I am also to blame for this. I was busy yesterday. I forgot to tell you. Come, let's go in now. I will teach you how to do it. As long as you did good, I promise you will eat well in the future, and you will live better than old he. Really? The cowhide stalked his bald head and asked. Jiang Feng spread his hands. Don't I lie to you? As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Feng hurriedly asked, is there a pig urine bubble here? What do you want that unlucky thing for? Leave it alone, he'll just ask if you have it. Cowhide thought about it. I didn't say a word, and from the back room filled with a pile of horses that had just been peeled off, he took out a white and bloody thing and said, is there any pig urine bubble? Can this sheep urine bubble work? Yes. Jiang Feng nodded. You blow him up and tie it up? The cowhide has a suspicious face. But after seeing Jiang Feng and making sure that he was not joking, he called the most obedient little discipline and asked him to fill the lamb's urine with air. The urinary bubble is very strong and full of toughness. Jiang Feng plans to use this thing as the inner cuff of the basketball. Otherwise, this rubber really has no way to determine his character. After a while, little disciple's face flushed and handed a transparent sheep urine bubble one size bigger than his head to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng held it in his hand for a while before asking, Cowhide, I ask you, is there any way to deal with this thing? It will be capricious, and it will not leak. Cowhide stared at the sheep's urine bubble in a daze. This thing, in addition to being edible, is also manufactured into other skins. He really doesn't know if it will work. I have only made cow urine blister skin pockets and water bags a few times. As for this thing, I will give it a try. Zhang Feng hearing this great joy. Okay, you can just follow the release of the manufacturer's water bag, and this thing will heat him up, and so on. It's useful. In Zhang Feng under the command of, the entire workshop started to act. And Cowhide also wanted to know what Zhang Feng wanted to do, reluctantly removed a cow urinary sac hung on the wall, and then handed it to Zhang Feng. After that, Zhang Feng signaled him to sew layers of cowhide on the outside of the water bladder, so that the cowhide can completely wrap the cow urinary blister. This is a cumbersome thing. Under Zhang Feng's personal demonstration, Cowhide Huang cut a good cowhide into the size Zhang Feng needs in the murderous gaze of his wife. Together with the discipline, use sheep tendon thread to sew these cowhides with dexterous hands and feet, all piece by piece of cow urine bubble. When the sun is about to set, a simple basketball is done. At this time, Cowhide and the people who came to watch the excitement all stared at the ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng was not welcome and took the wooden spoon from Cowhide's hand. He exhorted, "See clearly, this is the most important point. The cowhide is cut along one side, and this thing is called rubber. If it is poured now, it must be poured horizontally. One scoop, no overlap, no gaps." While speaking, Zhang Feng put the basketball wrapped in leather and supported it with a triangular claw, which put the basketball on the rubber on a pot. The rubber was stirred one by one. At this time, everyone's eyes were round. I want to see what the noble Lord Zhang, Dean Zhang, is going to make. After pouring it over and over 6 times, Zhang Feng was sighed in relief. Looking at everyone said, "Okay, successfully accomplished." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 884. Waiting is the most tormenting time. It is the most appropriate for the cowhide at this time. The words of the little discipline and the last old village chief in the morning have been buzzing in his head. Blow the horn. At this time, looking at the dark and lacquered thing that Zhang Feng poured, he was unable to go with the thing that can strengthen his body and prolong his life. But now Zhang Feng has said everything. The people only have to wait. As everyone waited, Zhang Feng finally squeezed out the crowd and came outside the workshop, puffing loudly. Rubber's poison chi, he doesn't know how much he sucked. At this time, I don't know if it was the reason for not exercising for a long time, or what. I was a little dizzy and eyes blurred. After finally smoking a cigarette, the situation has improved slightly. Zhang Feng didn't bother to enter the door, and shouted inside the door, "Cowhide, touch it. Have the surface been dry? If it's dry, throw it in the bucket and soak time it takes to drink a cup of tea and bring it out to me." At this time, the people at the door of the left room looked at the ball discussing spiritedly. Seeing Zhang Feng talking, the courageous people couldn't help but squatted beside Zhang Feng and asked, "Noble son Zhang, what are you doing now?" Could it be the basketball that was circulated in Chainan today? Seeing someone asked about the idea, Zhang Feng was also happy. He gave that person a cigarette and gave him personally. On the point, the person who was delighted almost fainted, faintly smoking a cigarette. The people who looked at the door were no longer in the mood to admire the black ball. Instead, they looked at the cigarette in Zhang Feng's hand and the smoke of the youngster swallowing clouds and mist, and they were extremely envious. Zhang Feng is not Morun either. At this time, be generous. I generously took out a purple sandalwood box with carved patterns, and a bunch of pie cigarettes. And everyone was even more excited. What is this? This is blank paper. It is a cigarette rolled out of a white paper spread in Chainan City. Except for Zhang Feng, a wastrel, who would dare to ruin such a good thing? But this cigarette is also a good thing. Although some people smoke in Chainan City now, people who can smoke as much as Zhang Feng like Zhang Feng are really pitiful. Even many people have seen this thing for the first time. At this time, many people put this cigarette under the nose to sniff and sniff, just reluctant to draw. Zhang Feng said at this time, This thing is basketball. It's a thing I thought of when I was youngster on a mountain a few days ago. Now everyone knows about this Kyuju. Everyone was nodded. Zhang Feng said again, this Kyuju, the one who succeeds now can play is such a wave of expensive clansmen, but who can afford to play like ours? Who has time to play, right? So, the youngster is thinking, look at where this is. This is Chainan. It is at the feet of the emperor, represented by our Chainan people, but for the face of our great Tang. This thing can't be thrown away, can't you? So, youngster was wondering if he could make something like that nutritious porridge, so that everyone can have something to play with after eating and drinking. As for whether this thing can strengthen the body, whether it can relax the muscles, this is only waiting for you to discover it slowly in the future. Noble son Zhang, do you mean we can all play this stuff? The youngster sitting next to Zhang Feng asked again at this time. I couldn't help but, at this moment, even the black-faced, cowhide wife looked at Zhang Feng with staring eyes, feeling incredible. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right, I've already asked people to get it. Not only will we have it in every street market in the future, but when the time is right, I'm willing to pay for it. If you have a good game, I will also pay. If there is no better one, we will hold 2 basketball games every year in the future. If we can win prizes, I promise him 3 requirements. If you want you to marry me, would you agree? At this moment, a woman asked in surprise. Zhang Feng hearing this saw that his scalp was numb for an instant, but before he could talk to someone from Tongyue Street, he scolded the fat girl and ran away. This ... as long as the principle is not violated, what Zhang Feng can do is fine. Zhang Feng hurriedly added at last. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. Although I don't know if I can keep fit, I have money to get it. And I can get a promise from Zhang Feng. This is a rare opportunity to soar into the sky. Who is Zhang Feng? That is the Dean of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, Chainan's youngest hereditary viscount. What is the future? Can't help but get everyone's expressions all eager. At this moment, Zhang Feng saw the dazed cowhide behind the crowd, and beckoned. At this time, everyone remembered what was going on, and hurriedly walked away, looking towards the one in cowhide's hand. Black stuff. The whole black ball is filled with lines left by pouring, and there are many dripping marks on one side. Obviously this is the bottom of the basketball stand just now. Zhang Feng took the basketball, and subconsciously made the gesture of holding the ball in the basketball court for later generations. I couldn't help feeling infinitely in my heart. At this time, everyone was in absolute silence. Everyone's eyes are closely watching the black ball in Zhang Feng's hand. Finally, Zhang Feng moved. To be precise, Zhang Feng finally smashed the black ball in his hand on the ground in the horrified eyes of everyone. Bang! 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 Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 885. Basketball is a good basketball. Although there is a little problem with the material, it is generally okay, but this air is really insufficient. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng began to worry about patting the basketball twice again and asked, Cowhide, your bellows, can you inflate this thing? It's where you left. I charged him with the soft plug that was corked before this. The cowhide can't help but twist his brows together. When Zhang Feng saw this, he couldn't help but sighed. Let's go and look at your bellows. The theory of the bellows is exactly similar to the inflatable tube, except that one is shrunk several hundred times, and the other is a thing that can only stay in one place. The two entered the room. The husky lands in the room, as well as the work. All looked at Zhang Feng excitedly at this moment, especially the black ball in Zhang Feng's hands. His eyes are hot. After Zhang Feng greeted everyone casually, he squatted in front of the bellows to look. But after thinking about it this way, Zhang Feng felt that it was impossible. After looking at the rest of the rubber, Zhang Feng couldn't help thinking, Cowhide Yellow, you immediately find me a 7-foot-long bamboo tube with such a thick arm, and so on, until only this seam is as big as one end. Cowhide hearing this, suddenly realized, hurrying with the hatchet, he ran out. What is this? This is Jiang Feng teaching skills. Before the bone strengthening powder and the sale of the nutritional porridge, he had long been greedy to death because of a vocabulary. That is to keep fit. I don't want to talk about the things that Jiang Feng made afterwards, which one is not a fortune-making business. At this time, Cowhide seemed to be worried that the woman was at home, fearing to annoy Jiang Feng, twisted the woman's ears, and pulled out of the room door. Jiang Feng glanced at the door and waved, said with a smile, "It's all gone, 3 days at most, 3 days. You can play this stuff, and I hope you all in the neighborhood when the time comes give me more publicity." Though these people don't know what publicity means, but it basically means that it seems to be for them to talk about it. Where everyone did not agree, Lo Diandian repeatedly promised to run away, and Jiang Feng finally has time to study the valve of this basketball. Basketball is easy to make, but once this valve is not fixed, this thing is a waste. The cow urinary bubble is made of tenacious and can be used as a water sack for traveling in the desert. Naturally, it is his reason. Inside, Jiang Feng doesn't doubt this, but the difficulty lies here. How to make these two things fit perfectly is the key. Pull out the cork. After Jiang Feng studied the sunlight outside the window, he couldn't help but think of the plug on a portable water bottle of later generations. In an instant, Jiang Feng's mind had an idea. I picked up the wooden spoon, scooped up some sticky rubber, and then took the bowl of cold boiled water that he poured the cowhide into him, and raised the wooden spoon high to let the rubber in the spoon gather into a silk thread dripped into the bowl. After Jiang Feng saw it, he picked up a cylindrical rubber stick that was smaller than chopsticks in the bowl, and drew a stroke on the air inlet of the basketball. After making the upper layer of rubber the same size as the intake valve port, then smearing rubber on the intake valve port. After doing all this, Jiang Feng pointed the rubber stick in the handle cautiously to the inlet. The air valve was pushed in. After a cup of tea, Jiang Feng picked up the basketball again, soaked him in a water tank, and then squeezed the basketball hard. After all, there was still air in the basketball. I tried a few more trials. After confirming that there was no possibility of air leakage, Jiang Feng was sighed in relief. Until now, basketball is finally complete. The rest is the inflator. As long as the inflator can be perfectly pierced through the inlet valve rubber, everything is perfect. Noble son Jiang, you just finished it like this. The sudden appearance of the voice really shocked Jiang Feng and turned around to look at him. It's a little discipline of cowhide, Jiang Feng asked. Have you seen it all? Little discipline nodded. Jiang Feng asked again, what's your name? The younger one is Go Tai Bao, and noble son Jiang, you can call me Xia Bao. Go Tai Bao? Too full. Good name. Jiang Feng couldn't help but in the heart secretly gave a thumbs up. The attainments of the ancients are simply culmination, especially reflected in this name, which is simply little treasure. Can you see all my manufacturing steps clearly? Go Tai Bao was hearing this, thinking that Jiang Feng would be held accountable. He hurriedly knelt on the ground in fright. Noble son Jiang, it was not intentional to be small. This. Go Tai Bao was about to cry. You must never tell me, master teacher's wife, otherwise I have to lose another layer of skin. Jiang Feng jokingly said, you let me not say okay. Let me ask you, have you remembered the steps I just did? Remember. Jiang Feng hearing this nodded. Okay, from now on, this basketball manufacture matter is left to you. Remember, this craft is not allowed to be passed on, otherwise it will be decapitated. Do you understand? If it is passed out, not only your head is not protected, your whole family is young, and your master's head is not protected. Go Tai Bao was frightened and forced. In an instant Jiang Feng smelled an unpleasant smell of urine. This product, so unintimidated, Jiang Feng frowned and covered his nose and said, wait for your master to come back and ask him to make an inflatable tube. As for how to do it, I don't care how to inflate it. If I don't see it tomorrow morning, I will do this errand. I will find another person. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 886. Chainan City is a ghost place. It's not big or small. A little thing can spread all over the city in an instant. Last night, I don't know where it came from, one after another unusual voice. It has been circulated that Zhang Feng, the Dean of Mount Q's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, watched celestial phenomenon at night, and got a great insight. After bone-strengthening powder and nutritional porridge, it came up with an activity that everyone can participate in. A good thing that can strengthen your body, relax your muscles and prolong your life. Furthermore, this thing is still a good thing that divine Dr. Sun Simiao spent a month together with 4 great Confucians. Basketball. In an instant, the fresh vocabulary of basketball spread wildly in Chainan City. Mainly because, this thing is no longer the same as bone-strengthening powder, it can only be used by the rich, and all ordinary persons can use it. At this time, everyone was fried. But at this time, everyone was surprised to find that from Tongyue Street, another incredible incident came out. I saw it. Under the big willow tree at the entrance of Tongyue Street, a group of women who are panicking idle are squatting under the big willow tree and chatting, and a group of Tongyue Street people passing by. Chirp chirp Twitter says things, cannot help but let these people, blocked this group of people. You just said, that basketball, should noble Sun Jiang pay? Just ask. It's terrible. More and more people gathered around. It was a time when money was the hardest to earn, and Mount Q, who had always thought that the sky was overcast, now has a full population and no more workers, so when there is a turmoil at this time, everyone's ears they all stand up. The people on Tongyue Street are naturally the people who have just witnessed the magic of Zhang Feng from the cowhide. Do you see what this is? The young man sitting next to Zhang Feng excitedly raised half of the cigarette in his hand and said, this is smoke. It is the smoke that can only be enjoyed by the group of Confucian scholars at White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Hearing this, everyone is shocked. Fuck. Where did you steal this thing? I heard that noble Sun Jiang has returned to the Little Tavern. Did you guys steal it? Hearing this, group of women quit. I will step forward to grab the man and prepare to send him to court. And that person is also impatient. Your eye saw that I stole it. I tell you, noble Sun Jiang personally lit this cigarette for me, and handed it to me. You'll fuck your mother, Zipapi. It's not bad if you fucking don't steal it, noble Sun Jiang, such a noble person, will speak to you. This person named Zipapi, it's a very make one's mark in this area, because there have been 3 thieves before, and 3 times have been paraded. It's hard not to know him. At this moment, there is a thing in his hand that can only be enjoyed by a rich man, and everyone doesn't even think about it. And Zipapi was also anxious. He pointed to the people behind him and said, look at their ears. It is all the smoke from noble Sun Jiang. And they all saw it. At the door of the cowhide, noble Sun Jiang personally give me all the cigarettes. If you don't believe me, let's go to the government now, and I will sue you for the crime of framing. Hearing this when the women finally saw exactly similar cigarettes in the ears and hands of everyone who came out of Tongyue Street, they were shocked. Are these really given by noble Sun Jiang himself? Those people on Tongyue Street, at this time, are like offering treasures. They straightened their backs and their eyes were 45. After watching the sky, he leaked the smoke from his ears. Can't help but, those onlookers couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. Quickly asked, Zipapi, no, Lord Zhu, tell me, what did noble Sun Jiang say? Why did he give you such a precious thing? Please beg me. Zhu peeled the skin and touched the beard on the big mole on the corner of his mouth. But after waiting for a long time, seeing no one asked, I had to rub his nose and said, noble Sun Jiang, it is simply heavenly God. Some time ago, didn't the old Taoist rumor that we Cheng'an had heavenly emperors Iy descended? In my opinion, this noble Sun Jiang must be the heavenly emperor's Iy. This ball noble Sun Jiang saw that we were pitiful and could not eat enough to wear warmth. This made the bone-strengthening powder that is only available in the sky, but those damn rich bastards just took it for themselves, and in the end noble son Jiang was also angry. Now, I don't do this thing anymore. Instead, I have made this basketball thing. This thing is incredible. Zapapi started talking more and more, and there were more onlookers. Even Nui, who had a headache and splitting up in the morning, didn't know where he came from, and surrounded him. Youngster, tell me, what good thing did Brother Jiang make? Zapapi talked about the rise. When did he have such a prestige? This was all given by noble son Jiang. At this time, when someone called noble son Jiang brother, he immediately contemptuously said, "Which onion are you?" Noble son Jiang is also your brother. But before he finished speaking, Zapapi saw Nui, and the people around him unconsciously stepped back. Unfortunately, Zapapi swallowed hard. He knelt on the ground with a cry of Puff Tong, and saw with tears, "Sir Nu, the small one is nonsense. You have a lot of adults. Don't oneself to somebody's level with the younger one!" Exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 887. Nui is now in the mood to be lower oneself to somebody's level with him. I didn't know what kind of wine Jiang Feng's youngster gave him yesterday. I don't know how to go back, but early in the morning I heard the servant of bailiff say that he was thrown from a carriage to the gate of the county government. I wanted to visit Jiang Feng early in the morning. By the way, let's see if we can catch some errands. For example, the security of Street Market Undermount Q. Now the Street Market Undermount Q is even better than the two major street markets in Chainan. The taxation is simply eye-catching. However, before reaching Tongyue Street, Nui saw a group of people gathered together, and Zapapi, who was standing on the pork meatballs at the entrance of Tongyue Street, couldn't help but walk up curiously. I heard this good thing. I couldn't help but brighten my eyes, and at this time I didn't care about Zapapi's misdeeds. He waved his hand and said, "If you tell the officer without omission and in detail, you will treat it as if it had never happened. If there is half a lie, this official will punish you for the crime of humiliating the Imperial Court Commander." While speaking, Nui stared at Zhu and said, "At least you have to hit the 80 board, then throw it into the mine." Hearing this, Zapapi panicked. "I was trembling all over when I was lying on the ground." "No, Lord, you are very compassionate. The little one is a rise of a brief moment. Then noble son Jiang itself is a heavenly god descendant. How can ordinary people dare to climb relatives with him?" So the little one is also defending noble son Jiang's reputation doesn't mean it's aimed at the cow lord. Come on, get up and talk. Nui was originally to scare this youngster. Where is he going to treat him? Crime? See you. Zapapi got up in a hurry, and loudly said, "You all knew about basketball last night, right?" Nui frowned, looking at the master next to him and asking said, "What is basketball?" The master got stuck and quickly told Nui about basketball in detail. Hearing this, Nui couldn't help but his expression changed drastically. Listen carefully again. That week, Peking seemed to have recovered the excitement he had just once again, but he didn't dare to climb up the stone lion, raised half of the cigarette in his hand and said, "Noble son Jiang was just in the cowhide and made the basketball himself. It's coming out. And I heard that it was a pot of ingredients that took several days to cook with the four great Confucian and divine Dr. Sunday. That thing is incredible." Lightly pat on the ground, "It can rise 10 jiang high." And noble son Jiang also said that in the future, all the streets and alleys will have to build a basketball in the field. The old young masters can play basketball, and they can all get fit. Let's prolong our life together. Not only that, noble son Jiang actually plans to pay for it out of his pocket and reward him for those who perform well, and hold basketball games in Mount Q every year. Those who win can get a promise that noble son Jiang can do. In other words, you can follow noble son Jiang has a request. In an instant, hundreds of officials are completely boiling. What? Noble son Jiang is a heavenly god. The good things in this, not only don't need money, but also send us money. Oh my god. Really? God open your eyes. And Nuweili is now also stunned. Why didn't you hear noble son Jiang talk about such an important thing yesterday? Nuweili couldn't listen anymore, and hurriedly squeezed away the excited crowd, and ran to Jiang Feng's little tavern. And what happened here, once again, spread out like a violent wind. East Market. Street market is very quiet now, the few businessmen, listlessly gathered around playing poker, relaxing. At this time, the appearance of a group of people instantly made the businessmen of East Market immediately become energetic and shout again. But these people are not here to buy things. I glanced left and right, and then rose up and talked about what I had just heard at the gate of Tongyue Street. I'll tell you a good thing. One, don't tell me, noble son Jiang, should you have heard of it? It's Lord Dean from White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Just now he played basketball. I made it. And that thing can blow up the city wall as high as one shot. I also heard that this thing can not only prolong life. Take a lick, put it on the next floor and eat it, and it can cure all diseases. Not only that, then noble son Jiang is also preparing to pay for it out of his own pocket, as a reward to those who play well! Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Hearing this, the people at East Market are boiling. And Zai Market is also the general situation at this time. Things are true. Shainan, the cow lord of the government office, should you all know it? The cow lord said it himself. That thing can continue to cure all diseases. After playing for a long time, noble son Jiang will arrange a good career for you at Mount Q. Not only Chainan Avenue East and West Markets, even the Peace Street and the place where the 3 provinces and 6 departments are located. At this time, the wind was heard. At this moment, Wei Zheng couldn't help being stunned after listening to the report from the person under his hand. Fang Xuanling, who looked at the side, asked, Duke Fang, what do you think of this matter? In the Imperial Palace, I was playing cards with Li Yuan and it was miserable. Li Shimin of Li Shimin couldn't help laughing after learning about this situation. Li Yuan, hearing this, when I asked, I could not help but curl one's lip slightly. What the hell is happening? This youngster is happening again. Maybe this youngster is preparing for the autumn hunting thing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 888. Li Shimin, hearing this, after thinking for a while, he said, calculating the time, it seems that it's time for autumn hunting. But such a wonderful thing, I can't see the two of us anymore. Li Yuan, hearing this, said, first give me the money from the previous handful of money, and then say 1 inch. Li Shimin was a little speechless, but there is really no money left on him. It is worth looking towards the surrounding eunuch. Only then did the arrears have been paid. Li Yuan is like a money fan, holding a coin and saying, if you want to see it, after this guy's autumn hunting, or before the autumn hunting, we and my father will go to Mount Q together. At any rate, the old man is also the honorary deputy dean of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. It's not too much to inspect this basketball. Li Shimin, hearing this, couldn't help laughing. Father Emperor, said the second pole. While speaking, Li Shimin indifferently asked, Little Gizzy, I heard that Yachiya and Duke V yesterday and the others went to Little Tavern one after another? Yes. Little Gizzy bowed and hurriedly said, back to His Imperial Majesty, retired Emperor. Yachiya stayed in tavern for 1 hour. After going out, nothing was unusual. The minion felt that nothing had happened, but then Duke V and Duke of Lu stayed for about 1 hour and a half. Then what? Then Little Gizzy carefully told about the visit of Crown Prince and the others to Jiang Feng. This is clear. At this time, Li Chengqian also hurried into the royal gardens from Mount Q. Seeing Li Chengqian's face was different, Li Shimin waved his hand to dismiss everyone and then pointed to the stone bench beside him, said, why don't you pay attention to the image? Li Yuan also looked at Li Chengqian with a smile and asked, Qian has any good news to tell me? The emperor grandfather understands grandson. Li Chengqian hurriedly took a picture of a horse. Li Shimin heard this and snorted, expressed dissatisfaction, but Li Yuan did not give him a chance to ask questions and asked, yesterday I heard you rummaged the imperial palace all over. looking for briquettes? Yes, Feng Zai asked me to find it, and he said that only this thing can keep the temperature of the furnace, maintain a higher level, and then smelt steel. Oh, hearing this, Li Yuan and Li Shimin flashed across their faces shock. The fire gun thing, as well as the shield of impervious to sword and the spear of nothing that cannot be broken, have always affected the nerves of the two of them, and the source of all this is to obtain steel. Now in Li Chenqian's mouth, the two can't help but feel even more happy when they heard the good news. Speaking in detail, this is not what you want to talk about, right? Li Shimin waved and scolded. As the Father Emperor said, this is really not. The minerals that the Father Emperor has always been concerned about are eye-catching! Hearing this, Li Shimin was startled, and quickly turned around and shouted indifferently at the distance, "Clean up the royal gardens. Without my will, no rat is allowed in." Then Li Shimin and all three fell into a short silence. Minerals have always been an important thing bothering Li Shimin and Great Tang. Now Great Tang's iron nuggets, coal mines, and gold and silver mines are all in the hands of Wang clan of Tai Yuan. This is the stalk that Li Shimin and Li Yuan have been unable to put down. And now they actually heard this again in Li Chenqian's mouth, and they couldn't help but let the two of them think of something instantly. After a bird call came, Li Shimin asked, "Qiana, why do you say that? Did you find a coal mine?" Li Chenqian hearing this wryly smiled. The child still has the ability. It is Feng Zai. I guess where there is coal mine one in Erpiling, Lanshan County. What? How did he know? Li Yuan and Li Shimin couldn't help asking in unison. Coal is not important. Don't you think it's not important? In winter, as well as the daily needs of the palace, it is very much needed. But it has always been in the hands of those gentry. It is difficult to find scattered things under their wolf-like eyes. But let's not talk about coal mines, even if it is a large amount of other minerals. As the monarch of the entire country, he really hasn't mastered a few. This is Li Shimin and Li Yuan's heart disease. The main reason is that there is no such talent as aristocratic family great clan who specializes in prospecting. Now that Zhang Feng appeared, the two could not help but find a way to get rid of the gentry. Although, by doing so, it is easy to push Zhang Feng to the opposite of those aristocratic family great clan. But now Zhang Feng is on the mountain. Finished the four great confusion, and Li Yuan took the initiative to serve as the honorary vice president. They want to touch Zhang Feng's words. Then you have to weigh it first, plus, if it can, as Zhang Feng said, in a short period of time. What is more terrifying than the spear that cannot be broken can be made? Words coming out. Then what is Li Shimin afraid of? When the time comes, no matter what Guanlong 8 masters he is, and those 5 surnames 7 clans, they all have to tremble under his power. I couldn't help but make Li Shimin's eyes more intense. Furthermore, can this matter be certain? Li Chenqian shook his head and said, "It is precisely because of the important matter that child and subject were dispatched first last night." After countless diehards, he hurriedly returned to the palace to report. "Okay," nodded praised by Li Shimin. "It seems that I let you follow Feng Zai is the right choice. This is what a monarch should do. Before doing anything, you must first think about the pros and cons of things." Li Shimin carried his hands on his back, and after wandering around the Huxin pavilion, he said, "I will give you a secret decree, and quickly ask Nujinda to send someone to go there in person, just as Feng Zai said. The way to go, but you don't leave Chainan, otherwise if those damn flies smell it, it will be in trouble." Li Chenqian hearing this longevity series said, "Child and subject follows the royal order." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 889. Chainan. These 2 days have not been uneventful. Everyone stared blankly and waited for the basketball to appear. And in the palace, since Li Chenqian bid farewell to Li Shimin and Li Yuan, he went to Empress Zhangsan to ask for peace, and then he hurried out of the imperial palace. In his arms, He carried a letter from Li Yuan to Jiang Feng. Li Chengqian couldn't help being speechless when he thought of the content of the letter. This retired emperor actually asked the person in charge of construction to build a basketball court in his bedroom. Although this requirement is nothing, who dares to see something that I have never seen before? Who can afford the responsibility? Originally, the father emperor gave you a good repair of the individual garden, but you were so good. You didn't even take a look at it. Instead, it was given to Jiang Feng as soon as it changed hands. This makes Li Chengqian feel jealous. Which garden, the money spent, and the design, are basically higher than the specifications of the imperial palace. The main reason is that Li Shimin wants to take care of Li Yuan's life. But now, this damn youngster, I haven't even looked at it. Looking at the groggy look, Li Chengqian couldn't help but sigh. The good things are made by pigs. Oh, isn't this Li Noble's son? At this moment, when Li Chengqian was in the sedan, disguised himself for a while and was about to slip to Tongyue Street. After the meeting, he turned round and bumped into an acquaintance, a friend who was stubborn when he was in Chainan. When I saw Li Chengqian at this time, he glanced at the carriage in surprise and said, "Why, young Master Li, is this just sneaking out of the house?" Li Chengqian laughed twice, which is perfunctory. The man grabbed Li Chengqian mysteriously and asked, "I just heard a news, Brother Li, you are in the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Have you ever heard of basketball, something?" Li Chengqian asked surprisingly. "You know?" The teenager in the pink gown glanced at Li Chengqian and said, "Brother Li is here. Do you doubt Brother's IQ? Who doesn't know about this in Cheng'an now? But when I was in Yanlai building just now, I heard that someone was transporting large quantities of wood outside the city. And what kind of cement? From Mount Qian, which claims to be instantly turned into stone. Do you know about this?" Li Chengqian became impatient. "Brother Mo is okay. But it's okay. I still have important things to see Lord Dean at this time. If it's delayed, the person is hearing this and put it away." He said in a joke, "Frankly, I really have something to do." Brother Li also knows about my father's errand in the Ministry of Works. After learning about the magic of cement today, I was thinking about repairing the mansion. That's why Brother thought of Brother Li. Now it seems that Brother Li and Dean Jiang have a deep relationship. So, Li Chengqian narrowed his eyes slightly. "You want cement?" "Yes." "The price is easy to say, as long as Brother Li is doing a great job. I heard that a thief from the previous dynasty was caught. The family was escorted back to Beijing, and one of the female family members was simply exquisite beauty. When the time comes, I will send it to Brother Li's house." Li Chengqian also heard of this time. "Although my heart is moving, at this time, where do I have time to think about which?" At this moment, a cold, and somewhat seductive voice could not help but frighten the two of them. "Isn't this Li Noble's son?" Li Noble's son also went to Noble Sun Zhang's tavern. The voice is very charming. After hearing the sound, the young man in pink clothes was completely sluggish, and turned around slowly like an idiot. In the eyes, under the curtain of a carriage, a pair of eye pupils that are enough to charm all living beings, completely let the young Halazi at this time all flow all over the place. Li Chengqian knows who the person is when he hears the voice. "I have also seen the formidable power of this woman." "Don't dare to look at him." He bowed and said, "Xiaoxing Li Qian, I have seen Monsieur." "That's right." The visitor is Yachiya, who came for questioning. Seeing that the two men actually knew each other, the pink-clothed boy hurriedly wiped the halazi on his mouth, and said in a polite manner, "Xiaoxing Mozaikan, I have seen the girl P who is Yachi." Although she didn't see thousands of swingers, there were still hundreds of them. So at this time, Mozaikan's words were automatically filtered, but she looked at Li Chengqian instead. "Brother Mo, I would like to advise you." Then Yachiya said, "Yes, I am planning to go to Little Tavern." "Did the girl come because of basketball?" Yachiya invited Li Chengqian to the carriage, but Li Chengqian refused, which made Yachiya burst in surprise. "Is Li Noble's son afraid of your servant failure?" "Ahem, what girl?" you said. "Feng Tsai is still waiting. You are one step ahead. I will come later." "Just kidding, this woman, Li Chengqian don't dare provoke such a poisonous scorpion. It is estimated that only Feng Xi's metamorphosis can control it. And this scene could not help but let the powder-clothed boy watch it for a moment. Especially what Li Chengqian did just now is not the same as the Li Das how he knew before. Is this woman really so scared? However, these are not important. Damn it, I haven't said anything about it. When Mo Zikang beat his chest, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin's men, namely Chainan barracks, a large number of soldiers disguised as civilians, and carried large amounts of wood into Chainan, the city gate of the city. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin are riding horses. Although ordinary people with makeup can't help them, their fierce faces are still scary. The people around Chainan city, when they saw the car full of wood, couldn't help cry out in surprise. Are these people all Mount QE craftsmen? Is it here to build a basketball court? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 890. The people who built the basketball court have entered the city. The news was passed on by word of mouth in the mouths of the people madly. In an instant, behind the motorcade, countless people surrounded them, hanging behind them, wanting to see how these pieces of wood became the rumored thing in the hands of these people. Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong wandered around in Chainan city, then they turned their heads and said, "Why, let's get one on the opening of Tongyue Street." Cheng Yojin hearing this nodded. Don't even say that this place is spread in all directions, and it is connected to both east and west markets. If it is located here, it will not only highlight that Feng Xi will also make Tongyue Street's reputation soar. Okay, let's do it. The two of them discussed the matter and settled the matter. And on the other side, Nu Weili first went to the workshop of Cowhide. After not seeing Jiang Feng, he went to Jiang Feng's little tavern with Cowhide who had just made basketball. At this time, Jiang Feng had already been sitting under the crooked neck tree at the entrance of Little Tavern, who was sleeping. But the two did not dare to bother, so they just hugged the basketball and squatted beside Jiang Feng and waited. Stand up. In a moment, as the two of them watched, Yachi's sedan chair slowly stopped at the door of Little Tavern. When Nu Weili saw the standard on the sedan chair, his scalp numb instantly. Well, wait, it'll come another day. After finishing talking, Nu Weili used the speed of fleeing to escape here. Looking at the Cowhide, Huang froze for a while. Just kidding. That's the sedan chair in Duke of S mansion. Others don't know him, but as Chainan's little county magistrate, he dare not know him. On the first day of coming to Chainan, the first thing is to remember all the dignitaries in Chainan city. At the very least, the sign on the carriage is the most important thing. Good credentials. Nu Weili could not help but see a burst of cold sweat on his back as he ran. Yesterday, he also noticed this carriage and the woman in the carriage. Although he hadn't seen it, people who can ride the carriage on the Duke of E's mansion can still be so swaggering in Chang walking in and city. As long as you are not a fool, this person cannot afford to offend. Plus, he was here yesterday. But he heard people say that this woman, but it took a long time before she came out of tavern. If it weren't for her close relationship with noble son Jiang, who would dare? I came here today to ask Jiang Feng for something. If that sentence offends someone, then his life will come to an end. But before Nu Weili walked out of Tongyue Street, he saw two tall and magnificent people riding their horses at the gate of Tongyue Street. Nu Weili, who was already full of anger, found her catharsis. After finishing some clothes, she appeared at the street market on Tongyue Street with a gloomy face on her back, coldly shouted, "Stop! Who are you waiting for? Don't you know that horseback riding is not allowed in Chainan City?" Hearing this, the things on the truck and Yachi Gong Cheng Yojin were all stunned. And those soldiers are more of a good show. And the people around the officials, all looked at Nu Weili jokingly at this time, unable to tell the strangeness. Nu Weili's mind was still in a mess at this time, and he didn't notice the weird atmosphere. He stepped forward and scolded, "Where are the barbarians? Don't you know the law of Chainan? Quickly dismount, otherwise, follow the official to Chainan government office." Ordinary. The words are not finished yet. Nu Weili's knees softened, and he knelt on the road with a normal sound, trembling all over. "Hey, Liu, who is this fool?" Cheng Yojin looked at Nui Ili in surprise and asked, "Where did Yachi Gong know?" Scratching his head and said, "Who cares about his mother? What should we do? Wait and see Feng Tsai for a drink." "You too. You should dismount quickly. This is Lord of the County of Chainan government." Yesterday, he and noble son Jiang were strong for the brother. Pudash. Without waiting for the onlookers to finish speaking, Nui Ile spewed out old blood, and hurriedly said with a trembling, "I don't know, it is the two masters. I will get out of here. You continue, just as if you didn't see I." While speaking, Nui Ile staggered up and ran away. "Mother, why are these two murderous gods here?" Although these two are disguised, he remembers the jade token on the belt. His Imperial Majesty has 5 sides in total: Yachi Gong, Cheng Yojin, Li Jing, Nu Jinda, Qin Kai and Qin Shu Bao. These 5 masters were caught on the first day of the Chainan government office. Inform Rid, you cannot afford to offend the existence. Actually, I saw 2 of them today, and judging from the body, these 2 are the most difficult Great Demon King Cheng Yojin and the reckless Yachi Gong. His mother? What evil did Lozi hit today? Nui Ili wants to cry. But Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin saw an unfathomable mystery. But from Nui Ili's actions, the old youngster seemed to recognize them. "Old Black, it seems that you are not doing business well," Yachi Gong jokingly said. Cheng Yojin pointed to a soldier without taking an example and said, "Go, follow County Lord, and tell him clearly what we are here for." "Yes." The soldier with the same stature shook his shoulders, threw a small wooden pile with a wash basin on the ground, squeezed his fists, and followed Nui Ili with a sneer. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 891. Move a bit faster, don't raise the floor tiles, you fucking, go and measure it, erect the wooden stakes, wait for Feng Zi to come, and if you're not satisfied, I took your skin off. You, what the hell did you use for such a small piece of wood? Give Feng Tsai a fire. You, and the 2 of you, can't even move a stone lion. What do you want? Get out. Go back and get Lozi a whip. Amidst the stunned people watching, one is full of diameter the 3-foot, Zhang Ai pine tree stood in front of the street market. This scene made everyone confused. In the crowd, Zapapi had the courage to show up half of the smoke in his hand and asked, "Master, are you doing this?" Yachi Gong glanced at it. Zapapi glanced at the cigarette in his hand, frowning and asked, "Tong Yui Street?" Zapapi, hearing this, busy nodded. Seeing this, Yachi Gong said lazily, "Isn't this the basketball court?" Feng Tsai said, "I've always built a basketball court for you." "You are doing it?" "It's shameful to Feng Tsai. Don't know how to come and help." "Basketball court? And is the first basketball court built on Tong Yui Street?" Everyone was hearing this, their eyes lit up, and then they became a little ashamed. With such a thick wood, these babies are really struggling, and they couldn't help but feel sorry for them. And they came up to help in a hurry. And that week, when I saw the peeling, my eyes were ticking, and I eagerly ran to follow or yelled in front of the digging soldiers. The magical thing that Tong Yui Street built a basketball court is also out of control. The people of Chainan idle pain in the balls all copied their hands and came to see this strange thing. But at first glance the stakes that forced the street market gate to be more than half higher, everyone couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. "My mother, this is really not something mortal can play. So high. Why threw it up?" Suddenly, Tong Yui Street built a magical basketball court, which spread everywhere like a whirlwind, and Jiang Feng was also in the noise and woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the cowhide crouching beside him, which shocked Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng woke up and grinned. In an instant, the yellow teeth made Jiang Feng feel sick. "All right?" Jiang Feng hurriedly asked. The cowhide yellow guy was so excited, he handed Jiang Feng the basketball that Jiang Feng modified the valve on basketball. After a simple polishing, Surian is slightly rough, but this is the effect Jiang Feng needs. As for the appearance, Jiang Feng doesn't care about it. After the market opens in the future, it's not too late to figure out the ornamentation. Jiang Feng took the basketball and pressed it. The basketball is full of air. Try to shoot. If it weren't in Great Tang, Jiang Feng really thought that this thing would have passed through. Yes, you did a great job. Wait later, I will write you a note. You go to Mount Qa to find the old village chief to get the money. From now on stuff, how about buying each one for 1 million? Baywin! Exclamation mark. At this price, Cowhide could not help but tremble with excitement. Even if you add a whole piece of cowhide, the total cost is less than 30 liters. This one gives you 100 wen, and the cowhide can't help but feel grateful. Why go to Mount Qa? I can give it to him now. At this moment, Li Chengqian's voice sounded on the side of the sedan chair. Jiang Feng glanced at it. I went, and only then did I notice Li Chengqian and Cheerful standing beside Li Chengqian, Yachiya wearing a peach-colored gauze and holding an oiled paper umbrella. Seeing the two, a question mark flashed in Jiang Feng's mind. You too. Li Chengqian hurriedly waved his hands and said, don't get me wrong, I just met on the road. Besides, your youngster sleeps sweetly, and Monsieur can't bear it. Excuse me, so I'll tell her about you. Jiang Feng hearing this, a black line could not help but appear on his forehead. Yachiya saw this and leaned slightly and said, you have seen noble son Jiang, but he has not seen him in a day. Noble son Zhang's complexion looks better. I'm good with your grandma's legs. Seeing you, I feel uncomfortable anywhere. However, Jiang Feng only dared to slander in the heart. After seeing Li Chengqian gave a piece of silver bills to Cowhide, he was laughed away. However, Jiang Feng did not invite the two in. Instead, asked, what's going on this street? Is it because the people on the mountain are all back? It's noisy. Li Chengqian heard this for a moment. You don't know? What do I know? When Yachiya saw the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but say with a smile, let's talk about you. It's at the gate of Fnashi on Tongyue Street. My cousin and old Chen are building the basketball court mentioned by noble son Jiang. Jiang Feng hearing this only nodded, clapped the basketball in his hands, but snatched it to Li Chengqian. Under curiosity, fiercely smashed it to the ground, shocking Jiang Feng and Yachiya. I saw the basketball suddenly raised a few jang high, and then bounced on the eaves of tavern, and then bounced elsewhere. Li Chengqian couldn't help being confused. Dang, what is this? Does this ball have wings? P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 892. Wrong day. Jiang Feng could not help but burst out a classic term when he looked at the basketball disappearing in the air, and Yachiya and Zheng the cowhide who was going to leave was all dumbfounded. Jiang Feng can no longer scold Li Chengqian, go chasing the basketball with your legs open. Yachiya glared at Li Chengqian, she also carried the skirt, and the oil paper umbrella was gone, like a butterfly, chasing Jiang Feng. Noble son Jiang waits for me. And Li Chengqian finally came over. Look at his hands, look at his hides harboring malicious intentions. Huang shouted, I'm not looking for the ball yet. If the ball is lost, this noble son will pick you up and go play basketball. While speaking, Li Chengqian will follow along when he spreads his feet. This ball is the first basketball. Naturally, he knows the value of this ball. Otherwise, with Jiang Feng's urinary nature, he would lose if he missed it. Where would he go after the ball? At worst, just get one. There are still 8 days left, so it's autumn hunting time. And at the entrance of street market on Tongyue Street, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin looked at the busy people, squatting on the road crocks beside them, smoking cigarettes, and wondering what the magic of this basketball is. When talking about excitement, the 2.5-old man couldn't help but yelled. And just now, Yachi Gong finished smoking one cigarette and just renewed the second cigarette. I only heard a sound of boom, I don't know who it was, and he slapped his head fiercely from the top of the head. In an instant, all the cigarettes that had just been lit in his mouth entered his throat. The hot Yachi Gong slapped Cheng Yojin's face with a slap. The angry Cheng Yojin shouted angrily, what is your fucking itch? Yachi Gong was also anxious. Why? Do you want to be active? I asked you to provoke you. And you dare to pat Atlas's head? Look at Atlas's mouth, all the fucking things are soaking. Mother, whoever fucks lets you smoke, you can't be gentle like what you do. Boom, boom, boom. Just when the two were about to pinch, a weird sound suddenly sounded beside them. Neither of them were mortals. They immediately noticed the black ball that was jumping up and down. Yachi Gong is even more powerful, pinching Cheng Yojin's collar with one hand, and punching it out with one punch. In an instant, the black ball flew out quickly in everyone's eyes, then bounced on the just erected basketball stem not far away, and then flew again at a faster speed than before, back to the front door of Yachi Gong. At this moment, Cheng Yojin was dumbfounded, and Yachi Gong also heard the sound of breaking wind. When he turned his face, just in time, a big face came in close contact with the basketball. Bang! Yachi Gong is a practicing family after all. The formidable power of a punch is naturally different. At this time, I saw the basketball slowly bounced away. In the horrified eyes of everyone, under Yachi Gong's nose, 2 long nosebleeds poured out like spring water in an instant. At this time, everyone looked at that strange thing, sucked in a cold breath. Dignified Duke of E, was it a hidden weapon sneak attack? For an instant, the soldiers at work were excited and they were about to surround themselves. Some people even chased the basketball. You punched me and kicked me more joyously. Onlookers haha laughed. At this time that week, I looked at Yachi Gong's nose with some doubts, and then at the black thing that everyone was chasing. I suddenly seemed to think of something. Cry out in surprise, this is not noble son. Is Zhang's basketball? Who brought it? At this time, everyone was shocked, looking at the basketball in astonishment. While Cheng Yojin, who sneered at Yachi Gong, and Yachi Gong, who was flies into a rage, was hearing this. He couldn't help but was also taken aback. Yachi Gong wiped his nosebleeds and said angrily, youngster, I ask you, are you sure this thing is the basketball made by Feng Zai? If you dare to lie, I will tear you up alive. Zapapi was obviously frightened by Yachi Gong's fierceness, and he tremblingly said, back to Lord, this is really a basketball made by noble son Zhang. It's at the cowhide door today. The big guys are all right. I saw it. Yes, this Lord, this ball was made by noble son Zhang. I saw it at the time. But it was not so happy at that time. Hearing this, all the onlookers couldn't help but startled. What? Are you sure this thing is the basketball made by noble son Zhang? This ... It looks so evil at first sight, huh? My god. And now, Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin could not help being surprised secretly. This thing, they finally know how to use it in the military. This Tanyang is just for training the archer. Come on, grab it for me. Fuck. Who made you kick you with your feet? It's not enough to kill you if the kick is broken. Finally, these bandits were honest. They caught the basketball in a moment and handed it to Yachi Gong respectfully. Cheng Yojin wanted to play, but Yachi Gong took it to the side. Bang! Yachi Gong fiercely hit the ground. In an instant, the basketball suddenly rose a few jang high. Yachi Gong couldn't help but enjoy it. Hey, this youngster is really a damn talent. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 893. Cheng Yojin's hands were itchy for a long time. Seeing Yachi Gong not paying attention, he kicked him aside and grabbed the basketball. Fiercely his hands hugged the basketball. Haha said with a smile, Liu, say you can't play. You really can't, let you see how I play. While speaking, Cheng Yojin almost used the energy of breastfeeding. Fiercely raised his head with both hands and was about to smash the basketball. And just now, Zhang Feng's angry voice also rang not far away. Stop. Bang. But it was too late. The black basketball in Cheng Yojin's hands, in the panic and distressed, angry eyes of Zhang Feng, instantly broke countless willow tree branches and rushed into the sky. For a while, Zhang Feng's eyes have had distress, anger, and the urge to kill others. Yachi, who followed closely from behind, Li Chenqian cowhide yellow and the others were even more shocked, especially Li Chenqian. his face changed in an instant. And now, Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong also noticed Zhang Feng's face. The crowd on the sidelines also noticed his face and couldn't help. But after a commotion among the onlookers, they slowly backed away. Hee, what, Feng Tsai? Don't be so stingy. Isn't this thing played like that? Cheng Yojin saw Zhang Feng's face in his heart a little bit. But who is he? He is Cheng Yojin, who is the meat of the hob. He touched his nose and couldn't find anything. As for his face, what is that stuff? Here? I really don't know what it is. When Zapapi saw this, his eyeballs rolled around. Seeing that the basketball fell and no one was in charge, he rushed up quickly. He was about to catch the basketball to claim credit, but waited until he opened his arms and waited for the basketball to fall. When he was in his arms, a pair of big hands swayed in front of his eyes, and the basketball fell steadily into Yachi Gong's hands, and looked at Zapapi coldly. This time, Zapapi was trembling all over. Hurrying back to the back of the crowd, he dared not move. At this time, Zhang Feng finally rushed over and grabbed the basketball angrily, looking distressedly from the left to the right, just barely guarding the bottom of his butt. My mother, I didn't play the ball after the ball was done, so my mother was almost reimbursed to Lozi. Are you silly? This thing is just one thing now. If I don't have a ball, I will fight you hard. Cheng Yojin finally realized that something was wrong, and as Li Chengqian's eyes signaled, he hurriedly asked, Feng Tsai, isn't this for fun? Zhang Feng looked distressedly at the scratches on the ball, and fiercely barked his teeth and said, what do you think? If I play like this for you, I will get a ball for you. Just do it for you. Ah, well, this is not the ball that suddenly hit his face. Look, it's all bleeding, and I don't know where it came from. It came out. So in order to avenge my brother, I have nothing more than this. I thought it was some kind of hidden weapon, Cheng Yojin said, more guilty. Finally, I couldn't help but stare at Li Chengqian and asked, what's the matter with this ball? Why did I run over with my feet? It's him. Lord, don't care about me, it's him. He snatched it from noble son Zhang, and then it was like you just now. The cowhide sold Li Chengqian unscrupulously. In his opinion, Feng Tsai is really, always bullied. This is famous, especially Li Chengqian is stubborn. Who doesn't know? Seeing a disaster this time, Cowhide immediately stood by Zhang Feng's side, and Li Chengqian, angry, wanted to kill people. Then what? This is not my intention. Hey, you youngster did it. Come on, you look at my nose, look at my mouth. Don't you know that Feng Xi's basketball is of great use? You just used it to tease the old man. Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin, where would you let go of such a good thing as a donkey along the slope? I immediately stood up and started accusing Li Chengqian. 8 days. There are 8 days left. Feng Tsai has worked hard. Is it easy for him? You youngsters, I miss you. And you forget it. Don't bother to talk about you. The rise of talking. Yachi Gong pointed at what Yachiya wanted to say. Although Yachiya was wearing a peachy veil, her eyes that fascinated sentient beings narrowed slightly, making Yachi Gong slap her mouth and turn her head around, venting unwillingness to Li Chengqian again. Enough, enough. Can we stop acting? Zhang Feng has a headache. Busy to stop everyone. Where does he know how many people are acting? The words of Zhang Feng made a few people stunned. What is acting? In an instant Zhang Feng broke out. Where does my special mother know what acting is? Let me ask you, are you bullying me? Lozi, be cruel. You even beat someone yourself. Do you think I'm a soft guy? Several people are speechless, knowing that what Zhang Feng said was wrong. He was mad, otherwise, how can he tell such stupid things? Now Zhang Feng is in anger, and everyone does not want to be touched. Zhang Feng had to say what he said, chuckled to accompany him. The onlookers are already dumbfounded, and those soldiers, already doing the doing, did not look at it all. Now at this time, the bastard son of a bitch dare to come to grief? That is simply not courting death. The damn thing is hysteria. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 894. And Zhang Feng paused for a while after sulking for a while. Li Chengqian hurried forward, pressed Jiang Feng on the steps, told him to sit down, wiped his back, and gave him comfort. At this point, Jiang Feng finally took a sigh of relief and waved his hand feebly. Okay, I am not angry anymore. I am very happy. You have done a good job experimenting with this basketball. The quality of this thing very good. Jiang Feng tried his best to list a smiling face that was uglier than crying, and touched his chest desperately with one hand, trying to calm himself down. At this time, battle chi with these two fucking guys, isn't that courting death? Moreover, it's just plain jokes. Yachiya has long been unable to listen. After seeing Jiang Feng's expression, Pukai couldn't help but laughed out. Even if Yachi Gong kicked her fiercely with his eyes doesn't work. Are there smoke? Jiang Feng said in a tranquil voice, but still clung to the basketball. Yes. Yachi Gong is busy handing Jiang Feng a cigarette. Point him up. Jiang Feng sat on the ground and took a few mouthfuls fiercely before trying to calm himself down. Looking at the two big Zuzi not far away, he asked, "What is this thing?" Jiang Feng was really angry at this time. A basketball is a small thing, but if something goes wrong with this thing, he really can't be sure if he can get one in 8 days. The reason is most important. Rubber will soon be gone. Looking at the remaining rubber in the pot, it is already the limit to get 5. This is how he got started. If the cowboys do it, heaven knows can they come up with 3. It would be great if there were steel wires. At the very least, I would give them people like this. If he continued to play like this, he wouldn't have an hour. Even if there are 10, all of them have to be played. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh. After stroking the basketball in his arms, Jiang Feng's anger disappeared a little after he was sure that the basketball was okay. However, Jiang Feng was dumbfounded again after seeing the two poles at this time. He really didn't understand. What the hell was making such a big piece of wood stand here? Yachi Gong finally stopped the nosebleed with the help of the soldiers. Said, "Isn't this the club made according to the method you said? Is it right?" Jiang Feng dare not say no. He was afraid of being beaten. Thumbs up and said, "Very good, but you are a bit big. Look at Lao Yu. Do you think someone can jump so high? How old are you? Sure you're down to a doll, to a 70-year-old old woman. Can you compare to your physical strength?" Jiang Feng pointed to the cue stick, which is 4 meters above the ground, asked the ball box. Yachi Gong scratched the back of his head. "Isn't this what you said? Who knows that this thing needs to be jumped? I'll get him in for such a small broken ball all at once. Don't speaking of the ball, I can throw it in with such a big iron bump. Do you think everyone is like you?" Jiang Feng was expressionless, staring at Yachi Gong. Yachi Gong, hearing this, complexion stiffened, said with a smile, "Then what do you say? This is all upright. It's demolished!" Exclamation mark. "What else can I do?" Jiang Feng is about to split. "Why can't you think of such a simple thing? Something that a fool can think of." "You think everyone is as big and rough as you." At this time, Li Chenqian and Yachiya also looked at Jiang Feng and Yachi Gong in amazement, and couldn't help but glance at each other. The expression is inexplicable shock. At this time, Yachi Gong argued with Jiang Feng and finally compromised under the threat of Jiang Feng's decision to quit. "Then dismantle it. What should I do?" "This." "Come on, Li Qian, bring me paper and pen." Jiang Feng finally couldn't take it anymore, so he waved his hand and took the opportunity to hold back the blood in his throat. Li Chenqian, who got into trouble, ran faster than a rabbit at this time. I don't know where he got a pen and ink. In the enviable eyes of everyone, he took out a blank paper and threw it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng took the pen and paper and began to write and draw on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but grow their necks and wanted to see what Jiang Feng was going to do. Jiang Feng is not an art student, but at this time he has the illusion of being forced to become an art student. Everything had to be painted perfectly clear, and the dimensions were clearly marked. After a while, a regular rebound appeared in front of everyone. "This is it?" When Yachi Gong saw this, his eyes widened and said, "You said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? For such a simple thing, you should tell me earlier. Look at this. I finally got the newly cut wood from Mount Q. 1 inch. It's all destroyed now." "You!" Jiang Feng clutched his chest, shaking with anger. Yachi Gong still sided with the hammer. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhang Feng was completely mad at this time. Both eyes are spiritless turned and looked towards Chen Yojin and said, Old Chen, where's your knife? I want to kill someone. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 895. When everyone saw this, Zhang Feng hurriedly put Zhang Feng back into the little tavern. Don't dare to stimulate him anymore. Yachi Gong and the others are also busy looking for carpenters, vowing to get this thing right before dark. And Zhang Feng gives up. And Yachi Gong is refreshed at this time. The enmity that Zhang Feng had pitied before was also reported. It's just that although the revenge is being avenged at this time, Yachi Gong also knows the seriousness of the matter and dare not carelessly, so he hurried to the sailor training ground. Speaking of wood, and where are there many ready-made boards? That is undoubtedly the marine training office. As for what to do after I got it, Yachi Gong didn't think about it. As long as they dare to come and ask him for it, then the wood delivered to Chain and City will be given to them. And on the other side, Mount Q is not so peaceful at this time. The old village chief brought a whole lot of good news. He walked all the way to preach. I wish everyone would know Zhang Feng's great achievements. Finally, in the shock of everyone, I also knew the dean's plan. Jing Xiu and Zhang Yuiao, the old village chief, who looked at them with folds and flowers, asked eagerly. Then he said, did he say, when will he come back? Him there alone, how can it work? The old village head blinked, and finally concealed Yachi's affairs. But it is still possible for him to light a Zhang Yuiao. As for whether he can light a Jing Xiu, it is unclear. After the report was safe, the old village chief stopped talking, got up and ran to the waterfall. At this moment, Yushinan and the others have already entered Zhang Feng's living room, and asked in surprise as soon as they entered the door, what is the old village chief's youngster doing under the mountain? Before Yushinan finished speaking, Sun Simiao came up and asked, just now? The old man heard that Feng Tsai spent a month with us at the foot of the mountain before he came up with a formula for making basketball. Old village long, tell me, what is this basketball? Why doesn't the old man know? The old village chief was shocked by hearing this. I was about to thank a few people, but now I was shocked when I heard what a few people said. Why, don't you know? What do we know? Yushinan's face was flat, coldly snorted and said, it seems that the youngster has done it again. What hasn't it done yet? We should wear this unnecessary thing. If things go on like this in the long run, will it be possible? And Sun Simiao was even more anxious. His lifetime reputation. Although he knows that Zhang Feng has a lot of knowledge in medicine, he doesn't know what is claimed to be able to prolong life. Can this youngster know? If something goes wrong with this thing, what's the matter? Unfortunately, Sun Simiao hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the old village chief's hand and asked, Old village chief, you can tell me quickly, what does this thing that strengthens the body and prolongs life looks like? The old village chief thought about the dark stuff and wanted to say it, but didn't know how to say it, so he asked, do you know what's in that pot? What pot? Hearing this, the old village chief suddenly realized, it's a bad thing. This youngster cheats me. I couldn't help but Yushinan and the others turned pale with fright, and asked hurriedly, you're going to talk about it first, then what the youngster is doing, and then let's see what to do. This youngster is very horrible. Where do I know he doesn't know where he is making a pot of black things, and the smell of something is more irritating than a hut. By the way, do you know that the cowhide is yellow? It's the guy who boiled the cowhide. The more they listened, the more mysterious they became, and they couldn't help it. There was a thud. Didn't you say that Feng Tsai was tinkering with some medicine? Why did you go there again? Could it be that you went to find Cinnabar? But there is it in that place? Where is there something? Cinnabar, the youngster said he was going to play what kind of basketball? What kind of sport it was for this autumn hunting? The old village chief stomped anxiously. While talking, I am ready to run down the mountain. Several people put him on the bench in a hurry. Yushinin gave him a suspicious look and asked, Brother Xinban, you still remember that youngster said before going down the mountain, We must get it. Is there something to deal with this autumn hunting? I remember, but this, you said in case this youngster does something wrong. What happened, then? How did you get it? Can't help but a few people were surprised. Is this youngster playing basketball? Several people could not help but surround the old village chief, and said in detail what he heard and saw. The more I listened, the more confused they became. Although it is confirmed that what Zhang Feng is doing, it is definitely not a swindle thing, but I don't know the specific situation. A few people could not help but call Zhang Sunchong to ask him to go down the mountain immediately to see what Zhang Feng is doing, and then he came back quickly to report. As Zhang Yueyao listened to the crowd, he couldn't help sitting aside and choked. While sobbing, Zhang Yueyao stared fiercely at a few people fiercely, saying in the heart over and over again, "Noble son Zhang is working hard at the foot of the mountain. You group of old folks are making irresponsible remarks here. Are you ashamed?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 896. Zhang Sunchong is going to fly for busy days. One side is the smelting workshop, and the other side is the transfer of these people on the mountain, etc. And Cheng Chumo are almost exhausted and paralyzed. And just now, he is finally free. Yu Xinan personally ordered him to go down the mountain immediately and ask what Zhang Feng is in the hell. Zhang Sunchong hearing this, Yi Gula got up from the stool, and Sayazi ran away. The angry Cheng Chumo several people called Heavenly Dao unfair. Zhang Sunchong got off the mountain, got a horse and ran towards Chainan City. You can also see the people in the military camp along the way. At this time, he was pulling huge and thick timbers in an endless stream, lining up for transportation to Chainan City. Just a little bit of inquiries, Zhang Sunchong learned of these things, is actually going to build a basketball court. What is the basketball court? Zhang Sunchong galloped all the way with suspicion, and the closer to Chainan City, the more people talked about this thing. When it came to Chainan City, all the things that came to the ears were all strengthening the body, physical fitness, how to relax the muscles to prolong life, and so on. I even heard people talking about what Zhang Feng from Tongyue Street has made. You can fly more than a dozen Shanghai in one jump. This can't help but make Zhang Sunchong even more confused. What is Feng Tsai doing? It's too late to go to Yanlai building. Zhang Sunchong urged the bay red horse to gallop into Tongyue Street. The sparsely populated Tongyue Street was extremely crowded at this time, and Zhang Sunchong's speed also slowed down. When he arrived at the entrance of Tongyue Street Memorial Archway Gate, the place was already full of people joining in the excitement, as well as vehicles loaded with piles of wood. Even on the curb on the side of the road, piles of wood have already been piled up. Far away, Zhang Sunchong saw an acquaintance. He hurriedly called for a pawn under Yuchi Gong. This pawn was once one of Chainan's stubbornness. His father was errand under Zhang Sun Wuji. Once they played too much, almost the Yanlai building was burned and the Ministry of Works was held accountable. The youngster took the initiative to give Zhang Sunchong their bag, and Zhang Sunchong was also very proud. He bought Yuchi Bail in for a drink and let him enter the barracks. At this time, when they met, the two of them felt a little bit more embarrassed. But Zhang Sunchong didn't care about the cold and the warmth, so he asked the chicken, when it's done, ask him to go to Yanlai building and make a place for him. Let me ask you, what's the matter? Zhang Sunchong, while speaking, took out a cigarette from his arms and handed it to the boy. The boy was too lazy to refuse. After taking out the huozizi and clicking it, he said, I suggest you still ask your brother. The youngster is almost mad. Zhang Sunchong hearing this is even more curious. Tell me. But the boy just chuckled and pointed at Yuchi Gong's red nose and said, your brother is really a fucking talent. See, no, the soldiers are not bloody. No one showed up, so I made this yakshaw a big red face. Hee hee. Zhang Sunchong looked in the direction of his fingers. I saw Yuchi Gong yelling at the crowd while sticking in his waist, while still touching his nose. Even at this time, there was a dog skin plaster on his nose. It looked like this. Seeing nothing to ask, Zhang Sunchong threw the horse rein in his hand and hurried to the little tavern where Zhang Feng was. And in the small tavern, at this time, Jiang Feng could no longer see a trace of anger on his face. This makes Li Chengqian and Yachiyu very puzzled. Li Chengqian couldn't help but curiously asked, "Did you just pretend to be it?" Jiang Feng lit the cigarette, his bipod swayed on the table, and pointed to himself. Li Chengqian's temple said, "Think about it again and see if you have been with me for so long, and if you have grown." Li Chengqian heard this for a moment. Yachiyu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise in an instant. She can't understand Jiang Feng more and more, and the mysterious attraction of Jiang Feng is what attracts her the most, especially after coming to Chainan, after seeing and hearing what Jiang Feng said, and after seeing Li Chengqian. Yachiyu hoped to get Jiang Feng even more. Otherwise, Jiang is very handsome and has no wives yet. With a singer from Yanlai building and eldest miss from a small family, he also wants to be Jiang Feng's madam. Why are they worthy? At this moment, Li Chengqian frowned and smoked, and after wandering in the little tavern for a long time, did he say, "Do you mean Feng Tsai... relieving a besieged ally by what does attacking the home base of the besiegers mean?" Yachiyu heard this for a moment, and couldn't help asking, "Li noble son, what you said relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base, what does of the besiegers mean?" Of course she doesn't know, but he can still remember a little bit about Li Chengqian, who knows Jiang Feng's plan for the rescue of India. After all, this matter only took less than 10 days. Jiang Feng nodded, shook his head again. "Yes, it's a little interesting, but it's still not right. Where is the relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers?" Hearing this, Li Chengqian couldn't help but frown deeper. As the crown prince, he is more anxious than anyone else, especially when Jiang Feng's top secret suddenly gives you a test. He is even more anxious. But at this moment, Jiang Feng said leisurely, "Think about me today and everything since you heard about me talking about basketball. This is my assessment of you. If it's done, when the time comes, I'll give you a big gift. If you can't answer, this year's credits, he. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 897. Li Chengqian hearing this, instantly the whole body's hairs were exploded. What is this? This is a threat. The threat of Kaiguogo, but he really can't do anything about it. I had to grab my hair, squatted in front of the little tavern shop, leaned on the wall and sat on the ground in pain and hugged his head. In my head, he connects all things Jiang Feng has about basketball in the past few days, and even everything Jiang Feng has done after learning about Kuxiu. But he really thought about it a little bit. Yachiyu was even more surprised. In the past few days in Chainan, she has long been inquiring about the aristocratic family noble sons of Chainan from a stubborn mouth. Demon King's preferences, what he is usually used to doing, and what industries he has are all clear. No one knows what she wants to do. No one knows. She knows what these do. Originally, her purpose was to get close to Crown Prince, but after knowing everything, she felt that Jiang Feng was too mysterious at this time. Really strong people like to challenge, especially good people like her. Even noble son of Jiangnan aristocratic family great clan was squeezed to death by her, and she was tired for so many years. When I came to Chainan again, she had imagined that if Jiang Feng couldn't do it, she would go to the Crown Prince's sect, but now it seems Jiang Feng succeeded attracted her. At this time, I saw that Li Chengqian was tortured like this by Jiang Feng's words. I couldn't help but Yachiyu looked towards Jiang Feng and asked, "Noble son Jiang, what are you talking about?" Jiang Feng didn't dare to look at the fairy Yachiyu, but at this moment, he heard her voice and couldn't help but look over subconsciously. Looking at it this way, dear, it's deadly. Especially after the two have had physical contact, Jiang Feng is sitting neither standing nor standing. At this moment, the desperate Li Chengqian suddenly slapped his thigh, and Jiang Feng was awakened. I thought about it. What did you think of? Yachiyu stared at Li Chengqian a little annoyed, and asked. Li Chengqian naturally did not notice the ambiguous words of the two. The matter is very simple. Feng Tsai wants to expand the appeal of basketball, just like promoting those braised meat and bone strengthening powder, a cooperative. Wait for something to be the same. Jiang Feng touched his nose and got over the embarrassment. He couldn't help but gave Li Chengqian a thumbs up and said, "Yes, continue." See Zhang Feng's praise. Li Chengqian is so excited. Finally got the correct answer. Seeing Zhang Feng asked again, this pretended to be elegant with his hands behind his back, completely ignored the ugly behavior just now, and said, "The reason why you flies into a rage at the gate of street market, you mean to think tell anyone about the sturdiness and magic of this thing, and at the same time you want others to know the preciousness of this ball? Only if you get angry, the Chainan person will know how to cherish this thing, and then know that this thing is not easy, right?" After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he stared at Zhang Feng fiercely. This must be too important for him. After all, he is crown prince. If he has been following Zhang Feng for so long and has not learned a little bit, it would be a shame. Zhang Feng is also somewhat astonished. "It's pretty good. I can think of it so thoroughly. You are finally smarter than Du Dabing." Seeing Zhang Feng boasting, Li Chengqian suddenly felt a little sorry. But Zhang Feng continued, "Then since you know everything, now you should know what to do." Now I asked Li Chengqian again how to do it. Zhang Feng felt tight in his chest, knocked on the armrest of the recliner, and said, "Does this still have to be asked? Continue to promote the awesomeness of basketball!" Before the rebounds come out tomorrow, this matter must be known to more people. The most important thing is that the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights must be informed about this matter, so that only the autumn hunting program of Chainan University and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning can be recognized. Hearing this, Li Chengqian suddenly realized, he can't do anything else, but he only needs one sentence for this matter. After finishing this matter, Li Chengqian sat on the opposite side of Zhang Feng and Yachiye. Seeing the sky was getting late, he pondered and lit the oil lamp, but when the oil lamp was lit, Li Chengqian discovered that both Yachiye and Zhang Feng were staring at him. I couldn't help but Li Chengqian realized something, and hurriedly said, "So what? I will do it now." While speaking, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, "After this matter is finished, immediately notify Inox and their bastard to go down the mountain, as well as Hao Jun Mazu and the others. You have to participate in this matter. When the time comes, it will be up to you. Are you planning? Let's all go." Li Chengqian was a little panicked. If they go to this autumn hunter, what else does he have to test? The people of Imperial College of Supreme Learning and Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, where do you not know them? This identity. Zhang Feng said with no anger, "Before Kuxiu, if you bastard lose to Hao Jun, you will wait. Let Lao Tzu go to the mountain to pour a moonlit fragrance 1 inch." Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly left. "If you pour Xiang, you will pour Xiang. It's better than revealing your identity and being beaten by Father Emperor and retired Emperor." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 898. Wait for Li Chengqian to leave. The room is quiet again. Gudeng, a male and a female together alone. Zhang Feng's heartbeat was a little rushed, although Yachiye always sat quietly beside him. But the deodorant from Yachiye still stimulates Zhang Feng's nerves. As soon as she smelled her body, Zhang Feng's mind involuntarily recalled the scene of yesterday. Slowly, Zhang Feng felt a little bit hot. "Ahem, girl, I'm really sorry to let you sit for so long. I don't know why the girl visited today." "Why?" Yachiye looked at it. As the sky gradually darkened outside, he said with a smile, "It's okay, actually. You came today to see what the rumored basketball is, but I have seen it now. Then, it's getting late. It's better to have a rest." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Feng was shocked in a cold sweat. He originally meant to urge Yuya. "It's dark, you go back quickly," but his mother, the mouth is bald, and the taste changes when he says it. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained, No, I mean, the sky is getting dark. This is a male and a female together alone." "No, I mean it's time for you to go back." Zhang Feng is about to cry. What is the IQ in normally? Is it offline now? What the hell is this? Yachiye sees a lot, and covers his mouth lightly, said with a smile, "Your servant thought that noble son Jiang wanted to stay, So noble son Jiang didn't want to see you. Jiang Feng is about to fall apart by Yachiya. Mother, they are not afraid of their daughters. You are afraid of hanging. If you don't eat the meat delivered to your door, you still count as a man? But Jiang Feng directly told him that this woman is very dangerous, like a poisonous snake, which makes him very uncomfortable. Yachiya saw that Jiang Feng was almost teased, and said with a smile, "Noble son Jiang actually doesn't have to be so entangled." Then Yachiya asked, "What is noble son Zhang's plan for the future?" Seeing that Yachiya let him go, Jiang Feng was a bit disappointed, but he was greatly sighed in relief and said, "In the future, I didn't think about it. However, I don't know if Monsieur has any good suggestions." "I can't talk about suggestions." Yachiya's eyes flashed slightly, but doesn't noble son Jiang want to go up? After all, whether noble son Jiang is in poetry or other aspects, according to the laws of Great Tang, although National Duke dare not say, but this is the second rank, sir. Jiang Feng hearing this, brows jumped straight. Girl, you is serious. Although this matter is something that I thought about, people still need to take a step at a time. Although these things happen to be about the same as His Imperial Majesty thought, it's not good if it is so. If aiming too high, it will only be impossible to move a single step in the future, so I still want to live a casual life like this. What does this fairy want to do? Do you want to find out about me? Although Jiang Feng also wants to be the word side-by-side king, but this position is easy to sit. But you are a youngster without any foundation and no connections, and you want to insert the huge interest team of others. That is simply courting death. Seeing Jiang Feng's answer, Yachiya seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and nodded said, "The world is so big. Is noble son Jiang planning to be a puppet?" The girl heard that noble son Jiang had made it earlier. "What kind of tin boat?" "And I heard that noble son Jiang said that on the far side of the sea, there is a large barbarian desolate land." This girl is not small. Jiang Feng's heart couldn't help but become vigilant. If Jiang Feng is really the kind of guy who is blinded by lard and his head is full of women, then Jiang Feng will be on the road at this time. But Jiang Feng is really not like this people. So Jiang Feng was just laughed and interrupted Yachiya and said, "I didn't expect Monsieur to be a female prostitute. I am still so concerned about these things. This is the blessing of my great Tang. If you wait for the tin boat that is going down one day to be ready, and if Monsieur is also interested, why not go there and take a look overseas?" A disappointment flashed in Yachiya's eyes, but soon she concealed it, smiled and nodded and said, "That is certain." Then the two chatted without a word, and Yachiya also saw that Jiang Feng had given birth to her. She couldn't help but sigh secretly because of her vigilant heart. Too hasty. It was only then that the atmosphere was soothed, and by the way, I shown my charm. When Jiang Feng was tempting to wish one word dead, the sound of horseshoes made Yachiya smile and say goodbye. When Yachiya left, the smile on Jiang Feng's face disappeared instantly. Such ambitious. If you are a man, you can really make confidant friends. However, such a person is also extremely dangerous. You are not sure when he will give you a knife in the back. But this is all defensive. But this Jiang Feng really couldn't think of the result. I couldn't help sighing. Beauty is fucking poison. Yo, you youngster, this is awesome. When do you drink wedding wine? Zhang Sanchong walked in full of smiles, with an expression Jiang Feng just rolled his eyes. "Why are you here?" Zhang Sanchong picked up a cup of tea that no one had drunk and drank it and said, "Mr. Boshi, they know you are doing something, some angry. Let me come down and ask, but are you fucking stealing food? I asked you to go to Yanlai building, you pretended to be like grandson, now." Jiang Feng hearing this instantly fly into a rage out of humiliation. Asshole. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 899. Jiang Feng didn't want to mention that woman at this time. But at this time, his head is full of Yachiya, which makes Jiang Feng even more irritable. You have seen everything. It is such a thing. As for how you explain it, it is all your business. But when you watch the game, they put their hearts in their stomachs. If it's good, Now Li Qian's people have returned to the mountain, so don't leave since you are here. I will show you what basketball is tomorrow. See Zhang Feng not willing to explain, and Li Qian has already sent someone to the mountain, and Zhang Sanchong is also eager to stay. After all, these days on the mountain, the girl from Mianlai building, he has long been greedy. Seeing that Zhang Feng's interest was not high, Zhang Sanchong was about to leave, but after he got up, Zhang Sanchong asked again, Feng Tsai, are you sure what happened to that you? Seeing Zhang Feng wanted to kill someone, Zhang Sanchong hurriedly shut up. But I can't help but say, this woman, as a brother's advice, it's okay to play, but don't be serious. This woman is not simple. As a brother, I can tell you that's all. After speaking, Zhang Sanchong drove off. Where does Zhang Feng know these things? However, at this time, he didn't know what kind of ecstasy was poured into him. This woman was all in his head. He didn't know if it was Laoyu's arrangement, or whether the woman herself had a problem. If it is Laoyu, it should be impossible. Otherwise, Laoyu had already forcibly taken Yuya away yesterday, and he didn't need to ask himself. Instead, he strongly recommended Yachiya. During this time, Chong Tsai was not the first to remind himself that this woman is not simple, and he is not stupid, but the nature of human beings is so inadequate to clean up. Clearly know that Yachiya may be a fire pit, but Zhang Feng is like going to this fire pit to see what it is. Perhaps this is servility. Oh, go to his mother's love. Zhang Feng couldn't help but raised his head and let out a long sigh. Although he had dreamed about making the most beautiful girls, so far, the three women around him are all the best, and as for Jingxiu and Zhang Yuao, everyone is optimistic, but Zhang Feng feels that it is so easy to get, but it is so dull. A high cold like goddess, a pure like a little sister next door. But as for Yuya, who charms all living beings, actually let his heart begin to stir. However, at this time, someone tried to discourage him. This woman may be a poisonous snake. The more dissuaded, Zhang Feng unexpectedly discovered that the more he wanted to approach this snake, he wanted to see what she wanted to do. Thinking about this, Zhang Feng actually fell asleep on the recliner. Zhang Feng is asleep though, but Yachi Gong is not so lucky. At this time, I was in a corner of the East Market with a group of curfew guard troops with red faces. At this time, Great Tang has not yet entered the era of not closing the house at night, so there is still the term curfew. As soon as the time passes, a large number of guard troops and city defense troops are connected in the main street of Chainan, wandering in the alley. As long as you warn you 3 times not to go home, then go to the Ministry of Justice prison to lie down for 3 days. At this time, Yachi Gong, who was desperately rushing to the construction schedule, encountered a desperate guy with a blush and a thick neck blocking everyone's path. Even the city defense army and guard army pulled out the double-edged saber from their waists, and Yachi Gong's men were all guys who had seen blood on the battlefield. They couldn't help but feel happy. Although they didn't bring any weapons at this time, they even wore ordinary people's clothes. But the moment these people pulled out the double-edged saber, everyone instantly smiled at the group of recruits. The new military training of half a month has made them suffocate their anger a long time ago, and now they have found a way to vent. What's the matter? At this moment, Yachi Gong hurried over on his horse, staring at the guard who pulled out the double-edged saber and asked. When the guard army saw the man in charge, he was riding a horse in the middle of the night, and couldn't help but get even more angry. Okay, don't you old youngster know that after the curfew, in addition to National Duke, and His Imperial Majesty called, no one is allowed to stay in the street, let alone ride a mount? Come on, tie this old youngster to me. But don't wait for them to do it. Yachi Gong's angry beard was about to stand up. With a wave of his hand, the group of soldiers watching the excitement instantly rushed forward like a hungry wolf. Where did the guard army and the city defense army see this man? Turn pale with fright, scared, especially which leader is the leader. After seeing this, he immediately didn't question him, but instead pulled out a suona from his waist, and hurriedly blew into the distance. It's reversed. So you dare to rebel? Wait, Wait for Lao Tzu to take you off, huh? This damn thing is also called already there? Yachi Gong was really angry. He waved his hand to stop him, lit a cigarette, and sat down and waited. When the locking sound fell, like a signal, there was a burst of rapid locking sound everywhere in the quiet Cheonan city street. Without a cup of tea, the entire East Market was surrounded by groups. Until this time, a man who was also riding a horse and wearing armor, slowly urged his horse to come here. And that small captain also hurried forward and explained all the crimes of Yachi Gong. However, the soldiers under Yachi Gong couldn't help laughing after seeing the general clearly. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 900. Look at this moment with a cigarette slanting at the corner of his mouth. After hearing the special signal from his small captain, he hurried over with his men. Cheonan during this period is not peaceful. Basically every day, many Indian, Turkic and even Western regions spies are searched. This couldn't help causing all Cheonan guards to rattle. Originally, the dean of the Damn White Deer Academy of Classical Learning in the past 2 days, after another moth in Cheonan City, the spies became more active. This can't help but make all the defenders of Cheonan City complain. And tonight, he was finally ready to go home for a drink, but he was riding a horse with the horn sound and even the armor was too late to take off, so he rushed over with Lance. But when I walked in, although I couldn't see the appearance of a man riding a horse, looking at the other people's clothes, they were actually a group of people, and he couldn't help but blow up his lungs. A group of dog-like things, dare to court death at night. However, when he noticed that the corners of Yachi Gong's mouth were also extinguished, a burst of white smoke, like him, spit out, he felt that things were unusual. This is a cigarette. In Cheonan, people who can afford cigarettes, besides the National Duke and Imperial Palace, can be counted on one's fingers, even if they can get a little bit, who wouldn't treat it like a baby. Unfortunately, the general became a little more careful. Hey, the opposite. Come and announce your name. The generals dare not care too much. I stopped moving forward 5 feet away from Yachi Gong. At this moment, Yachi Gong didn't say anything, but a soldier next to Yachi Gong jokingly said, I said punish the porridge. Even if your father dares to beat someone, you're afraid it's not want to die? The general hearing this complexion greatly changed. Punish the gruel. This is exactly his name. Is also Cheng Yojin's eldest son, Cheng Chumo's big brother. At this moment, I heard it in the mouths of these unsophisticated people. I couldn't help but be shocked. I immediately took a few steps forward and took a look at fiercely held breath cold air. In Cheonan City, except for the 2 in the Imperial Palace, who can control his father. That's the man in front of you. I couldn't help but punish the porridge and scalp. The troublesome reminder immediately went forward, no longer the prestige before, bowed his head, like a pug, got off the horse and walked to Yachi Gong's side, and quickly drew a cigarette from his arms. Up. It's not Uncle You. I hope to forgive my sins. It was my nephew's men who were blind and blocked the way. It's alright, since it's here. It's you. I won't follow you lower oneself to somebody's level. I went back and took the lead myself. What I'm going to do, that stupid guy didn't tell you. Corner of punishment mouth twitching. Hurrian said, when father came home, my nephew was working as a errand, and he has not yet returned home. Oh, Yachi Gong and suddenly became dull. Slapped the head of the punishment gruel and said, the subordinates are good, but they are less timid. They are all a group of counselors. When they are free, I will take them to the barracks and let my son give it to you. Tune in. While speaking, Yachi Gong yawned and left. Punishing porridge quickly said, Uncle You walk slowly. The subordinate who punished porridge was instantly dumbfounded. As soon as Yachi Gong left, those Yachi Gong subordinates also let go of those who punished the gruel. What should each minding their own business do? Punish the porridge and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, wave his hand and quickly let the person under his hand not see anything. What to do? This can't help but make these patrols curious. But, as the noble son of National Duke, he dare not offend anyone who has to pretend to be a grandson to save his life. Can they afford it? Not only here, at this time, under the night of Chainan City, from Peace Street and the sailor training ground on the side of the Dragon Head Canal behind Peace Street, everywhere it's all boiling. Someone demolished a broken ship, and then the target of the dismantlement called countless people who knew that you could do a little carpentry work. Press it in the sailor workshop and give it he made neat and tidy according to the size specified by Jiang Feng's blueprint. Subsequently, groups of soldiers took these wooden boards and shuttled through the streets and alleys of Chainan City. As the night went on, the neighborhoods of Chainan City continued to use them. New and novel things have emerged one after another. As the sun in the east slowly rises, the people who have been waiting for the whole night are already impatiently walking out of their homes. But next moment, everyone was taken aback by what was in front of them. Basically every street has one or two basketball courts. The basketball court is very simple. The streets of Chainan City are basically left over from the previous dynasty period. They are all paved with large bluestone. Although some places are damaged and pitted, they are generally flat, and these bowl-sized wood zuzi are erected in this relatively flat place. On farmstead, a wooden board. The ink on a wooden board is not yet dry, and a boxy thing is painted on it. Under this thing, it is a big black iron circle. After seeing this thing, everyone could not help cry out in surprise. Could it be that this thing is a basketball court?